The story begins with lines recounting the history of a glorious family, the Driat family, also known as Driat of the Sword, a swordsmanship family with a long history. Any descendant of Driat will be born with monstrous physical abilities. In this way, the simple yet righteous and altruistic nature of the Driat lineage, dedicated to the greater good, greatly benefited the empire. The royal family bestowed the title of Royal Sword upon House Driat, and a sword imbued with divine power was granted to Garcian. The Driat family's only daughter, a miracle, also known as Driat's treasure. I, Erica Driat, am now working in the fields. Seeing the results before her eyes, Erica wiped her brow, a look of satisfaction on her face. Sowing is complete. Looks like it'll be a good harvest today too. A brief explanation about this rather peculiar farming tool. It was a sword that had been transformed into a hoe.
The sword looked displeased. How dare you turn me into a hoe? Just you wait. Seeing the sword's overreaction, she sternly reminded it, silence. To be honest, Erica was still a bit troubled. Farming at a traditional ducal household? That was highly unlikely. Although she felt guilty towards her current parents, she didn't have time to learn swordsmanship now. If she wanted to grow rice, she would have to work hard for a while. She proudly declared her illustrious background. I, born into the greatest ducal house of the empire, once lived in luxury. I suddenly remembered my past life, that I had lived a successful life with my rice farming business. In that memory, I realized I was the daughter of a noble count, and this place was the world within the novel, and Erica was one of the most wicked villains in it. When she realized she was just a villain in the story, Erica herself was surprised. I'm a villain? That also means I'm a supporting character who bullies the female lead and gets executed by the male lead. But as time passed, her current life made her very satisfied and happy. Although there were dark days initially, and she once resented the gods, her current life with loving parents and her role as a ducal daughter, along with the surrounding characters, wasn't bad at all.
Furthermore, with the background of the Driat family, this was also a rich source of power, perfect for the farming dream that she couldn't fulfill in her previous life. In short, after learning that her life had been tragically predetermined, Erica decided to live a different way. Since the principles had been distorted like that, as long as she didn't get involved with the heroine or hero like a psychopath, she wouldn't be executed. She had to survive at all costs and fulfill her dream of a rice business that she couldn't achieve in her previous life. I've always yearned, only dreamed of such an ordinary life. In the novel, Erica's life revolves around a few main characters. Erica's paternal half-brother, the future master of the magic tower, the next archmage, Roll Driat. He possesses self-healing abilities and absolute recall to unleash divine power and is a descendant of Duke Shan Rapus. The true male lead of the original novel, a master swordsman, the imperial prince of the Vice Empire, Roxelin Draco. The dark side of the original novel, the lover who goes mad and destroys the world, the king of demonic beasts, Dion Behemoth. Additionally, there is the original novel's female lead, the true owner of the Holy Sword, Saintess Pandora Valentine. Because of all these characters, the incessant calls from everyone shatter Erica's peace. Deep down, Erica feels her peaceful daily life beginning to crumble. Why are they treating me like this? All I want is to grow vegetables and raise fish to get by. My lifelong dream is to have my own farm with shimmering golden rice fields. That was the life of a successful farmer, at least it used to be. A painful fall woke me from that dream. Ouch, was it a dream? I struggled my small body to stand up. Returning to reality, I was even more certain. This was the first time in my life I had such a peaceful dream. Introducing the character once more. My name is Erica Driat.
As the future villainess, I retain memories of my past life. In my previous life, I was solely focused on farming. Thanks to my parents, who were farmers, I learned farm work from a young age. I dreamed of farming so much that I even dropped out of school to seriously focus on cultivation. In just 5 years, we developed our farm into a global brand, earning the respect and envy of many. It was a perfect life at the peak of our farming careers, if only that incident hadn't happened. A sudden traffic accident caused her to gradually lose consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, Erica had transmigrated into a completely different identity. Before that, she remembered nothing about her previous life. But one day, while living peacefully as a princess, strangely, Erica discovered. It was truly insane. She had remembered everything. Memories suddenly flooded back. I was truly panicked. The world I had lived in until now was, in fact, the world of the novel I had read before I died. That meant I had been reborn as one of the novel's characters.
The daughter of a noble count. The novel's plot is very simple. The female lead possesses the divine power of Pandora, and the male leads are madly in love with her. This is a reverse harem romance novel. In the original story, there is a villain who constantly harasses Pandora. That character is Erica. Erica was raised so preciously that she was called Driette's darling. With her wicked personality and behavior, she bullied many people, including Pandora. Erica's malicious acts grew more severe over time, to the point where even the ducal family turned their backs on her. Erica lost all her close ones, and eventually she was executed right in the middle of the storyline. That was a brief overview of this body's life. Erica felt a bit dissatisfied. Why do I always have to reincarnate as the villain? But returning to the present, Julieta looked at her little daughter's reaction and was extremely worried. Erica, is something wrong? She slowly replayed the plot developments, and upon careful thought, even in the original story, Erica's parents tried to protect her to the very end. To this day, they still nurture her with love. Erica smiled reassuringly. I've been very stubborn lately, haven't I? Thank you, Mom and Dad, for worrying about me and raising me. From now on, I promise to be good. Seeing their daughter's unusual reaction, they felt a little bewildered. Erica, are you feeling unwell? What's wrong with her? This had happened just a few days prior. Now she focused solely on figuring out how to avoid death later on. Her conclusion, after much deliberation, was, at this point, Erica was exhibiting extremely wicked behavior. Therefore, from now on, she had to try to live well to change her future. Fortunately, up until now, Pandora had not yet met the male leads. As long as she didn't bother the female lead like in the original story, how could she be executed? For that reason, the most important thing was the familiar faces that appeared in her mind, all of them the male satellites who always clung to the female lead. As a wicked supporting character, Erica decided not to get involved with the male leads in the story.
She secretly evaluated them, thinking that no one was normal, yet to be so popular she really couldn't understand. Erica looked out of the window. A lush green field appeared right before her eyes, making her smile contentedly. If she had another dream, it would be to become a legendary farmer, successful in agriculture like in her previous life. In this life, she only wanted to live happily until she grew old and died. But there seemed to be a slight obstacle. To achieve that, she first had to go and meet him, right? The image of Roald Dreet immediately appeared in her mind, the person she had a relationship with, the story's supporting male lead. The carriage slowly came to a stop after a long journey. The coachman spoke up. "Young lady, we have arrived." Erica lifted her clear eyes and looked around. This is the Magic Tower, the Royal Research Institution. This is not a place anyone can enter. Inside the lounge, she took a sip of hot tea. Afterwards, she let out a satisfied sigh. Royalty was indeed different, but because she was a member of Duke Dreet's family, she was naturally allowed in. But then Erica felt a flicker of nervousness, wondering if he would agree to meet her when she suddenly arrived here. A familiar voice called out, "Erica Dreet." She immediately put on a standard smile, secretly thinking to herself, "He's here." He asked indifferently, "What are you doing here?" This was Roald Dreet.
Erica glanced at her brother's crimson eyes, whose gaze was cold, devoid of affection. This was her only brother, who utterly detested her, and was also the second male lead in the original story. A little flashback to the past. Duke and Duchess Driet, after being married for a long time without children, adopted Roel, but shortly after bringing Roel home, they gave birth to Erica. From then on, Roel's position within the ducal family diminished. To be honest, Erica's behavior at that time was quite terrible. She would always loudly criticize her brother. "Go away, it's mine, let go, I lead it all." Erica, relying on her parents' indulgence, bullied Roel. After all, Roel was not a blood relative of the Driet family, and so Erica monopolized her parents' affection, simultaneously alienating their relationship with Roel, to the extent that Roel was banished to the Magic Tower, which made Roel hate Erica to the core.
In the original work, it was written that Roel had a desire to burn her to death. Roel stood watching Erica being executed. It was the first time in his life he truly smiled. Roel's only wish, his family, had been stolen by Erica, so it would be strange if he didn't hate her. Roel spoke up again, interrupting her train of thought. "So what? What are you doing here?" Erica felt a slight panic inside. If, based on the original work, Roel's reaction was reasonable. But, she stammered. Well, suddenly facing him like this, she was a little scared. That gaze, who wouldn't be afraid of it? Pushing those thoughts aside, Erica stood up, hands on her hips, and said, I came to see how you are. We're a family after all." She reassured herself. "Don't be afraid. Roel is still just a child after all. If I want to survive, I absolutely need him." Roel gave a faint smile. "Family? What family? I didn't expect that. I didn't expect your mouth could utter that word." Hearing that, Erica immediately felt discouraged. What should I do now? The atmosphere was much worse than she had imagined. If this continues, I'll be finished by Roel before I even die by execution. No, this won't do. So finally, she decided to try a different tactic. Her mouth obediently called out, "Brother."
there's something I absolutely must tell you. Initiating the plan. First campaign.
Erica knelt down, bowing as if in a ritual, and loudly said, "Brother, I was wrong. Now my life and future are more important. Can pride be ground down and eaten? I apologize to you. I am truly sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. Isn't life more important? I will try my best until you completely forgive me. I will change in the future. So please, let me live." Roll saw this scene and froze like a statue. He spoke up. "Stop it. After all, I'm not your biological brother." Her eyes were moist, but... Roll cast a spell. Pya! Erica was slightly surprised. This... could it be magic? He emphasized again. "No matter what you say, no matter what you think, I don't want to hear it anymore. Anyway, nothing can be changed now." He slammed the room door shut, and Roll had already left. As for Erica, I tried to find Roll several times afterward, but ultimately couldn't meet him. She lay on the bed and sighed. Sigh. That's right. I really am hateful. I've bullied him for years.
All she could do was apologize until Roel opened up to her. In principle, Roel only truly wanted Erica dead after she publicly bullied the female lead, Pandora. She told herself that if she just lived a good life from now on, there would be no more problems. Erica would just assume that for now. What to do now? In Erica's mind, there was now a vast field of golden, ripe rice. She sprang up excitedly. That's right, farming. What else? Compared to her previous life where she had to start from scratch, in this life she was practically starting from the finish line. In this world, I am the daughter of a duke. I'm practically born with a super golden spoon among those born with golden spoons. Let's start this aristocratic farming life. Erica looked out the window to observe the situation. She assessed. From what I can see, the land around here is flat, truly suitable for planting something. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but feel regret. Sigh, what a waste. A gift from heaven that isn't being utilized. Seeing such a vast plot of land, she couldn't help but think of her previous life where she diligently farmed. Watching the rice plants grow day by day was incredibly meaningful to her. Seeing the results after a year of work, this year was also a bountiful harvest. It was heartbreaking that all those efforts were ruined in an instant. Erica quickly regained her spirits. But it's okay, I can just start over here. As long as I don't give up, nature will always wait for me. That's right, let's challenge myself once more. Full speed ahead for a bountiful harvest. As soon as she stepped out of the room, her eyes immediately fell upon a displayed sword. She was quite surprised. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, "Young lady, may I ask what you were doing right now?" This was Dright's gardener, Felix.
Erica calmly replied, "What am I doing, you ask?" "Farming, naturally." Felix exclaimed in alarm. "Farming? Why would the young lady be farming?" She tried to come up with a plausible reason. "Well, I'm thinking about how to answer. It's hard to think when you suddenly ask like that." But then a thought suddenly flashed. Erica replied in a loud voice, "A hobby."
Such hobby activities are trending these days, but he still found it a bit hard to believe. Farming is a hobby? She smiled brightly and replied, "Later, I'll give you a list, and you can use it to find seeds for me." Felix hesitantly asked, "This isn't difficult, but I heard you haven't been well lately. I'm worried you might get hurt doing such heavy work." But Erica ignored his concern, saying, "It's fine, I'm very strong." He tried to argue, "My lady is naturally healthy, but if you get injured again, it would be a much bigger deal. Rumors of your illness have already spread throughout the ducal mansion." Hearing this, she brushed off all rumors. "My parents are just overreacting. No one in the Dright family is weak, really." Felix disagreed, retorting, "My lady is an exception in the Dright family. You are as delicate as a flower branch. Farming is truly too much for you." At this moment, Erica's mind was completely filled with dreams of farming, not bothering to listen to anything else. She thought to herself, "Felix, he's not bad, is he? Maybe I should get him to farm with me. He looks strong enough for transplanting rice." Seeing his concern, she also reassured him, "You're worried about me, aren't you? I'll just do a little more and then go home." Hearing this, he vaguely realized something. "My lady, you seem a little different lately." Erica suddenly flinched and quickly changed the subject. "Is that so? Anyway, thank you, Felix. Thanks to you, the Dright family's garden is always beautiful."
Hearing the compliment, Felix blushed, feigning modesty. "It's just what I'm supposed to do. You know very well that taking care of plants isn't easy." Then suddenly, Erica suggested, "Felix, could you bend down a little?" He quickly complied. "Yes, young lady." She placed the straw hat on the gardener's head and reminded him, "From now on, please use this when you work." Seeing this, Felix frantically waved his hands. "How can I? How dare I?" Erica winked mischievously. "Oh, just take it. In return, could you occasionally help me with the farm work?" He conceded. "Of course, young lady." She beamed with joy. "Excellent. The campaign to get everyone to help with the farm work has succeeded." But when he saw what the young lady was holding, Felix couldn't help but be bewildered. His face turned pale, and he stammered, "Oh, wait, it's not what I'm thinking, is it? Young lady, what are you holding? It's not the Dried family's heirloom, the holy sword Garcian, is it?" Erica innocently repeated, "Garcian? If it's Garcian, then—"
This is the holy sword that appeared in the story about the noble lady of the Count's family. This holy sword holds a special ability. It can choose its own master. According to the novel, when used by someone with a pure soul, the sword will bestow power upon its master. I had read this setting in the original work. Thinking that, she brushed that thought aside. "Oh, come on, no way. I took this from a display shelf. Who would leave a precious family heirloom carelessly on a display shelf?" Felix rubbed his chin and explained, "My lady, it's placed on the display shelf because it's both a family heirloom and a symbol." Only then did she realize, this is the Driet household. The Driet household was characterized by simple thinking, believing that if something was a family heirloom, there was no need to hide it. He urged, "My lady, you should return it to its original place." Erica stubbornly insisted, "But it plows fields really well." Her large, round eyes kept staring at the sword. "Unbelievable. This thing is actually a holy sword. Am I using a holy sword instead of a hoe?" If His Grace the Duke were to find out about this, just imagining it, Erica turned pale with fear, thinking to herself, "Then I'm doomed."
She sighed. "I'll use it one last day, then return it to its owner." What a shame. This thing is better for plowing fields than a hoe. Felix quickly left. "Well then, I'll get to work now." Once he was gone, Erica resumed her original thought. But it wouldn't hurt to secretly use it once in a while, right? At that time, I didn't know that this holy sword would make my life incredibly complicated. In the castle, it seemed Felix had found everything on the list. "Here, young lady, these are the seeds you need." Erica smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." Felix rubbed his head shyly. "It's nothing. It's just my duty. I'm happy as long as you like them." But looking at the pile of seeds, she felt something was a bit off. Then she asked again, "Felix, aren't there any rice seeds?" Felix had to admit, "I was actually going to ask you about that. What exactly are the rice seeds you wrote down?" Erica was surprised. "Don't tell me you don't know what rice is either." He had to confess, "I apologize. I'm not an expert, so I even asked others, hoping they might know, but no one knew anything about rice seeds." Her face was now filled with bewilderment. "No one knows? How can no one know anything about rice?" A moment later, Erica nodded in response. "I understand." A thought quickly flashed through her mind. Could it be that rice hasn't been discovered in this place yet? Suddenly, she stepped a little closer to Felix, reminding him, "Oh, right.
"Remember to keep this a secret from my parents. I'm just worried. Having a family that worries too much about you can sometimes be a bit troublesome. Back then, I just said I wanted to rest, and they immediately dismissed all the tutors. There's no way I could tell them I wanted to be a farmer." He nodded. "Yes, young lady, please trust me." Her heart still felt uneasy. He told me to trust him, so why do I still feel so restless? Inside the palace, the food on the table was fully laid out. Erica pondered. Her parents being in the palace right now was an opportunity, but while contemplating, she suddenly caught sight of the chef. Then she spoke up. "Keel, I want to ask you something."
Keel was the chef, and she wondered if he knew what rice was. He was the Duke's head chef, after all. Keel looked a bit bewildered. "Are you talking about Gao?" She corrected her pronunciation. "No, not Gao, but Gao. I don't know why." Keel pondered for a long time, trying to recall everything he knew about Gao. Erica wanted to give up right then. "You really don't know?" Thinking about it, she had never eaten any dish made with rice here. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I've got it!" She pressed, "Really?" A nod replaced his answer. "Yes." Keel confirmed, "I read about it in this book." Only a genius chef could read the legendary book of legends, the encyclopedia. Erica was bewildered. What book? The next answer made her completely freeze. But it was cultivated by ancient sages. It's an extinct ancient crop, isn't it? "You're already interested in history? You're so smart." Erica's gaze swept over him, assessing. Gao is a type of three-lobed plant, so that meant Gao was an extinct plant and no longer existed. He replied, "I've never seen it in real life, so it's probably just a legend." "It's a good thing wheat isn't extinct, isn't it?" Hearing that, she didn't know what to say, only thinking to herself, "That sounds fortunate." Erica began to despair. What would become of her dream of being a successful farmer? Were the images she remembered from her past life her only hope? Erica tried to dig for any meager information. Is there no other information about Gao? Keel opened the book and searched. Let's see. The book has a passage like this. The monsters loved rice, and they carried all the rice up Mount Gaiji-san. But that was just a superstition. How could monsters possibly carry away all the crops? Hearing that, she felt a little disappointed. After all, was there really no rice at all in this world? It made sense. With this temperature, humidity, and soil, it was the perfect environment for rice to grow. There must be a way. She couldn't give up on becoming a successful farmer. In the garden, Erica's voice rang out. "It's done! The planting is complete! Now will the sprouts emerge, the flowers bloom, and the trees bear fruit." Just imagining it made her feel very excited. A soft call rang out. "My lady, the Duke and Duchess have arrived." Erica startled. "Really? Then I must go out to greet them first."
Knowing her parents were back, she rushed out to the yard shouting, "Mom, Dad!" Her father opened his arms to welcome her. "Our princess!" Erica confessed that ever since she remembered her past life, physical intimacy with her parents had suddenly become more awkward, but now she had adapted perfectly. Mrs. Julieta asked with concern, "Nothing happened these past few days, did it?" She nodded, "Yes, except for the fact that I went to the magic tower to meet Roel." Erica decided, "Let's not talk about husbands for now." Hearing that, she was startled. "Roel?" Julieta didn't feel comfortable mentioning that name. "That boy was just waiting to devour you." She was slightly panicked. "Why is that?" That was the Erica of the past. Erica reassured them. "He didn't do anything. It was all because I was spoiled." They asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" "I've decided to tell you both the whole truth about Roel, because more than anyone, I understand the lack of family affection. So from now on, I want to return the love he should have received. I hope it's not too late." Finally, after much internal struggle, Erica decided she had to explain to the Duke and Duchess what had happened up until Roel was taken to the magic tower. "Most of it was due to my jealousy, which led to him being wrongly accused. The truth is, Roel wanted to live in harmony with me." Her parents were naturally stunned. After listening for a while, Julieta sighed. "Erica, what you've said about yourself probably reflects enough. It was also the parents' fault for not taking proper care of Roel. At the very least, we should have meals together as a family." During that dinner, she truly felt something slowly changing. The atmosphere was like an iceberg. She wished someone would speak up. Finally, Father broke the silence. "The food is really to my liking." A soft call echoed. "Roel?" He slowly raised his head and replied, "Yes." Erica secretly marveled. Truly the power of action of the Dreet family. Immediately after hearing Erica's explanation, that evening, Father called Roel to dinner. Indeed, it had been a long time since Roel had dinner with the family. Hazen thoughtfully recounted, "Father heard from Erica that everything about you was a misunderstanding. I have neglected you, haven't I?" Seeing the situation starting to go awry, she anxiously stood up. "Father, this is my fault." He sternly reminded, "Erica, sit still." Julieta sincerely looked over. "Roel, I want to apologize to you." Those dark red pupils trembled slightly. Both parents spoke up simultaneously. "We apologize, Roel. His appearance in this house was entirely by chance. Roel was born in a street slum. The Duke and Duchess appeared before him. That must have been the first warm feeling Roel ever experienced. So even if they were to banish him to the magic tower, he couldn't hate them." Hearing those words, Roel merely bowed politely. "Not at all. Things happened because I wasn't good enough." Julieta suggested, "Roel, if you are all right, would you like to return to our home once more?" He merely replied indifferently, "The magic tower, from the very beginning, was where I wanted to go. I still have things I want to continue researching, so I have no intention of returning here. However, I thank everyone." The madam smiled upon hearing that. "That's right. You always wanted to enter the magic tower, didn't you? When did you say you wanted to become a grand mage?" Roel replied, "If I can freely use magic at the highest level, I can enter this space and take the grand mage examination." Erica recalled, "That's right. Roel is a future grand mage. If he were to return to the ducal house so easily, the story would be ruined. To become a grand mage, he must go through complex procedures. He has entered this space for several years and researched new magic, and he must take an examination in another space using the magic he has researched. In reality, Roel appeared quite late in the original work." Even though he knew it would take a lot of time and involve an arduous process, Roel was determined to become a grand mage, to enhance the Driat family's reputation. He saw this as a way to repay his family's kindness. Hazen agreed and complied. "All right, if that's what you want, then go ahead and do it. I don't know what you'll think after hearing these harsh words, but please come home for meals with the family occasionally." He affirmed, "Roel Driat, you are also a member of the Driat family. I hope you understand that." Roel nodded shyly. "I understand." Erica looked pleased. "The atmosphere seems quite touching, doesn't it?" Hazen continued to ask his son, "All right, is your magic training going smoothly these days?" Roel also opened up more than before. "I'm still trying, still lacking a bit." Hearing that, Erica was momentarily stunned. Lacking? Even Prince Roxelin, who held the position of the strongest swordsman, was said to be defeatable by Roel. Thinking this, Erica happily replied, "Saying you're still lacking is being too modest. Brother, father, mother, listen to me.
He has already reached advanced magic. The other two heard this as if struck by lightning, unable to believe their ears.
Julieta pressed. Really? Hazen also showed great excitement. High-level magic is something that even professional mages occasionally fail at? At this age, you can already use high-level magic? It's not completely perfected yet. I've only managed to cast 1 or 2 spells. Even 1 or 2 spells are impressive enough. Your magical talent is truly amazing, isn't it? His parents' incessant praise made Roel feel a little embarrassed, but that moment was caught by Erica. Look at you, you're blushing.
She seemed very pleased. Excellent. His success earned him praise. He truly was still just a child. But as soon as her eyes met those of her older brother, Erica couldn't help but let out a hiccup and quickly turned away. She reassured herself, startled, thinking her heart would burst just from that brief eye contact. In any case, it seems she had successfully soothed Roel's heart. Everything went well for the first time, and she had to be careful not to appear hateful anymore. Beside the carriage with the dazzling family crest, a voice rang out. "Be careful on your way back, Roel." Julieta continued her husband's words. "I'm worried because the road to the magic tower is right at the foot of Mount Gaji." And Hazen also agreed. "That's right, the number of beasts has increased lately." This information made Erica, who was nearby, worried. The number of beasts has increased? However, a hand gently rested on her head, reassuring her. "That's right, your parents have also had to go to the palace lately because of this issue." Julieta beside her also sighed and complained. "It's the problem with Mount Gaji. Suddenly the beast attacks have increased, so His Majesty is very worried, and his condition has become more serious." Hazen then said, "All the more reason for the royal sword, the Dryad family, to exert themselves even more. So Roel, even though it's a road you travel frequently, you still need to be careful." Hearing this, Roel simply replied softly, "Yes, I remember. Isn't this situation serious enough for the 2 strongest individuals to appear? In this world there is a race called beasts. They are a strange, unidentifiable species, stronger and more agile than normal. The biggest problem is that the main food source for beasts is humans, and humans are constantly threatened by them. That is why the royal family has ordered the royal sword, the Dryad family, to concentrate in the border areas with beasts and persistently subdue them. Although beasts are a concern, sometimes they are also useful. The Ray's Empire, where I live, borders Mount Gaji, the habitat of beasts, and also the Empire's frontier."
Therefore, the reason why the still powerful empire has not yet been able to conquer the Rice Empire is due to the monsters living on Mount Gaji. After a moment of thought, Erica's eyes widened as if realizing that the monsters on Mount Gaji were increasing. Hazen continued to explain that a type of monster called Raycon was living on Mount Gaji. There were rumors that this was related to the collection of grains and even the collection of ancient, extinct crop species. Upon hearing this, her face immediately lit up. "That's it." At this, Roel politely bowed and said, "Then I'll take my leave now." Erica herself was overjoyed. The monster said to be a Raycon must surely hold the secret of rice, so she had to go confirm it immediately. She was unaware that Roel was observing her with a probing gaze. The scene shifted to the grounds. The family garden was unusually quiet today. Erica's sparkling eyes secretly calculated. Left, right, nothing strange.
Good, no problem. However, when jumping down from the railing, Erica landed face first. She rubbed her forehead, wincing in pain. I still haven't adapted to this body. After resolving to climb Mount Gaji, the first thing she had to do was check her physical condition, strength, jumping power, and recovery ability. She had a rough idea, but as expected of the Dryad lineage, most members of the Dryad family were as strong as monsters. Fortunately, Erica's body was born with Dryad blood. Then Erica set her feet on the ground. She limped along, making a decision. My ankle hurts a bit, but at this point, I can't get up on planting rice. Since I have the holy sword by my side, I'll give it a try. Very quickly, Erica stopped, her clear eyes wavering. Looking at the scene before her, Erica couldn't help but exclaim, "It's wider than I thought. Behind Duke Dryad's mansion is Mount Gaji. It's embarrassing to have found Raccoon's base by pestering the butler. Would an ambush work here at this point?" In any case, she wasn't climbing Mount Gaji unprepared. Her previous life's body was called a monster due to her innate motor nerves. Sword fighting, taekwondo, boxing, judo, she had tried them all, and she had also learned farming techniques.
But she was still a little worried because she hadn't adapted to this monster body yet. At this moment, she saw something. 2 long, perked-up ears. Erica observed the small creature in front of her, a question echoing in her mind. Is that Raccoon? However, in the blink of an eye, it immediately ran away. She quickly followed with her gaze. That was Raccoon's den. A moment later, Erica was there. She bent down to investigate. Her round eyes widened as she looked inside. In front of Erica now was a pile of glowing food. However, she was quickly disappointed. There's none, no rice at all. Ha! How can there be so much but not a single grain of rice? Lost in expressing her feelings, Erica didn't notice Raccoon's presence behind her. By the time she turned to look, it was already growling with fury.
Erica broke into a sweat, only daring to call out in her mind, "Rabbit, hello, hello there. But why does it look so angry?" The very next second, a loud noise came from the forest again.
Erica clutched her head in panic. What is this? The rabbit suddenly grew enormous. Wait, could that be a grain of rice? Erica thought to herself. So this rabbit is raccoon. This seems difficult. No matter what, I must get those grains of rice. No sooner said than done, Erica immediately drew her sword and charged towards the giant raccoon. The two sides officially confronted each other, their determined gazes unyielding. One side was human, the other a rabbit, both brimming with fighting spirit. Following the earth-shattering roar, the birds in the forest were also startled and flew away. Erica panted exhaustedly, observing the creature in front of her, thinking to herself, it's truly not as easy as expected. There's no sign of it falling. Just then, her ankle throbbed again. Erica instinctively knelt on one knee, trying to support her body. A flicker of worry appeared in her eyes. My ankle can't move anymore. It must be because I stumbled when leaving the mansion. When she looked up again, the creature's claw was already raised high in front of Erica. No!
This was inevitable. Suddenly, Roel appeared and cast a spell, shield, explosion. With just 2 consecutive spells, the Rakhan silhouette vanished before their eyes. Erica's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, how did you do that? However, Roel gritted his teeth. He spun around, shouting, Erica, I came to check, but I can't believe it. What on earth are you thinking? However, Roel was completely unaware of the Rakhan's presence behind him. As Roel turned his head, its massive hand was what met his eyes. A loud cry simultaneously rang out, Brother! Following that was a scene of swirling dust. Erica and Roel embraced, successfully escaping the Rakhan's attack. It took a long while before she slowly struggled to her feet, followed by a fit of coughing. Erica's eyes turned to the person behind her. A desperate cry rang out, Brother Roel! He's a bit weak, but he's still breathing. Is he just going to faint like this? The Rakhan's foot once again stomped onto the ground.
Before Erica's astonished eyes, the monster's sharp claws gleamed in the night. The Rakhan, with angry eyes, stared at them. Erica reached for the hilt of her sword, thinking to herself, I've been too complacent. Please, help me, grant me the strength to protect Roel. Her plea seemed to be answered. A pillar of light suddenly appeared, shooting straight up into the sky. Even the Rakhan had to shield its face from the intense light. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, catching Erica's attention. Hey, over here, you idiot! Which left her dumbfounded for a moment. It turned out to be Garcian, grumbling, You're truly annoying. How dare you turn me into a hoe? Seeing this, Erica couldn't help but wonder, what kind of hoe is this? Which made Garcian correct her. It's not a hoe, it's a sword. She frowned in curious contemplation, muttering, This hoe, but it yelled back, Don't look down on me. Observing the glowing hoe in her hand, Erica remarked, No matter how I look at it, it's not a normal hoe.
It feels comfortable in my hand. This is the most luxurious pickaxe I know. This pickaxe even talks. It's truly miraculous. You're making it mad again. I told you it's a holy sword. Rakhan doubted life itself, giving a judgmental look as he listened to their conversation, unable to believe he could hold such a good pickaxe in his life. Who do you think would like such a compliment? Is my pride, that of a holy sword, being scorned? A thought suddenly flashed through Erica's mind. That's right. She boldly stomped her foot on the ground, then lunged towards Rakhan under its surprised gaze. At that moment, Erica remembered her mother's teachings. The words were etched deep within her. Listen carefully to what I say, my child. Don't just look, but feel. Close your eyes and begin to imagine. Now before you are weeds, a type of weed that needs to be removed. Think about their deep roots. Erica's eyes widened, shining with determination. She shouted loudly, unleashing a peasant's martial art. Weeds, remove obstacles.
The thunder had just ceased when the pickaxe in Erica's hand struck the monster's head. They brushed past each other, and the outcome was clear. She landed softly. Exhausted, Erica breathed heavily. With a wary look, she slowly turned to look at Rakhan behind her. Rakhan had been defeated. After the battle ended, Erica suddenly vomited a mouthful of red liquid onto the ground. Her eyes widened in surprise as she secretly observed the puddle of liquid. Red syrup? What the hell? Internal injuries? She thought to herself, I don't know the exact reason, but it's terrible. I think the holy sword lent me its power. She wondered again. Come to think of it, what happened to the rice grains? Then Erica risked crawling closer to the Rakhan lying on the ground. The rice grains in its necklace were still intact. Erica's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She smiled as she picked them up and examined them closely. My God, it's really rice. It's rice. I wasn't mistaken. I thought I'd never find it, but it turns out I found it so easily. She continued to think, by the way, this must be a sealing spell. How do I break it? But why would a monster carry sealed rice? At this moment, Erica's spirit was gradually reaching its limit, feeling so dizzy she thought she might faint. Suddenly, the sound of Roll echoed in the night, and Roll himself rushed towards her, Erica. Erica couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw him. Thank goodness you're safe. She thought to herself, I want to go towards Roll too.
Her body, Roll's hand reached out, just in time for Erica to fall into his arms. Roll hesitated. You? She smiled and replied, Thank goodness you're not badly hurt. Roll's face darkened, not responding to a word. Erica was now wearing a satisfied smile, thanking God that she had been able to protect Roll's face. What would happen if that national treasure face were to be injured? I protected it. Calls rang out one after another. Erica, Erica, Erica. She frowned in annoyance. Too noisy. Everyone was loudly calling her name, making Erica open her eyes wide. Miss! Oh, Miss! Erica! Finally, she burst out shouting, "It's so noisy I could die! Stop calling, I'm not dead yet!" Seeing her expression, Hazen and Julieta both broke into joyful smiles. Erica! Felix couldn't hold back either, his eyes already welling up. Keo on this side was sniffling. Even the maids and the butler covered their faces and sobbed.
Erica's parents hurriedly called out, "You're awake, Erica." She wondered in surprise, "What the hell?" Hazen anxiously placed a hand on her forehead to check. "How does your body feel, Erica?" She was so bewildered by the scene that she dazedly replied, "I'm fine, but why is everyone in my room?" They began to explain. "We were worried about you. We thought the young lady would just die." So it was. Erica Driet was the only daughter the Driet couple had, like a miracle. Those around her, like her parents, also cherished her as their only daughter, influenced by those respective parents. This must be enough of a stepping stone for Erica to become a villain. However, no matter what, those around her became even more agitated, constantly making absurd suggestions to Hazen. "I will immediately go to the ocean at a depth of 1,000 meters to retrieve herbs. Sir, please allow me to find and bring back a Kentaurus horn for the young lady." Erica helplessly sighed. "I'm tired of all this commotion." Then she loudly interrupted, "Enough, I'm fine, so please stop now." They hesitated, wanting to argue, but immediately Julieta quickly pushed them away, directly rescuing Erica. "This is an intimate conversation between mother and daughter, so everyone please leave."
Hazen hesitated, wanting to stay, and said, "Julieta, I am her father." But in the end he was still thrown out, completely ostracized. Hazen had no choice but to leave. When only the two of them remained, Julieta finally sat down. The atmosphere finally became a little quieter. "Now, explain yourself." Erica looked at the murderous aura emanating from Julieta, enough to make her panic. The terrifyingly cold atmosphere confirmed that this was indeed the mother who had once wiped out the entire imperial palace years ago. "What is it?" Seeing her daughter determined to play dumb, Julieta offered a friendly smile. "You were alone then, without an escort. Why? What was your reason for being there?" Erica stammered, unable to articulate her words. Julieta's smile, though friendly, was incredibly terrifying, so Erica quickly fabricated a reason. "Monsters appeared, and as a member of the Dreet family, I couldn't just stand by."
Her mother curiously asked again, "Child, why?" Erica firmly stated, "Because I am also a Driet family member. I also want to fight monsters like father and mother." "It's quite convenient to suddenly justify yourself like that, isn't it?" Julieta finally softened at Erica's words. "I understand your intentions, and I will let it slide this time. Don't let something like this happen again, understood?" Erica excitedly exclaimed, "It's over, thankfully." However, her mother still playfully hit Erica and reminded her, "What was that? This child, my heart almost jumped out of my chest because of you. Because of your impulsiveness, not only were you injured, but Roel was also injured." Only then did Erica remember Roel. How is he? Where is he now? Early in the morning at the Driet family mansion, Roel was sitting distractedly, looking out the window. His eyes held many unspoken things. Recalling the previous night, also at this very mansion, Julieta had sighed in relief and praised him. "You saved your sister when facing the monster." Mr. Hazen also patted his head and encouraged him. "Well done, Roel. Moreover, you even recognized your sister's abnormality early on." Roel avoided their gaze out of embarrassment. "I hope I didn't cause everyone to worry?" Mr. Hazen reassured him. "It's enough that you two returned safely."
"Yes, I've noticed that, something we hadn't realized before." Julieta, beside him, smiled and continued, "I'll warn the girl. I didn't expect Erica to act so unexpectedly." Remembering Roel and Erica's disheveled appearance, Hazen couldn't help but sigh. "I was so shocked when I heard you two were injured. Roel, you've really been through a lot." Roel still couldn't feel at ease, frowning as he denied the compliments. "No, because I'm weak, so—" Julieta's gentle voice rang out, "Lift your head, Roel. You did very well. Don't blame yourself. Because you're a Driet, these things happen." Hazen, beside her, chimed in with a loud laugh. "Isn't it being a Driet to have your body react faster than your thoughts? You're a member of the Driet family too." The happy memory ended, and Roel blushed slightly as he leaned against the window. He remained sitting there silently, bathed in the morning sunbeams. A few days later, at the Driet Abbey mansion, Hazen's voice rang out, announcing, "Roel has returned to the magic tower and is resting."
Julieta felt somewhat relieved to hear that. The boy only has minor scratches, so don't worry too much. Erica bounced around excitedly. "I'm going to the magic tower right away."
Just as she was about to dash out to the balcony, Julieta suddenly called out, startled, "Erica!" Although Driants have better physical abilities than anyone, many of them strangely lead short lives. Do you know why? She widened her eyes at her mother's strange words. "Why?" Erica slowly replied. "Because of their excessively altruistic tendencies. Even when danger strikes, they rush in instead of running away. All generations of Dryads have short lives due to their simplicity and bravery. That's why I hope you don't grow up to be a true Dryad. When you have to run, just run. If you have to be a coward to live, then be a coward. You're still a child. It's okay to rely on your mother a little longer." This sentiment astonished Erica to the point of being moved. Mother! But her subsequent words made her feel 10 times colder. Therefore, climbing out the window at night is now forbidden, she thought in a panic. Oh no, this is so troublesome. Suddenly, Julieta seemed to remember something. "Here, while searching for you, the knights found this. I heard Erica knocked it down?" Erica was momentarily surprised to see Raycon. This rabbit? The monster from back then? It even shrunk. Julieta's words immediately after startled it completely. The basic rule of monster hunting is to identify the vital point. They brought it here because it's still alive, but since this is your first hunt, I'll let you finish it off. Watching Raycon struggle in front of her, Erica secretly thought, why did these words sound like a concession? Anyway, it looks so cute. Indeed, during the war with the Empire, Mother was known as the War Witch. Raycon was now comfortably placed on Julieta's lap, sobbing.
Erica began to feel a pang of pity, but it was useless. It looked truly pitiful. That afternoon, she had been spending time with Raycon all day long. She wondered, what should I do with this fellow? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. It turned out to be Betty, the maid of the Dreet family. Upon entering, she smiled and asked, "Young lady, how are you feeling?" But Betty was immediately made curious by Raycon's appearance. Then she exclaimed like a fangirl of small rabbits, "Oh my God, young lady, when did you get this cute rabbit?"
Watching her demeanor, Erica couldn't help but harbor suspicious thoughts. What she had heard was that all those who came before possessed outstanding abilities. Looking at such erratic speech and actions, it certainly wasn't Betty to begin with. At this moment, Betty's gaze landed on Rakathon, and she asked, "Looking closely now, its fur has been shaved haphazardly. Who would do such a cruel thing?" Erica muttered angrily upon hearing this. "I'm the one who did that cruel thing." Betty at this moment was intently staring at Rakathon and exclaimed, "Even so, if its fur grows back, it'll be so cute." Erica's eyes widened as she observed Betty's excited mood, then thought to herself, of course it looks cute on the outside, but in the enemy's lair, how terrifying an enemy can be. If it secretly displays its cuteness like this, does it deserve sympathy and affection? I'm also carefully observing. Should I kill it, as Mother said? The reason for destroying monsters is their dangerous nature. If this one isn't a threat, there's no need to kill it, right? Let me think. Clearly, in her previous life, Father had dealt with the arrogant creature. Erica recalled a memory from her previous life. "Father, this little one doesn't listen at all." The man gently reminded her, "Not all animals are obedient, my child." It was a very simple theory, but Erica remembered every word and curled her lips into a sneer, as usual.
When being punished, it's necessary to clearly distinguish and establish discipline immediately. Erica stood in front of Rakathon, silently recalling her previous life's father's words. As for punishment, since they are still beasts, their bodies must be very sturdy. It's best if they eat rewards. The question is whether their nature is to only eat human flesh or if there's another way. She would slowly think more about it. Suddenly, Erica remembered something she needed to ask. Come to think of it, why is Belle here? Belle froze for a few seconds, then pulled an object from her pocket. "Because of the rabbit I completely forgot about," she said. "I came to give this to the young lady." Erica happily accepted the gift box, which contained her rice. "I completely forgot about this too. Thank you, Belle," she said. Belle smiled in response. "It's nothing. The young lady cherished it so much, yet the young master tried to burn it as soon as he saw it." Hearing this, Erica exclaimed in alarm. "What?" She couldn't believe what she had just heard, thinking to herself, "I wonder who the mentally unstable male supporting character is now." This was something people risked their lives to find. But why did Rael react like that? Was it because a beast possessed it that he couldn't accept it? To get the rice grains out, magic was needed.
But would Roel listen to my request? Thinking about it, people say this national treasure is a sword, so it should have chosen the female protagonist as its master. The sword Garcian in the original story was Driat's family heirloom, which he gifted to the royal family to prevent Erica's death sentence. Pandora, who entered the royal palace as a knight, coincidentally stumbled upon Garcian, and from then on, the sword chose Pandora as its master. Erica, who escaped the death sentence thanks to the family heirloom, did not reflect on that fact. Immediately after the heirloom chose Pandora as its master, she became obsessed and determined to harm Pandora, unaware that this decision would doom herself. Anyway, some principles must be broken to survive.
Let's go for a walk in the field. Thinking too much is giving me a headache. While lost in thought, a loud voice caught Erica's attention. Hey, stop right there! She flinched, looking around, wondering where the voice came from. Garcian angrily scolded. Over here, right here! Have you already forgotten my voice? It was then that Erica realized. Oh right, you can talk, can't you? Garcian cleared its throat and reminded her. I am the sword Garcian. How does it feel to awaken after 1,000 years? She was probably too moved to speak. Its self-satisfied words left her bewildered, not understanding what it was saying. Garcian continued its rambling. So what do you desire? To save this world, conquer monsters, and build a world solely for humans? If not that, then to destroy those who threaten you. Come on, speak your mind. Erica was completely uninterested, merely widening her eyes and asking in return, My wish? I only have one. Upon hearing this, a multitude of question marks appeared around Garcian. Erica happily jumped off the bed. Good, a hoe is easier to plow with than a sword. It cried out in confusion. What? What do you mean? Wait. Once outside, Erica began to utter puzzling words. Anyway, today is the day to plow the plot of land on the right. Ignored, Garcian tried to call out, Hey, over there! Looking at the lush plot of land outside the garden, she murmured, Having a hoe makes me feel much more at ease, doesn't it? This made Garcian lose its composure and snap. Hey! Erica frowned and told it sternly, What are you calling for? I'm talking about something important. Garcian didn't back down, retorting, What's so important about that? However, she calmly explained step by step, Because to sow seeds, one must plow the field.
Garcian immediately protested upon hearing that. No way, this mistress is really… Erica turned to provoke it. What, don't you like the shape of a hoe? How about we switch to a shovel? As soon as this suggestion was made, Garcian hastily flew away. It flew far enough that Erica couldn't reach it, then began to criticize. Where has the pride of the holy sword gone? Plowing fields? This body is a sword saint. Erica paid no attention to its words. Her eyes widened with delight. What is this? You can fly too? How amazing! You truly are the perfect hoe. Praised, Garcian completely forgot its anger. Sir Garcian can do anything. Not only can I fly, but I can also extend myself. Why? Because this body alone is a sword saint. Without a second hesitation, Erica leaped up and caught it in one swift move. Garcian vehemently protested. Hey, I was flying so coolly. But the only reply was a warning glare from her. What was that? Hey!
She showed it who's boss with a punch that ruined the tea table. Erica's face darkened as she laughed loudly. Oh my, is it because I'm young that I'm so strong? I can't control my strength, can I? In the end, Garcian was once again trembling into silence by this threat. Erica smiled brightly and asked again, Come on, say it again, master. It stammered out each word subserviently. Let's resolve this through dialogue, please. That's right, Farm. You said you wanted to go farming, didn't you? I'll do a really good job, master. Seeing its attitude, she was somewhat satisfied. That's more like it. In a flash, Erica spun around to where Rakan was fleeing, calling out, Over there! Wait! Where do you think you're going? It was quickly cornered by her, both helpless and terrified. Erica was seen to offer a not-so-saintly smile, proposing, I was planning to go out quickly to work in the fields, but do you know the saying, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today? So, shall we begin the punishment? A flash of light from Garcian's sword tip shot towards Rakan. A piercing scream echoed from there throughout the mansion. After correctly applying punishment and reward, the taming of the beast proceeded smoothly. Erica dotingly offered the chicken leg. Rakan, how about this? Rakan was initially a little wary, sniffing the food. Immediately after, it picked it up and ate it with relish. She exclaimed happily, It's eating! Chicken really is the best! Rakan's appetite was satisfied by the chicken. The most troublesome thing was its aggression towards humans. Betty gently said, Hello there, Bunny. In contrast, Rakan irritably scratched. After a few strokes, it calmed down. After eating, Erica took it down to the sun-drenched garden. She propped her hands and observed intently, thinking, You're calmer now, aren't you? Although it still acted up occasionally, this could be considered passing the test. After deciding to adopt Rakan, she decided to make it an agricultural assistant. Erica kindly explained, Rakan, this is called a seed. From now on, you'll be in charge of sowing seeds, okay? Got it? She taught it like this for several days. Rakan became a decent agricultural assistant. Now Rakan could do everything by itself.
Erica crossed her arms, silently assessing with satisfaction that the seed had been carefully planted. Suddenly Felix approached from a distance and called out, Milady, it seems you're really raising it. She quickly replied, It's more useful than I thought, so I want to keep it. He said incredulously, They are born with an evil nature, yet this is truly miraculous. No one has ever succeeded in training a monster. Hearing this, she immediately defended her pet. Rakan is extremely docile. Felix thought in confusion, Only to Milady it is. At this moment, Rakan saw him and bared its teeth ferociously.
Erica immediately tapped Rakan lightly on the head, then reminded it, "I told you not to bare your teeth." Felix expressed his surprise. "A monster harmless to humans."
"That's right, because you caught it." Hearing that, she froze, confused, and asked again, "What are you talking about?" He continued, "If you need it, I'll bring you some beast-suppressing items. To some extent, they can suppress the beast's power." Erica was surprised. "There's such a thing? Then please help me place the beast-suppressing items on this farm." Felix wondered, "Where are you going?" She replied excitedly, "I'm going to the magic tower. The farming is going smoothly, but there's a problem. After I woke up, I haven't been able to meet Roll. I've tried to contact him by letter and left messages, but I haven't received any reply from Roll." Erica worried. A thought quietly arose in her heart. Could something have happened? A week has passed since then, and there's still no reply, so I have no choice but to go to the tower directly. If I meet Roll again, I must apologize again and ask him about the rice seed seal. Currently, in the magic tower, the blonde wizard was trying to explain. "I apologize, miss, but it's difficult to meet him right now." But Erica continued to plead. Yes, even for a moment would be fine. He awkwardly refused. Even though I've called his room several times, he hasn't answered. This person was a wizard in the magic tower. He's on sick leave and isn't coming to the research lab. I heard something big happened at the ducal house. Could it be that he hasn't fully recovered? It's nothing serious, so please don't worry, miss. Her face showed a hint of sadness. She thought to herself, how could I not worry?
Until Roel became a Grand Magus, he always carefully concealed his true strength. Perhaps because I was by his side when he fought the monster, Roel felt defeated for not fighting with all his might. After a long period of thought, Erica gently decided to put it aside for now. I'll come back tomorrow. She secretly thought, it's highly unlikely that Rael's abilities were severely damaged. I'll come tomorrow then. Could it be a major issue I haven't considered? The next day, Leah continued to make excuses. It seems he's not feeling well today either. The day after that, he awkwardly refused. No, isn't he busy with his personal research? The day after that, Leah spoke with a hint of helplessness. I apologize, miss. Erica thought disappointedly. Every time I've come, I've been turned away. That's right, Rael is deliberately avoiding me. She tried to press him. Where is Rael's room? Under Erica's relentless questioning, he subtly dodged. Where is Rael's room, I wonder? Without waiting for him to answer, she ran off, saying, I heard the new mages will be on the first floor, right? The room at the end of the first floor, correct? He quickly tried to stop her, but ultimately it was too late. Wait, miss.
The first floor room was currently shut tight and quiet. Erica ran over and knocked on the room door. As she knocked, she repeatedly called out loudly, Brother, please open the door a little. I have something to tell you. Talk to me for a bit. Erica continued to raise her voice. Brother, you heard everything, didn't you? Brother! But her urgency was met only with silence. Erica gradually lost her composure, feeling restless and annoyed. Then, unable to hold back, she angrily yelled, Fine, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. I'm truly, truly leaving. You hear? Meanwhile, Rolls sat calmly by the window, quietly observing. Below, Erica angrily turned her back and walked away. For a moment, his gaze subtly wavered. After that day, I went to look for Rolls several more times. Erica excitedly brought out food. Brother, aren't you hungry? I brought strawberries. The next day, Brother, how about steamed fish? Doesn't it smell amazing?
The next day, a soft voice rang out. If you don't go out into the sunlight, I hear you'll get osteoporosis. How about taking a walk with me? The only response to those words was silence, making Erica grind her teeth in frustration. As she knocked, Erica angrily shouted, Hey you, how long are you going to lock yourself in? At least eat some food and go outside. A moment later, she suddenly noticed and thought to herself, Now that I think about it, why don't I just break down the door? And the short-haired mage complained, Come to think of it, have you seen today's lunch menu? There's pork, rice, and more. The other person replied, What can I do? I'm poor now because of research. The mages at the magic tower were all reclusive, characterized by knowing nothing but research. All their money was poured into research. Since no profit was gained, meals at the magic tower were always simple. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Erica's head. Then she cautiously started a conversation with the other two. Is there anything I can do? A long while later, Erica cheerfully announced, The strawberry tart is finished. I made it from strawberries I harvested myself. The mages, eyes sparkling with desire, watched the tart. One person exclaimed, Good heavens, did the young lady truly make these? Such small hands, yet her cooking skills are truly astonishing. Another immediately added, Ruel, this guy is truly blessed to have such a lovely and skilled princess sister. The monocle-wearing mage quickly took a bite. Then they all exclaimed in unison, A burst of flavor!
We've been eating things like meat porridge all the time, and now we finally get to eat delicious strawberry cake. Miss Erica, could you help us with our meals? Erica scratched her head shyly. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm a busy person. They immediately pleaded. Please, just this once, we'll do whatever you say. Seeing that they had taken the bait, Erica was delighted. Anything? They replied in unison, "Yes, anything." She continued, "In that case—" After that, everyone went out to her garden. Erica cheered. "All right, mage team number 1, cast." Immediately, they all cast spells to water the garden. The bespectacled mage, number 1, loudly asked, "Princess, is this enough water?" She then instructed further, "To prevent the sapling's roots from rotting, water them more evenly." He immediately obeyed. Yes, Miss Erica truly is very knowledgeable. After that, I occasionally cooked for the mages, gradually becoming close to them, to the point where I could enter and exit the magic tower without a second thought. A month passed like this. I still couldn't meet Roll. Returning to reality, Erica happily looked at the rows of newly sprouted seedlings, all perfectly even. "Raycon," she called. "Pause. Feet." She happily stroked its head gently, praising. "Good job." Its fur had also grown longer, thanks to diligent training. Raycon now looked quite like a pet. She placed Raycon on her shoulder, quietly looking towards the tightly closed window of Roll's room.
Erica fell silent, thinking to herself. Although Leah said Roll was in his room, since Roll was a mage, he could open a spatial rift himself and leave this place. Anyway, it would be wonderful if Roll's heart could be changed this way. She turned around, standing before the fruits of her and Rockin's labor. Then Erica smiled contentedly, softly exclaiming, "It's all done," planting flowers in front of Roll's room.
Next, she bent down and picked a few blooming flowers. Erica gathered the white blossoms into a bouquet and placed them on his windowsill, hoping he would accept them and find some solace. Erica stood silently, waiting for the door to open. Memories flooded back. What should she say now, she thought to herself. From her unrequited love to meeting him and begging for forgiveness, to the accident and his injury. Even if his feelings for her had diminished, there was nothing else she could do. Erica, disheartened, her eyes stinging, spoke up. "Even so, couldn't you hate me just a little less? Here, I receive love from many people, and I always feel happy. But sometimes when I feel like the setting is from a novel, I can't hide my loneliness." Erica softly added, "Even though I'm probably sick of it by now, for the pain I've caused him all this time, I want to apologize kindly once more. I'm truly sorry. If the will of the book, no, if I could change something." Erica's face showed a fleeting sadness, her eyes quietly downcast. It turned out that Roll's heart, no matter how selfish, was truly difficult to forgive. Witnessing Erica's sad expression, Rakan grumbled uncomfortably.
Seeing that attitude, she couldn't help but scold. "Oh my God, this kid again." After that, Raycon jumped down from Erica's shoulder. As soon as it landed, it turned back, sticking out its tongue to tease her. Erica angrily picked up Garcia and threatening, "Haven't you had enough training yet?" Hearing that, Raycon momentarily panicked, a sense of fear rising within it. Without hesitation, it sprawled out, playing tricks that left Erica feeling helpless and speechless. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, making Erica think, the wind. The gentle breeze lightly brushed past her braided hair. At this moment, the one-eyed glasses-wearing mage looked amused. Seeing this scene, Erica also smiled faintly and radiantly. "Raycon, come here. Let's go home." Meanwhile, inside the room, Roll stood intently watching Erica's back. He was surprised by the scene before him and all her actions. After that, Roll subtly frowned in displeasure. Raycon jumped onto Erica's shoulder, preparing to leave, when it suddenly felt a sharp, cold gaze. It cautiously let out a small cry. "I keep trying to meet Roll, but I still haven't seen him." Erica sighed dejectedly. She cuddled with the jade-green cube in her hand. Erica lay bored on the bed, thinking to herself, "My birthday is coming soon. He won't be locked in the magic tower all day then, will he?" Suddenly, Julieta called out from outside, "Erica! Will you be home today?" Her next words caught Erica's attention. "Do you want to go somewhere with me?" Finally, she agreed. Upon arriving, Julieta spoke, "It's been a long time."
"Are you feeling better?" The other person replied, "Please come in, Julieta. Thank you for taking the time to visit me." Julieta continued worriedly, "My dear friend is sick. Of course I had to visit." The other person said gratefully, "Thank you. I'm very happy." At this moment, Erica smiled outwardly but cried inwardly, thinking, "Oh no, this can't be happening. I haven't even had a chance to talk about Ruel yet. I never expected that the place my mother came to would be the male lead's house." Then Julieta turned to look at her. "Oh, that's right. I want to introduce someone to you. This is my daughter, Erica." Erica bowed gracefully. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman smiled brightly in response. "The pleasure is all mine, Erica. That is Duchess Ripepiece." She thought to herself, "So this lady is the male lead's mother?" A moment later, the three began to enjoy tea. Julieta started. "How have you been lately? Are you feeling better?" She replied, "I'm still continuing treatment, but it hasn't improved much." In another corner, Sean was quietly observing. Suddenly, a servant called out, "Young master, the Duke is looking for you." Immediately after, he left with an expressionless face.
On this side, Erica was heartily eating cake, and Madame Ripepiece was kindly and attentively watching her. Noticing the slightly strange atmosphere, Erica looked up and wondered, "Why is it so quiet? Am I too focused on eating? I've already eaten the 8th one." After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Julieta, I wish I could take care of my son like you do, chat happily together and let him know how much I love him. Unfortunately, Right Peace cannot be like that. If one day I have to leave, please take care of my son. She looked up at Madame Right Peace with her big round eyes. Half a day passed. As soon as Erica returned, she immediately called out, Rakan, I'm back. Let's go out and work. Receiving no reply, she called again. Rakan, not here either. Where could he be? Unable to find him after searching, the puzzled girl mumbled, How strange. At this moment, Rakan was in a corner, thinking to himself, I can't understand humans anymore, ever since I regained my power. I want to return to my beast form and take revenge immediately, but it's all because of this beast magic controller.
Finally, Erica found it and joyfully exclaimed, Ah, there you are! What are you doing here? It flinched, unable to react in time. The girl picked it up and excitedly said, Let's go plow the fields. But Raycon squirmed uncomfortably, secretly complaining, I'm sick of plowing the fields. I can't stand that guy peeking at me through the curtains. And I don't want to be an exploited plowing beast like this. I wish I could escape these crazy people, even just for one day. Out in the garden, Garcia excitedly laughed. What do you think? This untamed beast, have you seen how much faster I am than you? That proves I'm more useful, doesn't it? Then Garcia decisively plunged into the ground. I am absolutely perfect. I'm still cool and amazing, even in this mundane tool form. Raycon secretly thought, Garcian seems to really enjoy farming.
This little one also bears its fangs and claws less than before. Suddenly, the box next to Erica glowed. She gently placed her hand on top of the box. Erica picked it up and held it up to the sunlight, thinking to herself, I've asked the majors of the magic tower about this magic seal, but no one knows how to break it. Perhaps the only one who knows the answer is he, the greatest mage in the novel. After that, Erica sadly sighed. But there's no way for me to meet him, and besides, how can I tell my parents that this pickaxe is actually a divine sword? No one in this house would object to me becoming the owner of this heirloom, but she remembered her efforts. Once her parents knew the truth, they would make her learn swordsmanship. The etiquette classes alone already took up too much time for farming. And in 5 years, the training journey to become the heir of the Dryad family would begin, whether she wanted it or not. Then Erica came up with a plan. It's fine. From now on, I'll just keep it a secret that I've become the owner of the divine sword.
Since my parents are very busy with magic research, hiding this matter won't be a problem. I thought everything through. Can I rest now? Erica stretched for a while, then said, Pack it up and let's go inside, everyone. Night fell, and a full moon hung, shining brightly in the darkness. In the quiet room, a strange light suddenly appeared. Following that, sparkling dust slowly spread throughout the space. Finally, a man's silhouette appeared in the middle of the room. Roll approached the bed where Erica was sound asleep. The sparkling dust gradually vanished, restoring peace to the room. He slowly reached out his hand. Immediately after, Roll grabbed the deeply sleeping Raycon and lifted it up, causing it to groggily wake up and curse under its breath. Huh? Who dares to pick me up? Huh? Seeing the face clearly, Raycon was stunned. What the hell is this kid doing? Roll looked at Raycon with murderous intent and softly said, I should have killed it. Hearing this, it cried out in fear.
Raycon trembled on his arm, thinking to himself, this guy is 100 times more terrifying than that girl. Roel, with a complicated expression, looked at the peacefully sleeping Erica, muttering to himself, I really don't understand how she can be so generous to the monster that almost killed her. Doesn't she realize the killing intent rising? It doesn't even recognize its owner anymore. Just because of this, After saying that, Roel helplessly sighed softly. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at her. That's right, I almost lost her. His mind began to recall his parents' words. Look, Roel, this is your sister. Isn't she adorable? At that time, Roel, full of doubting affection, carefully observed. She's so small, I'm afraid if I touch her, I'll hurt her. He thought to himself, the baby looks so fragile and precious, to the point where I can't bring myself to hold her. Just seeing her makes me happy all day. With such an adorable baby girl born into our family, I believe we will build a happy family together. But, in that memory, there were also times of conflict that even broke dishes.
Rel helplessly blamed himself. What did I do wrong? Erica cried out loudly. Go away, I hate you, Rel. These words stunned him. Did his most beloved younger sister no longer need him? Witnessing his younger sister deny his existence was truly painful. So he went to the magic tower. But why? Rel recalled the moment she placed flowers on the window and said, But can you not hate me? Then he questioned himself. Why did you do that to me? I don't want to be denied by you again. Yet he found himself wavering before her. He followed her, fearing she might step into the forest teeming with beasts. Rel widened his eyes. And when I saw you get hurt, an uncontrollable anger suddenly flared up inside me. That's why I distanced myself from you. I couldn't let you trample on me again. Ending his recollection, Rel gnashed his teeth in anger.
Afterwards, he confided in Rakan. Since you were born, I have never stopped warning you. You were always annoying and create distance from me. A moment later, Rel noticed and asked, Anyway, why this monster? He frowned when he saw its collar. Then Rel created a magic circle on Rakan's forehead and reminded him, if you don't want to die, you'd best re-evaluate yourself. Whenever you harbor intentions of harming her, the curse I've placed on you will make your head explode.
His face suddenly turned colder. I can kill you instantly, but if she were to hate me, I'd find that even more terrifying. In an instant, the metal collar was incinerated by magic flames. Roll let go, his voice cold. Get out. As soon as it was released, it immediately scurried under the bed in fear. Raycon trembled, its mind completely panicked. Too scary. Next, Roll gently touched Erica's flowing platinum hair. He was lost in thought for a moment, then reluctantly let go. After much hesitation, he finally confessed, I hate you. I hate you because you stir up my emotions, but I also hate myself for allowing you to do that to me. Raycon cowered under the bed, and upon hearing this, secretly affirmed, Understood. He is precisely a madman. Oh, great god of magical beasts, your highness of darkness, how did I end up in the den of these lunatics? The next morning, the chirping of birds woke her. Erica woke up and stretched comfortably after a long sleep. After waking up a bit, she didn't see Raycon in its usual spot. Erica looked under the bed and saw it sleeping soundly there. Why are you sleeping down there? Just then, Betty walked in. Miss, it's time to get up. The Duchess is waiting for you. Erica was startled and called back. Betty, so early? Why so sudden? She quickly replied, I don't know either. I didn't hear the details clearly.
While Betty was helping her get dressed, she fell into a rambling train of thought. I'm very worried. There are many reasons for Mother to meet. It's hard to understand who among them wants to meet me. In the living room, Julieta softly called, Erica, Erica, can you hear me? Only then did Erica collect herself and replied, I'm sorry, Mother, what were you saying? She began, Well, isn't your birthday just around the corner? This year you'll be turning 10, so I was thinking of holding a party at home. For our family, turning 10 means you'll become a public member of the Drite household, so I want to throw a really big birthday party. What do you think? Erica secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a birthday party after all. She replied, Yes, I'd love that. Suddenly, Julieta seemed a little wary, and there had been many strange rumors lately. Erica's heart was now pounding. She continued, Erica, do you know where the sword god is? Erica tried to appear calm, but couldn't hide her awkwardness, replying, The sword god? She secretly lamented, I thought I had overcome this obstacle. Julieta explained, That's right. It's our family's heirloom. I heard it went missing. I know you sometimes bring it into your room, but lately I haven't seen it anymore. Erica tried to reassure her. Don't worry, I still have it in my room. Julieta continued to ask, Are you keeping it? Erica, startled, quickly replied, Of course. I feel so happy and proud whenever I see it, so I want to admire it in my room whenever I can. Hearing this, she looked pensive. Erica worriedly thought to herself, She's going to scold me and make me give it back. But she said, All right then, keep it safe. Erica, disbelieving yet joyful, asked again, Really? Then Julieta shared, Although your father wasn't chosen by it, who knows, maybe you'll become its master. Besides, everything in this house will eventually belong to you, won't it? Just be careful not to lose it or hurt anyone. Erica obediently replied, Yes, Mother. She breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that her mother had no idea that the sword god had now become a hoe. Suddenly she called out, Erica, I heard you've been planting trees lately, is that right? Erica forced a smile, but tears welled up in her heart. Finally, the most dreadful moment had arrived. The sound of an argument echoed from the luxurious mansion. No, why not? Julieta patiently explained. Because you are the daughter of a duke, not a farmer. Erica stubbornly retorted. Is there any law that says a duke's daughter cannot be a farmer? She rubbed her temples and sighed. Is this why you're always busy tinkering in our garden? Erica, listen. We are a rather private family, and that's why you've always spent a lot of time alone. But there are many people who want to befriend the duke's daughter. I'm not saying everyone will be friendly to you. In fact, many people will turn against you even if you make insignificant mistakes. Hearing all these words, Erica couldn't help but ponder. I know that well. I'll have many enemies. Even my small mistakes will immediately bring a bad reputation, because this is the spoiled Erica from the novel who was ostracized and eventually beheaded. Julieta closed her eyes and continued, Your social debut will be in 7 years, but you have many things to learn in this short time. You will be the princess heir to the Driet family. This shocking news startled her. Wait,
I completely forgot about this. I am indeed the heir to the Driet Duel family. I was too focused on surviving and farming. Thinking of this, Erica immediately said, "All right, after my 15th birthday, I will learn the lessons about inheritance." Her father calmly asked, "Have you reconsidered?" She narrowed her eyes, smiled, and immediately replied, "Yes, as long as mother allows me to continue farming."
Julieta frowned, admonishing sternly. Erica, studying is mandatory. Before her next words could be uttered, Erica interrupted. "If you allow it, I promise to do my best to study and train." When Erica dared to make such a promise, Julieta thought to herself, this child has been defiant since she was little. She recalled Erica rolling around and whining, once saying, "No, I don't want to," which left her perplexed, wondering, what am I to do with this child? She must have worried a great deal about raising the girl to become the heir. She silently observed Erica intently, who added a few more sentences to persuade her. "If I break my promise, you can withdraw your permission." Julieta seemed reassured. "Very well, I permit it. But cultivation requires perseverance. It's not like a hobby." Erica forced a smile, thinking to herself, I will never maintain it like a hobby. Her next words made Erica's eyes light up. "As promised, your lessons will begin when you turn 15.
Erica exclaimed happily, "Yes, Mother." Her mind was immersed in this unexpected happiness. This is great. Getting my parents' permission is the hardest part. Now I can plant freely. At that time, I had no idea what trouble my promise would cause in the future. On her glowing, fair face, Erica's small lips were slightly pursed. She was wearing an elaborate flared dress. Even Erica herself was surprised by this look. "Don't I look quite pretty?" Betty covered her mouth emotionally. "My lady, you look just like a fairy." She suddenly pulled out a pair of butterfly wings. "Ah, look, we coincidentally have a pair of fairy wings here." Erica helplessly said, "No need." Just then, Hazen opened the door and walked in. "Are you ready, my little princess?" Erica smiled brightly and turned her head towards the door. With eyes crinkled in a smile, she replied, "I'm ready, father." That unexpectedly radiant smile made Hazen freeze on the spot. Erica looked at him suspiciously. "What's wrong, father? I thought you'd run over and hug me like always." Betty, standing nearby, mumbled softly. This seems to suit him. Finally, she gently called out, "Father?" A stream of tears suddenly rolled down Hazen's cheeks. I should have, he wiped away the glistening tear with his hand. "I should have had many more portraits of you." Betty had somehow joined Hazen. "I can't believe it. Our young lady is already 10 years old." Hazen pulled out a handkerchief and continued his tear-wiping endeavor. "My child's childhood passed by too quickly." Erica sat watching the scene, unable to help but think, anyone looking at this would think I'm going to die at 10 years old. On the ceiling, a large chandelier was lit, becoming incredibly dazzling. On the nearby dining table, many delicious and beautiful dishes were laid out. Everyone chatted casually in the banquet hall. Erica held the handrail as she descended, her mind still replaying the awkward scene from earlier. Oh my God, they kept crying. I couldn't console them. Thinking back, in the novel, Roel would attend Erica's birthday party, but after being harshly insulted in front of everyone, he completely closed himself off from Erica. Logically speaking, Roel would definitely appear today, and I would finally have a chance to talk to him. As soon as the Pavemet, a group of mages appeared. They loudly called her name. "Miss Erica! Happy birthday, Erica! We're here!" They were so excited that they made a ruckus throughout the hall, continuing to shout, "Miss Erica, there you are!" In Erica's mind now was a whole string of question marks. What the hell? She exclaimed in surprise. Why are the mages so ridiculous today? In the blink of an eye, Erica vanished from the mages' sight. Huh? Where did she go? They split up to look for Erica. She was just here. Go find her quickly. Where are you, Lady Erica? Erica had managed to escape outside, a few strands of her hair fluttering in the wind. Thanks for coming, but I can't be distracted and miss the chance to meet Roel. While I'm stalling for time here, I should think about where Roel will go. Erica turned and grabbed the balcony door handle. The next second, she was so surprised her eyes widened. Huh? Roel? I know he's handsome, but dressed like that, he's practically glowing. As soon as those embarrassing thoughts ended, she snapped back to reality. Roel calmly looked at Erica and asked, "Aren't you going to say anything to me?" Erica pretended to turn her head away and replied, "No, I'm mad at you." Rule suddenly said, "It seems the mages are turning the entire banquet hall upside down looking for someone." Erica flinched. Really? The next sentence he uttered made Erica freeze. Perhaps someone couldn't be caught, huh? She anxiously turned to look at Rule, suggesting, "Don't tell them." Perhaps because of these words, he suddenly smiled. Her cheeks gradually flushed as she faced that radiant smile. Is he smiling at me? On the balcony, Rule, standing opposite Erica, spoke up. "After you stormed into the magic tower and rummaged around for a while, are you tired of me now?" Upon hearing this, she felt a pang of guilt. He suddenly moved closer to Erica, leaning down slightly. "Just now I thought you were looking for me in the banquet hall.
How long do you plan to be angry with me? She was startled and embarrassed at being discovered. Huh? He saw everything? Erica frowned slightly, her cheeks gradually reddening. You're the one who's been avoiding me. Rule, however, calmly replied, because you changed too much after just one night. You publicly stated that you hated me for many years. I was afraid that if I got close to you, relying on your change in attitude, you would run away from me again. That's why I avoided you. I just came to tell you that. Now I should go. Seeing him turn to leave, Erica regretfully raised her hand. Is he just going to leave like that? But I just got to talk to him. No, if I let him go, I'm afraid there won't be another chance, and perhaps I'll never be able to salvage this relationship.
Roll suddenly froze, his eyes wide. At this moment, Erica's small hands were clutching Roll's. She looked at him seriously and declared, I won't run away. Erica thought to herself, it's not like I understand what he's saying, but if he's afraid I'll run off somewhere, then her large sparkling eyes were fixed on Roll, not leaving him. But at this moment, Erica suddenly released his hand. What should I do to earn his trust? She slightly bowed her head, confusion clearly visible on her face. I mean, my farm soil is very rich in nutrients from decaying leaves. It's the best kind of soil with good drainage and a perfect combination of moisture and nutrients. Plus, the mages have also promised to lend a hand with my farming work. So I won't go anywhere. I won't abandon my farm. Are you relieved now? Roll's red eyes flickered slightly, and he unconsciously asked again, You really won't leave? Erica confidently affirmed, Exactly. Next, the conversation between her and Ruel suddenly turned into a Q&A session. Because I love that land, yes, and I like farming, I really do. What about your parents? Surely you love them too. What about me? Erica excitedly prepared to answer instinctively, of course, but she promptly realized something was amiss and stopped, letting out a shout. That adorable action made him chuckle incessantly. Erica's eyes instantly lit up. She unconsciously smiled along with him. What is it? You know I'm still a little mad at you. Erica glanced at Ruel with a teasing look. So are you still going to avoid me? He closed his eyes and replied, I don't know either. She immediately bristled and questioned. What? Every day I come to your room and call your name, but you never answer me. I was so sad that I even planted trees in the yard of the magic tower. Ruel chuckled and asked, Why sad? Erica said frankly, Because I was afraid you wouldn't want to see me anymore. He suddenly smiled meaningfully. She quickly realized, Why do I feel like he's teasing me? Roll leaned close to Erica's head and spoke. So you're afraid I might not want to see you anymore, huh? Her heart stirred slightly. His teasing annoys me quite a bit, but that's nothing compared to what I did to him before. Erica raised her voice. That's right. So you hate me? He chuckled in response. How do you think I feel? She immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Roll. All this time, Roll's lips had been curved upwards. Actually, I feel quite good. Erica, shall we dance? Erica suddenly thought, could I consider the dance invitation a form of reconciliation? Perhaps because of that, she quickly agreed. Yes. Her small feet stepped through the balcony door.
Two violinists began to play a melodious tune. To the sound of the music, Erica and Roel danced together. She seemed to recognize the familiar melody. This song, we practiced it together when we were very young, didn't we? Roel exclaimed with a hint of surprise. You still remember? Images of the two siblings playing together when they were little flashed through Erica's mind. That was when she started bullying Roel, but before that they had spent a lot of time together. Her eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. Get ready to be surprised by my special dancing skills. Immersed in the party atmosphere, Erica held Roel's hand and danced with him. In that moment, she suddenly spoke up. By the way, Roel, what exactly did you mean when you said what you just did about me leaving? Were you afraid that I would hate you again like before? Roel replied without hesitation. Yes, but not entirely. I didn't want you to see me as an idiot. Erica awkwardly explained. I won't do that anymore. Trust me. I've become a different person. Roel squeezed her hand tighter. But there's one more thing. You won't give up on your goals. Once you set your mind on something, you'll pursue it at all costs. Then you'll soon disappear. Go after it. Roel's words made Erica fall into contemplation. To be honest, she was quite surprised, because what he said was partly true. She had been determined to abandon the name Draylet to pursue rice farming, and even the principled Erica had risked her life for the Crown Prince, only to ultimately meet her end. A small pink petal suddenly landed on Erica's nose. She unconsciously looked up, her clear eyes reflecting the falling petals. This unexpected gift made Erica unable to help but exclaim. Roel stood beside her, caught the petal, and called her name. Erica. Erica shifted her gaze to Roel with a look of doubt.
Roll took the flower and pinned it in her hair. He smiled brightly and said, Happy birthday. Roll thought to himself, My lovely little sister. From now on, I will do anything for you, even things I don't want to do. The next day, at the ducal mansion, a piercing scream echoed. Betty sternly reminded, Sit still, young lady. Erica sat on the bed, complaining, But it hurts so much. She then asked, You don't want muscles on these beautiful legs, do you, young lady? Erica recalled, Last night, right after I finished the reconciliation dance with Roel,
starting with my parents, then Kiel, Hubert, and Felix, and even the mages from the Magic Tower. Because everyone invited me to dance, I didn't get a chance to properly greet the young guests who attended my birthday party last night. Erica frowned in thought. After dancing non-stop throughout the party, her legs were aching. She couldn't believe that a Dryad's body could experience muscle cramps. She seriously offered a solution. "I'm fine now, Betty. You'll definitely feel better if you calm down a bit." Betty replied helplessly. "My lady speaks as if calming down will cure all ailments." "Have you opened all your gifts, my lady?" Erica replied with a hint of pride. "Of course I have." In her mind, she listed every item that had been unwrapped, from splendid dresses, coats, high heels, and even hair clips to expensive jewelry. "I opened all the gifts before going to bed. They're so lovely," she thought. Betty looked at Erica curiously. "What did young Master Roll give you, my lady?" "I guess he must have given me something magical, because I heard his magical abilities are progressing day by day. There are only a few majors in the territory, as most of them lock themselves in magic towers to conduct research. Receiving a magical device from a mage is considered a great honor." Erica let out a sigh. Of course he did.
But then she suddenly realized, wait, now that I think about it, I don't remember receiving a gift from him. He always gave me gifts until last year, at least, out of courtesy. Were those flowers he pinned onto the gifts? No, that can't be, Erica exclaimed in surprise. I haven't received anything from Ruel. Hearing that, Betty's eyes widened. No way, young master didn't give young lady a birthday gift? Erica ran a hand through her hair and replied, Not at all. I have to go to the magic tower and ask him right away. Betty immediately supported this decision. Of course you should. Go quickly, young lady. Hurry up, young lady. I'll help you change. Erica, behind her, waved her hand and thought to herself, Excellent. Now I have an excuse to go to the magic tower. Today, I'll ask him to break the seal. Inside the magnificent mansion, a sweet voice rang out. Done. Erica held the freshly woven wreath in her hand. The bribe is ready. She looked out the window of the room in front of her and thought, After giving him this, I'll ask for his help. He wouldn't flat out refuse, would he? Next, Erica gently tapped on the glass. Roel. The window in front of her remained silent. Erica peered around, trying to look inside. Is no one in there? She suddenly clutched the wreath in her hand. If that's the case, it's higher than I thought, but the blood of the Dryad family flows in me. I can do it. Just then, the tightly closed window slowly opened. Erica, who was trying to climb up, was immediately caught red-handed by Roel.
Her mind was still focused on the scene behind him, wondering, is this his room? Rel helplessly spoke up. What are you doing here? Erica, sitting on the ground, immediately replied, I called you but got no answer, so she secretly thought to herself, wouldn't it be a bit awkward to mention the birthday gift right from the start? Erica got up, saying awkwardly, I was just lying here resting for a bit. Is that okay? You see, the weather today is beautiful and there's a cool breeze too. No sooner had she finished speaking than a sudden downpour began, splashing directly onto her face. This isn't what I was hoping for, she thought to herself. Yet Rel even chimed in, exclaiming, It really is cool. He looked outside, watching the raindrops pour down one after another. Erica suddenly grabbed onto the windowsill, saying, Wait a minute. She held up a beautiful wreath. This, I want to give you this. I made it myself for you. Will you accept it? Instantly, Rel's face gradually darkened. Looking at his expression, Erica felt as if Rel was asking her what she was actually trying to do. Despite thinking that, Erica still placed the wreath on the windowsill, saying, I'll leave it here, okay? She secretly felt regretful, having thought they had gotten a little closer. His hand suddenly touched the colorful flowers.
Roll picked it up and stared at it intently, making her ponder slightly. Does he care? Then he suddenly spoke. You should put it on me yourself. Erica looked up in surprise. You want me to get on you? She held the wreath, stood on her tiptoes, and thought, What's so hard about putting a wreath on his head? He's even deliberately not bending down. A moment later, Erica puffed out her cheeks, turned her head away, and said, I give up. Roll calmly looked down and asked, Why? She replied angrily in a loud voice, Because you're not cooperating. Suddenly, Erica's feet slowly lifted off the ground and she floated up. She thought in astonishment, My body is flying. Roll triumphantly asked, Can you do it now? She was now like a fairy descended from heaven. Erica could also feel the changes in her body. She thought, Wait, can he dry my clothes with magic? That's incredible. I don't have to worry about getting soaked in the rain anymore. She smiled brightly and placed the wreath on Roll's head. Here, I'm putting it right here. It's beautiful. You look just like a fairy, Roll. He exhaled and replied, What an honor. Unspeakable joy was now evident on Erica's face. Finally, we're a little closer. In the novel, Roll hated Erica, but maybe that can change now, right? Remembering her past life, she was overjoyed. Roll suddenly spoke, So it seems it's my turn to give you a birthday present. You want me to break the seal on the necklace, don't you? She was startled and wondered, when did he get it?
She directly questioned. How did you know? He calmly replied, You always wear it. Erica asked suspiciously, Are you following me? Roll didn't answer but handed her a handful of seeds. Erica carefully cherished the seeds, an immense happiness welling up in her heart. Finally, the rice seeds are in my hands. Erica's eyes crinkled with a smile. Thank you, Roll. She quickly wrapped her arms around Roll, resting her head on his shoulder. Erica continued to smile brightly and praised, You're the best.
From now on, you are my fairy. Erica didn't forget to tease Roll, the future supreme mage, the most outstanding one. The very next second, a click sounded and Erica's eyes snapped open. Just a second later, she found herself in her own bedroom. This is my room, she thought. Perhaps I embarrassed him so much that he had to send me back to my room. Roll, are you shy? Erica lay on her back on the bed, deep in thought. Unbelievable, it's like a dream. Now I can grow rice. My dream is coming true. Or so she believed. She pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. That's just my own wishful thinking. Thanks to the mages, my farm can expand unconditionally. All other crops are already big enough for early harvest, but how is it that my rice, which should be the most precious seed, still hasn't germinated? After the seal on the necklace was broken, I only had 5 grains of rice in my hand.
Erica squatted in front of the rice planter. She had planted one seed in the furrow after soaking it and waiting for enough time, but there was still no sign of germination. She looked at the 4 remaining seeds in her palm. Are these seeds dead? Even with a close look, she found them a bit strange. What she meant was they seemed a bit dry and lifeless. Thinking of this, she helplessly clutched her head and cried out. So breaking the seal wasn't even the main problem yet. Did she even have to bring them back to life? Wait a minute. Erica suddenly remembered someone. Could he revive the rice? If the Dryad family was one of the 2 prominent ducal families of the Rice Empire, then the other family was the Ripus family. Duke Ripus had a son, known as the Hand of Life-Giving Power, Shan Ripus, one of the novel's male leads, who might be able to do it. But then, Erica sadly denied it. No, this idea is too dangerous. She gently rubbed the soil surface of the rice planter. Had something gone awry, and were things developing differently from the novel? There must be another way. After that, she was determined to find a way to revive her rice seeds. 5 years had passed, but she still knew nothing. One beautiful morning, at the Dryad ducal mansion. Under the golden morning sun, each row of cabbages was growing very well. A girl with silver hair faced the mansion. She sat on a chair, her thin lips slightly pursed. Erica crossed her legs and thought to herself, This year I will also have a bountiful harvest. This is Erica Dreet, 15 years old. She lowered her gaze to the seed jar and thought to herself, I still haven't found a way to revive the rice seeds. Is the male lead really my only option? A moment later, Erica walked through the yard, holding Racken in a jar of candy. But almost everyone in the Ripes household was indifferent, so she didn't want to get involved with them.
Even if I happen to meet him, what then? How would I get close to him? It's better to find another way. I've been very careful not to get involved with any of the male leads, except for Roll. A figure blocking her path made her steps suddenly halt. Erica seemed so surprised that she dropped both the candy jar and Raycon. The young man standing opposite, backlit, immediately exclaimed, Oh dear! He extended his hand, using magic to make the candies fly back into the jar. She watched in a daze as the candies were cleaned and returned to their original place. Erica knelt down, picked up the jar, and said, Thank you. As soon as she stood up straight, Raycon suddenly showed hostility towards the person opposite. Instinctively, she recognized the bright sky-blue hair and blue eyes. Erica looked up at him, secretly speculating, So this is... At the same time, a loud call suddenly rang in her ear. Erica! Julieta approached from a distance, grumbling at her. There you are. I told you the teacher would be coming today. Erica deliberately looked away, replying, Did you? Her face darkened, and she said sternly, Have you forgotten your promise to start studying after your 15th birthday? But the very next second, Julieta covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Oh my goodness, Erica, you two have already met. Let me introduce you. This distinguished guest will be your teacher starting today. His name is Shan Ripes.
Even though he's very young, he has the best educational background in the Empire, so there won't be any problem teaching my child. Erica forced a smile, thinking to herself, Oh, this isn't a dream. Right after I decided never to meet him, he appeared right in front of me. Am I digging my own grave? Meanwhile, Shan bowed slightly in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Erica. She looked at his smiling face and wondered, Mom knows, right? You just gave me an idiot. From generation to generation, divine power flowed within the Ripes family. That was the origin of their name, the Ripes Shield. Although it couldn't be used as an offensive weapon, their divine power was actually weaker than magical power. That's why it wasn't highly valued. The true value of divine power lay in the self-healing ability that flowed within the Ripey's bloodline. Thanks to their miraculous ability to recover from near-fatal wounds, such as being pierced by a sword, the Ripey's family was known as the Empire's Shield. Their power was on par with the Driat family, the family with the strongest offensive force in the Empire. In particular, the young master of the Ripey's household, born with absolute intellect, was considered a genius in all fields.
But in truth, his real power came from a mysterious force. That force was Shan, the leader of an underground organization he founded with the goal of usurping the throne. Erica sat lost in thought while that person was grading her paper. Around her, voices called out, "Erica! Lady Erica!" However, she remained deep in her own musings. It's true that with money, you can get anything you want, even make my future villain work as my teacher. The calls continued to echo, "Lady Erica!" Snapping out of her jumbled thoughts, Erica smiled and spoke. "Yes, teacher, you finished grading my paper." After saying a few words, her mind wandered again with the thought, "Everyone, the future usurper, is my teacher." Parallel to that thought, the reply from the person known as Erica's teacher rang out, "You achieved the maximum score in botany." To that praise, she simply replied softly, "Yes."
However, immediately after the praise came a look of reproach, but one that was utterly miserable for the remaining subjects. Facing that criticism, Erica felt a fleeting embarrassment, thinking to herself, I can't cram anything else unrelated to agriculture into my head. And none other, her teacher, was Shan. He was seriously looking at Erica's test papers, reminding her, "Your scores are particularly low in history and imperial language. Perhaps we need to focus more on these two subjects." She immediately replied, "Yes." Yet Erica looked at him, the leader of the rebels, and couldn't stop thinking. He was a good and diligent teacher, not even scolding her for her poor grades. A moment later, Shan asked with a hint of curiosity, "When did you start taking an interest in plants?" She shared without hesitation, "I like planting trees. That's how I get interested." He smiled faintly and replied, "I see. I'm actually quite surprised. Regarding botany, even experts would be impressed with your knowledge." Erica's clear voice rang out, "Thank you." Afterwards, she felt a little smug, secretly exclaiming in her head, "What's going on? Being praised by the world's genius isn't too bad." Suddenly, Shan's voice deepened. "Come to think of it, the Driat family also seems a bit different. Do you take care of the farm yourself?" Erica replied confidently, "Yes, I personally plant the plants. Yesterday I sowed sweet potato seeds, so today I will continue with regular potato seeds. I also planted a flower bed. You must have seen it by chance, right? It's not very pretty, isn't it? I'm sorry, am I talking too much? Gardening makes me very happy, so I talk a bit much." After listening, he just looked at her and said nothing. For a moment, Shan suddenly repeated a point from Erica's statement. "You just said happy. What?" She enthusiastically replied, "Yes, well, when you see something you like, you'll be happy, right? Don't you have that?"
Deep within those profound blue eyes, anyone could discern the sorrow that enveloped him. I didn't know what I should do either. Noticing the slump in Shan's words, she could only murmur to herself, "All right, future villain, what do I expect from you?" Suddenly, he spoke again. "Do you know anything about red spider lilies, Lady Erica? They are also known as resurrection lilies." At that strange question, a puzzled look flickered in Erica's eyes. She thought to herself, "Why is he suddenly asking me this?" After thinking, she softly replied, "Yes, I do."
Shan calmly continued to ask, "So, do you know why that flower has that name?" Erica replied with a slight awkwardness, "I don't know." At this, he explained, "Because its leaves and flowers never meet. The flowers bloom before the leaves appear, and by the time the leaves start to sprout, the flowers have already withered. To me, happiness is like the red spider lily. That's why I don't know what I like to do." Hearing this, she didn't know what to do, her face showing endless hesitation. Shan, in principle, was a cold and calculating character, so his dry emotions were normal. A little later, Shan brushed aside his melancholy and turned to Erica, saying, "Is this the answer to your question?" She softly replied, "Yes." Then his face suddenly brightened, and he praised, "That's great." After that, Shan and I chatted for a while. Perhaps the barrier between us had been broken. I had completely forgotten the great dark secret he was hiding. Suddenly, Erica's eyes widened as if she had discovered something. At that very moment, she exclaimed in alarm, "Oh, sir, your finger is bleeding red syrup." In contrast to Erica's agitation, Shan remained perfectly calm. "Ah, it's probably a paper cut." In her haste, she immediately grabbed his hand and emphatically reminded him, "You must raise the injured part higher than your heart."
Shan merely showed a fleeting displeasure at Erica's abrupt action, but said nothing. Her voice came out stiffly, suggesting, "Just keep it as it is. I'll tell Betty to bring the first aid kit." After giving the instruction, Erica quickly turned and called out loudly, "Betty, bring the first aid kit here, quickly." Seeing her worry for him, he spoke in a reassuring tone. "I'm fine, there's no need for that." Finishing his words, Sean held out his glowing hand and said, "Look." In that moment, Erica finally sighed in relief and thought to herself, "Right, self-healing ability, I forgot. I reacted out of habit." A moment later, Sean asked in a questioning voice, "Were you startled?" She didn't hesitate to reveal, "Yes, but I'm better now." He continued in a calm tone, "I understand, not as expected. I mean, in many aspects." Erica's voice softly hummed, "Yes." Then Sean lowered his voice and said, "It's nothing. Let's stop here." As he walked away, she turned in another direction, pondering for a moment, feeling as if the atmosphere had changed somehow. Am I imagining things? Suddenly, Sean stopped, remembering, there's still the question you asked me earlier. Hearing that, Erica also exclaimed in surprise, "My question?" At this moment, he slowly repeated, "You asked me what I liked." At the same time as he spoke, he suddenly held out his hand. Noticing the unusualness in Sean's action, Erica was a little confused and wondered, what is he doing?
In a fleeting moment, his hand gently stroked her hair again. At the same time, a hoarse voice uttered words that defied my expectations. "Perhaps I quite like it. I'll see you in the next class, Lady Erica." Erica's face involuntarily flushed crimson like a hot coal. So that's what the teacher likes, she thought to herself. At that very moment, Sean's eyes were as sharp as the hidden claws of a wild beast, ready to pounce on me whenever I let my guard down. What did Sean think of Erica in the novel? As far as I remember, he didn't exactly hate Erica, but Erica's love for the Crown Prince meant that the Dreet family was a strong supporting force for the Imperial family. Perhaps that was why. When Sean led his troops into the palace during the rebellion, he coldly watched the members of the Dreet family being executed and said, "Excellent. Otherwise, I would have had to kill them myself." With those doubts, Erica found herself lost in thought again. Is Sean still aiming for the throne, even with changes to the original script? I haven't surrendered yet, have I? Garcian, the divine sword imbued with sacred power, is what protects the Dreet family.
However, protected by this sword, that is far from possessing divine power. Currently, the only one who possesses divine power, and also the one capable enough to bring my dead rice seeds back to life, is Ripeace. At this moment, Erica held a rose in her hand. Her fingers slowly plucked the first petal, then whispered, "Thanks to him." Next, she plucked another petal, her voice dropping, "Give up." Then another petal, this time still, "Rely on him." Until she reached the last petal, the cruel choice fell on, "Give up." After that, Erica threw the last petal down, desperately asking herself, "Do I really have to give up?" All right, there's no hope of getting the future villain, even if it means giving up rice cultivation to save her own life. After a moment of thought, she suddenly screamed and ran off. No, it can't be. Suddenly she stopped, her mind torn between contradictions. If I keep getting involved with the protagonist, I'll die, but I also can't give up rice cultivation, so I'll just risk asking. I had decided a few days ago, and today the lesson had arrived. Thanks to Sean's teaching, I grew more and more interested in learning and made significant progress. When the lesson began, Erica respectfully greeted him with folded arms and boldly asked, "Teacher, I heard that divine power can revive barren land, is that right?" To this unexpected question, Sean merely smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, it can even bring a dead person back to life." Hearing this, she began to immerse herself in thought. If it can turn barren land fertile, then it can certainly save dead seeds. In an instant, he suddenly emphasized, "But of course, there are limits. If the land is completely dead or too vast, divine power cannot save it."
Before that answer, Erica could only rest her chin on her hand, her gaze growing distant. "I envy you, teacher." Shan couldn't help but chuckle, his voice half joking, half serious. Doesn't the Dryad family already possess a divine sword? Her face then revealed an unending sadness. You know, a divine sword doesn't really help with agriculture. The thought that her dream of becoming the greatest farmer in history was now just a dream made her feel utterly disheartened. Seeing Erica so discontent, he said gently, "I understand, but it's too early to give up." At that very moment, she felt as if she had just woken up, thinking to herself, "Oh, he understands my dream and is comforting me. Perhaps he's better than I thought." To dispel the gloom on Erica's face, Shan offered her a piece of candy and gently said, "Here, open your mouth." Before she could even finish her sentence, the candy was already at her mouth. Erica's dazed expression as she chewed the candy made him unable to suppress a laugh. Feeling better now? However, she maintained her aloofness, replying curtly, "It's delicious, thank you, teacher." A thought then crossed Erica's mind. Who would have thought these refined foods could be so delicious? I've gotten too used to Shan feeding me.
Seeing her stunned like that, Shan gently chided, "Don't make that dejected face anymore. It makes you look quite ugly." A slight surge of irritation welled up in Erica. "Did you just say I look ugly? That really hurts."
In an instant, he unwrapped another piece of candy and said in a low voice, "This time I'll give you a strawberry candy. Don't be sad anymore." She gently nibbled on the candy, the sweet strawberry flavor spreading and causing an unconscious smile to bloom on her lips. "Strawberry is my favorite flavor." Catching sight of her adorable expression, Shan couldn't help but smile along. Then his gaze landed on the basket of strawberries beside them, and he gently complimented, "Your strawberries seem to be growing quite well. Chef Keel gave me a lot of them. He said you harvested them yourself." Erica replied a little shyly, "Yes, that's right." Shan was taken aback by her talent and couldn't stop praising her. "You haven't received in-depth training in agriculture, yet you're very knowledgeable about plants, and you're even excellent at cultivating them." His hands, which had been busy organizing a stack of papers, suddenly froze when he heard Erica's straightforward yet playful comment, "Well, we all have our own talents, and you're quite handsome yourself." Noticing the unusual expression on Shan's face, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's gotten into him all of a sudden?
Did my flattery work? If so, this is the perfect time to ask him. After a long moment of consideration, Erica turned to Shan and hesitantly spoke. Teacher, can I ask you for a favor?" Shan smiled gently and asked, "What is it?" Then she asked in a gentle tone, "Can you revive the seeds?" He brought his hand closer to the jar of seeds beside him and asked, "These?" Erica said softly, "They are rice seeds. These are the seeds I really want to plant. They disappeared a long time ago, so I could only find this mate. I thought with your power—" Suddenly, Shan's gaze darkened slightly, and he interrupted her. "Theoretically, this is impossible. Divine power is limited to restoration. It cannot bring the dead back to life." At his words, a hint of sorrow flickered across Erica's face, and she could only utter an "oh." Shan continued to explain, "But these seeds were sealed right after drying. Their life force is still dormant within this form."
At this, Erica suddenly felt a spark of hope. However, Shan's next words were not what she had hoped for. Even though the chances were slim, the creature was still slowly dying. Going against the laws of nature always comes at a price. Therefore, I apologize, but I cannot grant your request. But we can make a deal. At this proposal, Erica was slightly surprised. A deal? His low voice rang out. "Do you know something, Lady Erica? Taming a magic beast is impossible for anyone in this world, yet you managed to do it." At that praise, she felt a little flustered, thinking to herself, "That's because I remember my past life's memories, isn't it?" Then Erica let out an embarrassed laugh. "Well, I did it somehow." Suddenly, Shan's voice grew serious, and he made a proposal. "Actually, there's a magic beast I've always been searching for. If you can find it, I will grant your request. What do you say, Lady Erica? Are you willing to make a deal with me?" The starlit sky created a poetic scene. Rakan woke up, yawning widely in bed. In Erica's mind at that moment, an image from the past appeared. At that time, she had asked Shan, "What kind of magic beast are you looking for, Master?" He calmly replied, "It is a dark beast in human form."
In that fleeting moment, Erica clutched Rakan tightly in her arms and hurried away. She skillfully overcame every obstacle, running swiftly forward. In her heart, she silently resolved. The magical beast that even Shan couldn't find wouldn't be easy, but she would definitely find a clue if she kept searching the mountain every night. Just wait a little longer, my lovely rice grains. At all costs, I will find the dark magical beast and bring you back to this life. In front of Erica now was the sight of two hills, dimly visible under the night sky, along with the rustling sound of leaves. She carefully weaved her way through the trees in the forest. At this moment, a feeling of dissatisfaction was evident on Erica's face. I just assumed I'd somehow stumble upon some clues while wandering around in the forest, didn't I? I don't know what to do. With the meager information Shan provided, it will be very difficult to figure out where to start. Just then, a strange sound echoed from somewhere, making her stop short. I think I hear something. Immediately, her eyes darted around to investigate. In an instant, Erica was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "What the hell? Isn't this wild ginseng? Among those leaves, it's definitely wild ginseng. While I was studying plants and cultivation,
I stumbled upon natural ginseng. In this world, natural ginseng is highly valuable, a legendary plant that can counteract the effects of dark magic and bring the dead back to life." She thought to herself triumphantly. A precious and rare treasure was right before her eyes. Suddenly, Rakan jumped out of Erica's arms, landing softly. She said to Rakan, who sat scratching his ear, "That's right, Rakan. It's your turn now."
"Go get as much ginseng as possible." Erica smirked and thought, "Natural ginseng." Then she lunged forward to snatch it, saying, "You're mine." Just as she was about to touch it, the ginseng suddenly recoiled backward, causing Erica to fall flat on her face. This bewildered her. What's going on? It just moved. Really, is natural ginseng that can move so surprising in a world where humans can use magic and divine power? And you think I'll give up just because of that? Erica decided to summon Garcian, saying, "Let's go, Garcian." It joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent, Master."
As she chased after the ginseng, she said, "Oh no, it's running again," Garcian delightedly exclaimed. "That thing must be intimidated by my imposing presence." "Stop right there," Rockin happily thought. "What a bizarre plant. I can't believe she left me behind, a lone magical beast in a forest of eggplants. This is the perfect opportunity to return to my parents and my human identity, Rackin. Surely everyone is frantically looking for me. Those crazy people. I finally escaped them."
If my people knew that I, the royal heir of Raycon, had been kidnapped by those damned demons, all of Raycon would be enraged and rise up for revenge. Suddenly, an earthen cave appeared before it. Raycon eagerly thought to itself, "Oh, my home, my beloved home, father, mother." But suddenly it froze as if witnessing an unexpected sight. Its parents were happily chatting with that Crown Prince Raycon. "My Crown Prince, you are my pride. You make me very happy." Raycon immediately recognized the huge necklace around his neck. That was the necklace bestowed upon Crown Prince Raycon. "No, I can't believe it. I will reclaim my position at all costs. But first, I must teach this brat a lesson." With that thought, it charged straight at the Crown Prince. But Raycon was immediately knocked back. It glared angrily at him. Crown Prince Raycon smirked at it and said, "What is this? You're just a pathetic, lawless rabbit." As Raycon tremblingly stood up, it heard its parents' whispers. "Is this really our son? To return home so shamelessly?" Raycon cried, turned its back, and ran away. It had grown weak because it hadn't eaten human flesh for a long time, and the magic beast controller had bound its power. In this world of magic beasts, where the strong crush the weak, there was no place for a weakling like it. Where should I go now? Suddenly it was stunned. Raycon saw a strong back and long jet black hair, unconsciously surprised. This is the Lord of Energy. Thus it felt enlightened. It continued to run deep into the forest and silently affirmed, "That's right, the god of magic beasts will surely guide me to a new path." Peasant martial arts techniques. The wild ginseng felt very confused because it couldn't see Erica. At this moment she was plummeting straight down from the sky, aiming directly at it. Erica shouted, "Vines, bind tight."
She plopped down, cheering happily. "Got it! I did it! With this, I can finally start cultivating ginseng." As if realizing something, she exclaimed, "Huh? But where am I?" Now she remembered Raycon. But where could Raycon be? Erica called out as she walked, "Raycon! Raycon!" If it ran into the territory of other magical beasts, it wouldn't be able to use its full power because its magical beast controller had restricted it. She clutched her head in self-reproach. "I was blinded by the wild ginseng. I lost Raycon, like a family member in this forest." "Huh?" Erica caught sight of its back, and she called out after it, "Raycon!" Raycon kept running. Erica chased after it, wondering, "Raycon, where are you going? Don't run so fast, it's dangerous." But Raycon continued to run relentlessly, causing Erica to wonder, "Doesn't it hear me? Where on earth is it running to?" She stopped mid-run. What is this? Suddenly I feel so dizzy. Everything began to blur. Her eyes snapped open, and Erica found herself lying on white snow. She sprang up.
Erica found herself lost in a forest of white snow. Where was this? What kind of place was this? She was bewildered, never having imagined such a place existed in the middle of a forest. Then she suddenly realized, so that's it. As Erica was looking around, a figure with black hair swept past. The sight before her stunned her. Black hair, a black cloak, a black sword with that gem. A man whose eyes were filled with darkness, devoid of any light. She knew instinctively, this man was the villain of the original novel, Dion Behemoth. Facing this man, Erica couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible! The dark beast Shan had spoken of. Could it be Deer? According to her past life's memories, the Count's daughter did not meet a good end. The heroine and the male protagonists, ultimately, none were left alive. And the main culprit behind that tragedy was the man standing before her. He was Dion Behemoth, also the king of magical beasts.
I don't remember the details because I only skimmed through the final chapters of the book, but at least I still recall that the man appeared in the latter half of the series, and he began to develop feelings for Pandora after being slightly wounded by the divine sword in her hand. However, 5 years later, despite being the king of magical beasts, Dion was gradually sinking completely into dark magic. The brutal massacre he caused led to the collapse of the world, Pandora's death, and the tragic end of the series. Beneath those feet was a devastating sight. At that moment, he knelt beside the female lead, who was now breathless, and whispered, "Pandora." Pandora lay there motionless, her body stained with blood. Dion laughed and cried maniacally, saying, "We finally meet again." The scene of Dion holding Pandora's heart in his hand with a smile on his face left a particularly deep impression on the readers. He is the most dangerous character in this novel, Erica thought to herself. I must try to look like the most harmless person in this world. She pulled out a ginseng root and said, "Hello, I'm just a farmer and a herbalist who happened to be passing by. I came into the forest to catch this, but I got lost while trying to catch it. Sorry for disturbing you. Actually, the little rabbit in your hand is my companion, so if you don't mind, could I have it back?" Dion remained silent, which made Erica feel awkward. She thought to herself, "This is why I try to stay away from male leads, but why do you all keep entering my life one by one?" Erica continued to persuade him, "It's like family to me." She was also trying to explain how precious the animal was to her. At this moment, Dion finally spoke. "This is a magical beast. It can attack you. Do you still want to keep it with you?" She replied, "Yes, it has attacked me once before, so it's fine." He suddenly asked, "Why is that?" Erica casually replied, "Because I'm stronger. If it dares to act rashly, I can defeat it with just one finger." This answer made Dion momentarily stunned.
She continued to persuade him, "I think we could be like a family, because magical beasts also feel joy and sorrow, just like humans do." Hearing Erica say that, Rakan was both surprised and moved. It communicated telepathically with him. "Your Highness, would it be all right if I stayed with this person?" Dion pondered for a moment after hearing that. Then he threw Rakan back to Erica. She happily caught Rakan. As she looked at its grumpy face, she thought, "Look at your face. You must be so happy to be in the king's arms, huh?" With that, Erica hastily bid farewell to Dion. "All right then, I'll take my leave." She walked quickly across the white snow. Erica observed the current scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "Come to think of it, the temperature here is colder than the rest of the forest. Dark magic, the thing that drove him mad in the novel, once obeyed him, didn't it? That's the protagonist's business, not mine. I need to get out of here quickly." But suddenly she stopped. Erica ultimately couldn't bring herself to leave and turned back. Damn it.
Dion was sitting silently when suddenly a voice said, "Excuse me, aren't you cold, sir?" She worriedly wrapped her fur scarf around him, saying, "You must keep your neck warm." At this moment, Erica secretly thought, what if he goes mad sooner due to his principles while in this cold place? Dion gloomily stared at her hand wrapping the scarf, making Erica tremble involuntarily. She felt the deadly aura of the final boss in this series. "He looks more comfortable now. It seems he doesn't intend to kill me." At least for now, Erica hesitantly asked him, "Sir, are you hungry? If you need anything, just let me know." Dion continued to stare at her with his deep black eyes. This made Erica too scared to speak further, so she forced a smile and backed away from him. She hastily added, "And if you want to become a farmer, you can also tell me. Well then, goodbye." As she was about to turn and leave, Dion suddenly spoke. "Death." Startled, Erica asked back, "What?" He continued, "I want to die, but I cannot die. I tried to stab myself, but I only lost a little blood. I cannot end my own life." She seemed to understand. "So you are asking me to end your life?" Hearing this, Dion affirmed, "Exactly." His words meant he was desperately pleading with the human he had coincidentally met. Erica secretly thought, a villain destined to kill her and everyone else. Dion looked like the most unfortunate and helpless among all the male leads she had encountered.
Someone was destined to love Pandora, eliminate all threats to her safety, and then wait for the threat to me. So why ask for that? Dion glanced at Erica and couldn't help but be surprised. He spoke up, "Are you crying?" Hearing that, she was also stunned. "Am I crying?" Erica quickly wiped away her tears. She blushed, thinking to herself, "I just feel sorry for him." Seeing that, Dion sighed and waved his hand towards her. As he summoned his power, he said, "Go, dark energy." Rakan remained hidden behind her feet, not daring to say another word. A powerful black smoke enveloped Erica. She heard him say, "And never come back here again." In the blink of an eye, the black smoke transported Erica and Rakan. She couldn't help but be astonished. Am I in the Eggplant Mountains? I was scared when the dark energy suddenly surrounded me.
Perhaps it was just teleportation magic, already cast. Then, I realized that due to the sudden encounter with Dion, I had completely forgotten my original reason for entering the forest. Erica mumbled, "I'm glad I managed to escape the Magic Beast King safely, but what should I do now?" She paced around the room, contemplating. Her original plan was ruined. She was living a peaceful life as a farmer in this world. So why did she keep getting involved with the male leads? If she had known that the dark beast Shan was looking for was Dion, the Magic Beast King, Erica irritably yelled, "If only I had known it sooner." But then she wondered, even if I had known, what could I have done? He easily saw through me, and then I would have just gotten myself into another mess. Erica tiredly flopped onto a chair. I'm back in this noisy place again. Since the King of Magic Beasts allowed me to be with this person, I have to watch over her. At this moment, Erica was tearing her hair out. All she wanted was to become a successful farmer. After a while, she began to calm herself down. Calm down, Erica. You have to calm down. According to the original story, Shan didn't like magic beasts at all. If he was looking for Dion, the king of magic beasts, then there might be a reason. He was trying to borrow the power of the magic beasts to make the rebellion successful. The ancestor of magic was the red dragon, the foremost among all ancient dragons. Legend has it that the red dragon destroyed this empire many generations ago. That was the dragon imperial family.
Most of its members possessed abilities far exceeding ordinary human skills. Thanks to their supernatural powers, they had been able to maintain their iron-fisted rule over the empire for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the Right Peace family's private army alone would stand no chance against the Imperial army. In the novel, Sean failed to secure the cooperation of the magic beasts. However, somehow he caused a rift within the Imperial family, ultimately leading to his rebellion. But then Dion killed Pandora. Her death forced Sean to ally with Roxelin, his old enemy, and together they fought against Dion, annihilating the entire race of magic beasts. That was the end of the noble count's daughter. Currently, the story has deviated from the original. I'm not sure if Sean is pursuing the same goals as in the novel, but the Dion I met still carries a powerful dark energy. Even when standing in front of him, I feel suffocated. She pondered for a moment. I wasn't worried about Sean before, but now I've gotten used to him. I'm afraid Dion will kill him.
Perhaps in just a short time I became closer to him than I thought. Shan asked Erica, "Is there a way to revive my rice seeds? And can we keep Dion away from him?" The teacher said, to make sure he understood the situation, "You're saying that while searching for the dark beast, you unexpectedly found a wild ginseng plant, and then you ran all over the mountain to befriend it all night long?" Erica excitedly replied, "Exactly. It's a moving ginseng plant. Isn't that amazing?" Erica was a little at a loss. The teacher said, "I never thought you would prioritize a wild ginseng plant over our agreement." Erica gave an embarrassed laugh. "I completely forgot about the agreement. I couldn't miss the chance to catch such a rare ginseng plant." She added, "Do you have much information about it?" He sighed. "Actually, this is also the first time I've seen a moving ginseng plant. I've never read any records about it." Hearing that, Erica's eyes lit up. She thought to herself, "What? So aren't I the first person to discover the species?" Shan suggested to her, "Then perhaps you should befriend it first." Erica suddenly realized. She replied with a slight pout, "You're handsome too, but why are you so inhumane?" His nonchalant reply was, "Thank you for the compliment." For the first time, I felt quite anxious about meeting Shan, the villain hidden behind the series. But the more I learned about him, the more I grew to like him. Shan concluded, "All right, that's enough small talk. Let's deal with this problem." Erica obediently replied, "Yes, sir."
The large room suddenly became quiet. Sunlight streaming through the window created a warm feeling. A moment later, Erica began to feel flustered. Shan's gaze made her a little uneasy. What is it? Has he been staring at me this whole time, while I was solving the question? This question only flashed through Erica's mind when Shan spoke up. "But what made you suddenly become obsessed with plants? As far as I know, you never cared about them before." This question startled Erica. Shan continued, "You became interested in agriculture overnight. A noble young lady of the Driat household interested in mere seeds? That doesn't seem to suit your personality very well." Erica awkwardly tried to think of a reason. "That's because..." She agonizingly thought to herself, "What should I say? Oh my God, I don't have a single convincing reason." At this point, playing dumb is the best strategy. Erica offered a standard smile. "Is there any reason why not? You too could suddenly like something overnight, couldn't you? Anyone could." Shan repeated Erica's words. "Suddenly like?" "Exactly. That can happen to me." Erica caught the main point, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "You understand what I mean, don't you see? My destiny is to become a farmer." Erica jumped to her feet and exclaimed, "I will become a farmer because agriculture is the best." Shan, still smiling, told her, "Sit down." Suddenly realizing she had been impolite, Erica quickly sat down. "Yes." Suddenly Shan poked her cheek, making Erica wonder, "What is he doing?" Then Shan suddenly pinched Erica's cheek, making her voice indistinct. Teacher, what are you doing?" He spoke up. "This is punishment for constantly running into the forest instead of looking for magical beasts," Erica retorted. "But I found natural ginseng." Shan continued to ask, "Natural ginseng or a friend?" This question surprised her. "Can you be friends with it?" He found her incredibly adorable. "Of course you can. If you have the same level and intelligence as a tree, I support the idea that it's possible for you, Lady Erica." That remark made Erica angry. "Teacher!" Shan changed the subject again. "Don't overwork yourself. Next week we won't have any classes. I have another appointment. I need to inform Duke Dreed about this beforehand. Instead, I will give you a ton of homework so that we don't have any issues delaying our study progress." The thick stack of homework made Erica panic. "What? But that is my problem." The lesson ended. Shan bid her farewell. "Well then, Lady Erica, I'll see you in the next lesson." Erica quickly called after him, "Teacher, wait, teacher!" That evening, at the luxurious mansion, Shan was changing his clothes when he suddenly glanced at a certain spot. At this moment, Shan suddenly looked at the gloomy closed door, thinking of the maid kneeling on the ground. Would she be killed or spared? As a child, he had fearfully witnessed such a scene. The frightened boy ran towards the man, calling out, "Father, please, I'll do anything. Please spare the wet nurse." In response, there was silence. The maid collapsed to the ground after the man's wave of a hand. He spoke coldly. "There are many out there who will try to use our divine power. If you allow them to exploit you, they will exploit you until you die. So Sean, if you don't kill, you will be killed. Always remember this." Back in the present, the man stood before Sean, smiling as he said, "Welcome back. Sean, Dante Ripacy, you are the head of the Ripacy family." He spoke up. "I am ready, Father. We can begin now." The man replied, extremely pleased. "Very good."
He glided past, whispering to Sean, "She will be the jewel of the Dryad family." He was stunned, thinking to himself, to be killed or spared. Sean bowed his head, calmly replying, "Of course, she will be killed." "Father," a cold voice answered him, "the correct answer. Are you ready?" In the darkness, a beast lurked. It stared at Sean, his hands chained as he climbed the wall. He silently watched the terrifying mouth full of teeth and fangs of the beast slowly opening. At this moment, the image of beautiful Erica appeared in Sean's mind. He scoffed. "Why, at this very moment, does your face appear in my mind? Even though I'm quite busy attending classes and getting acquainted with natural ginseng, my cultivation is still going smoothly. Thanks to the diligence of the mages, the magic building is growing larger day by day. Raoul is also watering the plants more diligently than I thought." Suddenly, Erica looked over. She stared in shock at the withered garden, the tomato plants looking utterly lifeless. Erica wailed, "No, my tomatoes!" She rushed to the door, knocking frantically. "Raoul, have you watered my tomato plants today?" Erica was met with silence. She was getting annoyed now. Her hands suddenly clenched into fists. Erica unleashed a barrage of kicks on the poor window. "Raoul, have you watered them or not? All I asked you to do was water the garden in front of your room. A leisurely day for you in there is a living hell, a desert nightmare for those tomatoes." As she was scolding him fiercely, Raoul suddenly flung the door open, causing Erica to stop short.
He replied faintly, "You're too noisy. Speak more quietly." With that said, Raoul extended his hand towards the garden. When he called out water, rain began to pour down onto the garden. Erica looked at Raoul with an expectant face. "Raoul, you're only watering them because you want an excuse to talk to me, aren't you?" He was a bit at a loss for words. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving." She quickly grabbed Raoul's sleeve. "I have something to say." Erica thought to herself, "He's still hard on me, but now I know. That's how he tries to be kind to me." Raoul asked, "What is it?" Hearing that, she happily replied to him, "You can do it." Seeing that, Raoul was slightly surprised. Erica continued, "Keep going. I know you've been locking yourself in your room lately, trying to invent new magic devices, and you also have the Supreme Mage exam, right? You must be very busy preparing for the exam by yourself and also conducting research. I think you're truly amazing. So feel free to tell me if you need any help." Suddenly, he called Erica's name. She excitedly replied, "Yes." "I don't need your help. I just hope you don't bother me." Hearing that, Erica pouted indignantly. She turned away sharply. "Yes, yes, of course. Just do what you want." Raoul chuckled. Afterward, he asked, "How's your class?" Erica turned back. "It's fine. I think my teacher is really smart." Hearing her praise the teacher, Raoul's face darkened. Of course, he's Sean Ripeys. Suddenly, Erica felt confused. Why did his face suddenly darken? She asked, "Raoul, is there something going on between you and my teacher?" He gently patted her head. "Erica, remember, you shouldn't trust anyone absolutely." Erica was now caressing the seed in her hand, examining it intently, but her thoughts had drifted away. When she mentioned Sean, Raoul's eyes became uncomfortable. She wondered why he reacted that way, and if there was a reason. A thought suddenly flashed in Erica's mind. That's it. Raoul and Sean will later be rivals competing for Pandora's heart. I guess that's probably why they have animosity towards each other. I can't believe Raoul is already wary of his future love rival. Meanwhile, Raoul, who was sitting quietly, suddenly felt his ears burning.
Erica continued to mutter, "Anyway, I need to quickly find a solution for these rice grains. I can't let Shan know where Dayan is. I should find another way." The maid brought in the tea and asked her solicitously, "Miss, you're sighing like that. Is something troubling you?" Erica heard her and looked up. "Betty, you're exactly who I need right now. Listen, this is a story about my friend."
The maid asked in confusion, "But I know you don't have any friends, miss." Erica said loudly, "I do have friends," she thought to herself, even though they were just a monster rabbit and a talking pickaxe. The maid seemed to understand. "All right, go on. Miss, just speak." Hearing the maid's disbelief, Erica said, "Can't you at least pretend to believe me? Anyway, my friend always yearns for one thing, but only one person in this world can fulfill that desire. However, that person requires her to fulfill their wish first if she wants her dream to come true. She wishes she could fulfill their wish, but unfortunately she cannot." The maid pondered.
Does that person have any other dreams? In response, Erica replied, No, they lack nothing. The maid further asked, So what's their relationship? Are they friends? This question made her pause and ponder. What was her relationship with Shan? She recalled when he taught her. Come on, what's this word? Arigato. Arigato. It means thank you.
So she uncertainly replied to the maid that they were just acquaintances, perhaps. The maid clapped her hands, saying, Then it's simple. Erica wondered, Simple? The maid confidently told her, if they aren't friends yet, they can become friends. She can try to get close to them, so close that they can't refuse her requests. Erica was momentarily stunned. Shan and I become friends? Erica recalled Betty's suggestion. She can try to get close to them, so close that they can't refuse her requests. She mused, At first I thought it was completely absurd, but Betty's words make sense. If we become very close, he might be willing to help wholeheartedly. Yes, that's it. She gently broke into a bright smile, and Erica's eyes immediately lit up. Then, starting now, the strategy to build a relationship with Shan will begin. She looked over at a bewildered Shan. First step, show friendliness with a gentle smile. Who would despise a smiling face? He suddenly called out, Miss Erica? She smiled back, yes. Shan asked curiously, making Erica speechless. What's with that devilish smile? Hearing that, she unhappily mumbled, I'm just trying to be friendly. He tilted his head in confusion. Friendly? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Erica vaguely replied to avoid the topic. Nothing. She wondered doubtfully, did my first attempt fail? Perhaps I was mistaken to think I could easily befriend the mysterious villain of the novel. Time flew by, the clock hand still ticking. Erica cast an awkward glance toward Shan, who was sitting beside her.
Erica suddenly spoke up. Sir. He gently turned to look at Erica. Huh? After that, she immediately rolled up her sleeve. Do I look any different today? Plan B, seduction by her strong muscles. Sean calmly glanced at Erica, flexing her arm muscles. She smiled smugly. That's right, look at my biceps. Admire the beautiful muscles I've gained from farming. A second later, he exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Sean observed intently. Your face seems to be telling me you have an urgent call of nature. If you need to use the restroom, just go ahead. Hearing that, Erica raised her arm higher for him to see better. No, that's not what I mean. In her heart, she was desperately thinking, please just pay attention to what I'm showing off. Seeing that, Sean seemed to realize something. He carefully inquired, restroom? It'll take a while, so it's best if we take a 15-minute break. Erica, realizing Sean had misunderstood her, lowered her voice. No, I wasn't talking about that. Let's just continue studying, she decided firmly. He spoke again. Miss Erica, would you like some chocolate? Sean placed a handful in front of Erica.
I need to grade your papers. Let's take a short break and then continue. A few minutes later, she happily ate the chocolate he gave her. Erica rested her chin on her hand, leisurely swinging her legs, while Shan next to her was seriously grading papers. She thought, I've tried my best to stick to the plan, but I don't know how to approach him. My smile isn't working, not even my alluring muscles. Amidst this dilemma, the chocolate really tastes good. Erica's smile faded and her eyes lowered slightly. Her gaze settled on the candies on the table. Shan curiously watched Erica fumbling with something. He chuckled when he saw her delightedly eating multiple chocolates at once from the 5-tiered chocolate tower. Hearing the chuckle, Erica looked at Shan. He gently asked, Is it that good? She was stunned, her cheeks flushing. His smile seemed a little different from usual. Teacher, Erica suddenly moved closer, calling out loudly. Shan was slightly taken aback. If you're done eating, shall we continue with our lesson? She immediately waved it off. No, that's not it. Dimples. I saw dimples when you just smiled. Erica recalled the earlier image. A typical villain's smile always appeared on his face. Perhaps that was why she had never seen those beautiful dimples before. She suggested, Please smile at me again. He calmly replied, I always maintain that smile. Erica raised her voice, full of anticipation. Not that one. I want a real, genuine smile like just now. You don't know how beautiful your dimples are. I really want to poke my fingers into them. Shan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Poke into them? She pointed to her own cheeks. Exactly, that's it. The corners of his lips curved into a cunning smile. Shan said in a cold voice, You poke me? Countless question marks appeared in Erica's mind. What does that mean? He continued, More importantly, Miss Erica, I finished grading. Would you like to check your results? She looked at the paper covered in red ink before her, speechless. You got 20 points, Miss Erica. 20 out of 100 points.
Erica suddenly turned her head away. You don't have to speak so loudly, I can see it. Shan's voice was probing. It seems you weren't focused on your studies just now, were you? She replied hesitantly. I guess so. He shared his idea. I think we might need to change things up a bit, so I'm considering an outdoor class next week. Erica asked in surprise. An outdoor class? A hint of disappointment crossed Shan's face. You don't like this idea? Excitement was clear on her face. Of course, I love it. Erica's heart was filled with anticipation. He just suggested we go on a picnic together, didn't he? Today was the outdoor class with Shan. Erica called out, Betty, how do I look? She happily twirled around, showing off her dress.
Betty clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Young lady is so beautiful. I agree with this dress. Felix's resolute voice suddenly reached them from afar, interrupting their conversation. I don't agree. Erica wondered, why not? Do you think this dress isn't beautiful enough? He put his hands on his hips. It's very beautiful, and that's precisely the problem. You should change into something else. Among these dresses, this one is even worse. Disapproval was clearly written on Felix's face as he took out another black dress. Erica looked at him doubtfully. You must be misunderstanding something. I'm not going to a funeral. Betty also agreed with her opinion. That's right. This is too dull for an outdoor class. What will people think of the House of Driet when young lady goes out wearing this? Felix still tried to explain, but Erica couldn't ignore the issue. She stood to the side, only able to watch them with a forced smile. Erica turned her head to admire her reflection in the mirror. Immediately after, she smiled excitedly. That's right. This time I'll be able to get closer to Sean, won't I? A moment later, in the sun-drenched forest, Sean was seriously lecturing. The ancient ancestors of the dragon imperial family are rumored to be blood relatives of red dragons. That is why the red color of their hair and eyes is the symbol of the imperial family.
This tomb was also modeled after a red dragon. Erica frowned, abandoning her plans. This was no different from a boring class in her previous life. I knew it. I shouldn't have hoped for anything. How pathetic. Perhaps building a friendship between us was impossible from the start. After all, he was an enigmatic villain, and it would be even stranger if we became friends. I'm overthinking this. I'm starting to feel sleepy, and I didn't get enough sleep because I had to fuss over getting ready since early morning. No, I can't sleep. A few minutes passed, and insistent calls continuously echoed in her ears. Erica, Lady Erica. Erica silently grumbled. So noisy. The noise made her crave mandu. Even though she was deep in sleep, her mouth still mumbled, mandu. Then Erica slowly opened her still hazy eyes. A gentle, cool breeze softly blew past, waking her up, and she stared at Shan. He smiled and asked, Did you sleep well? Hearing this, Erica quickly wiped her drool and denied, No, I wasn't sleeping. Shan's voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. How embarrassing. You fell sound asleep in my class again. Are you that tired? She rubbed her forehead, which had just been flicked. I'm sorry. I woke up earlier than usual. So you didn't get enough sleep? He asked again, puzzled. Why is that? Erica squeezed her own arm. Because I was excited about the outdoor class. I woke up very early to get ready. Shan exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, why would an outdoor class make you so excited?
She leaned down, her small face close to his. Because this is the first time we're going out together. Hearing that, Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. He wondered, is that the reason? Erica was slightly stunned. Huh? Shan was about to say something else when he suddenly stopped. So what's your reason for being excited? What's this wound? He took hold of her ankle. Erica didn't pay much attention. It's probably just my new shoes scratching my foot. Don't worry, I'm Driet. It'll heal today, Shan suggested. If I heal it, it won't even take a day. Her voice was a little hesitant. I know, but...
Didn't you say that day that using your power would come at a price? That means to use this ability, you'd have to exchange it for something bad, right? How can I let you use it knowing this? After hearing this, he fell silent, not saying another word. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she placed her hand on her chest. I'm only asking you to use that ability on the seeds because growing rice is my dream, a dream I would give my life for. That's why I'm asking you, because only you have the ability to save those seeds. As I said, if you can revive those rice seeds for me, I promise I will repay you at any cost. Shan's voice deepened. How do you intend to repay me? I've made it clear I want you to find the dark magic beast for me. Erica flatly refused his request. Anything but that. Shan's expression turned cold. What do you think you can do for me if you can't even do that? Hearing this, she felt a shiver of fear. So there's no hope left? Erica's face showed a look of confusion. I will protect you when you are in danger.
Erica awkwardly raised her hand. I really can protect you. Look at my muscles. I'm more useful than you think. I have extraordinary strength, a powerful background, a lot of money, and even amazing agricultural skills. Then she gently flashed a bright smile. Not only that, I'm also very beautiful, aren't I? In her heart, she was now smugly thinking, this time I'll definitely charm him. He didn't waver at all. I don't know about that. She immediately fired a series of questions. What? Am I not beautiful? Like unbelievably beautiful? Incredibly wonderful? Undeniably gorgeous? Shan carefully took off the shoes on Erica's feet. All right, sit still. His hand immediately emitted a gentle blue light. Then Shan spoke seriously. Miss Erica, if you get injured later, you must tell me immediately. Don't hide it from me. She gave a forced smile. But I'm really fine. But he maintained his attitude. Answer me. Erica had no choice but to comply. Okay. Shan continued to instruct. And you're not allowed to wear uncomfortable shoes like these anymore.
She pondered. That depends on the situation. He gave a gentle smile, but his words were demanding. Answer me. Erica ultimately had to comply. Yes. Sean praised. Very good.
So let's end the lesson here and have some mandu together. Hearing that, her eyes immediately lit up. Mandu? Erica asked curiously. How did you know I like mandu? His voice had a teasing tone. It's written all over your forehead. She awkwardly touched her forehead. Anyway, he suggested we eat together. This must be a positive sign that we can be friends, right? Erica and Sean were enjoying their meal together. Holding a dumpling, she exclaimed admiringly, "It's delicious." Suddenly, Erica remembered Betty's reminder, "Be elegant, young lady, sit up straight, and eat politely." Following her advice, she reminded herself, "That's right, I should maintain an elegant demeanor while eating and not eat too much." But at the same time, Sean stood up and excused himself. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a moment." Seeing this, Erica secretly celebrated in her heart. Excellent. She put on a dignified air as she saw him off, telling him to make himself comfortable. The moment Sean was out of sight, Erica immediately grabbed the entire bowl of mandu. She quickly poured it all into her mouth, making everyone stare in wide-eyed surprise. As Erica chewed, she exclaimed, "So delicious!" Then her eyes darted to the mandu resting on Sean's plate. Despite her craving, she quickly dismissed the wicked thought in her mind. "No, I am a noble lady. I cannot steal someone else's mandu." After thinking it over, she called a waiter and requested, "Excuse me, could I please have 1 serving of meat mandu and 1 serving of kimchi mandu?" The waiter, with his blonde hair, showed a clear look of panic on his face. He stammered, "Of course, miss." And very quickly, the waiter brought the food, along with a glass of water. Erica looked at it puzzled. "Huh, what is this?" He politely explained, "Tomato juice, miss. This is a complimentary item for you and your companion." Erica's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, so she didn't notice the waiter's furtive gaze. "Thank you," she said. He stood watching her happily drink the liquid before leaving. A little later, Sean returned to the table. Seeing the stack of plates, he asked, "Miss Erica, did you eat all of this while I was gone?" Erica, holding an entire bowl, stammered out a fabrication. You see, I only ate 1 serving." Sean, exasperated, retorted, "Then how do you explain this pile of empty plates in front of me?" Exposed, Erica admitted, "Well, I guess it wasn't just 1 plate." Sean suddenly noticed the glass of water at his spot and wondered, "What kind of drink is this?" Erica, without hiding anything, explained, "They said it was free. I didn't order a lot of food, I swear." He picked up the glass suspiciously. "Free?" Sean brought it to his mouth, intending to drink, but he paused, looking at the glass without drinking, as he noticed something unusual.
He turned to her and asked, "Erica, have you finished your drink?" Erica replied honestly, "Yes, it was delicious, so I asked for a little more, and then they brought the whole barrel, so I had to drink it all." Seeing his serious expression, Erica finally realized that there was something wrong with this drink. Suddenly, 2 men walked towards them. Hearing the sound, she also realized that something was wrong.
The blonde guy from earlier walked over, sneering arrogantly. "A prestigious young lady and a loser, huh?" Erica stood up without a hint of fear and questioned, "Who are you?" At the same time, she had somewhat guessed what they were up to. She thought to herself, "Have these people been following us since we got here? Is this okay? They're not trained soldiers. I can handle them easily." Acting on her thought, Erica immediately stepped in front of Sean. Seeing this, he was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Erica bravely replied clearly, "I told you I'd protect you. I won't let anyone lay a finger on my teacher." Seeing Erica was still as strong as an ox, the blonde guy asked in bewilderment, "Hey, are you sure you drank the water I gave you? Don't you feel dizzy or sleepy?" She immediately denied it, full of suspicion. "Of course not. Why?" The blonde guy didn't believe her and blurted out all the information. "How can that be? I put enough tranquilizer in there to take down a bear. A normal person would cough up blood and die right after drinking 1 glass." When Sean heard him blurt everything out, he pondered thoughtfully. He put his arm over Erica's eyes. Then he used his magic power to swiftly deal with the blonde guy, making him scream miserably like a stuck pig. Hearing the strange noise, Erica called out in confusion, "Teacher, I can't see anything."
As soon as Sean let go, he immediately turned Erica to face him, deliberately making her focus all her attention on him. "Erica, will you protect me?" Erica still didn't understand what was happening. "Huh?" Sean urged hastily, "We need to get out of here, but I don't think they'll stop chasing us until they lose our trail." Erica was still bewildered. "Me?" Sean affirmed firmly, "That's right, because their target is you, Miss Erica." Erica was still doubtful, but why would they? Before she could finish her sentence, the blonde guy's accomplice rushed forward with a stick, cursing incessantly, "You brat!" Once again, Sean used his power. Just 1 strike from him was enough to send him flying all the way to the corner of the restaurant. After dealing with the remaining guy, Sean immediately led Erica to flee, while also answering her question. "Why not? You have extraordinary power, an influential background, and a lot of money." "Huh?"
Erica didn't wait for him to finish speaking, immediately interrupting to boast about her excellent farming skills. Sean smiled sarcastically. I don't think your farming skills are what they're aiming for. Erica asked curiously, so what were you going to say? He pinched her cheek, continuing to tease. Oh, you have an uncontrollable appetite. Erica let him pinch her cheek, her heart full of dissatisfaction. Is this what we should be doing in this situation? As the two were chatting intimately, Betty appeared with a panicked expression. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Erica was slightly surprised to see her. Betty, did you come here to pick me up? Betty's face was pale with worry. Miss, is that blood on your clothes? At Betty's mention, Erica finally noticed. Ah, it probably splattered on me when Sean was fighting. To keep her from worrying further, Erica quickly reassured her. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Betty immediately pulled Erica towards her. Miss, come here quickly. She shielded Erica behind her, making Erica confused. Huh? Betty then ordered the soldiers to surround and capture Sean, protecting the jewel of the Dright family. Sean frankly admitted, It's all my fault. Hazen closed his eyes, frowning sternly. I know. At this moment, Erica quickly spoke up to defend Sean. No, father, you don't know anything. He protected me. But Hazen seemed annoyed that his apricot wine bottle was almost damaged. Erica, the tomato juice you drank was poisoned.
Not to mention, you also drank a whole barrel of juice. Hearing this, Erica felt a little guilty. That, Hazen added. A barrel! Oh my goodness! If you weren't to dray it, you would have died instantly. Erica was scolded until her face turned pale, speechless and unable to retort. She complained discontentedly. Yes, all right, but aren't I still fine? Look, father, I'm not hurt anywhere, am I? Hazen grumbled, his voice a little stern. Hey, weren't you in a situation where blood splattered on your clothes? I will definitely hold Ripus responsible for what happened today. He continued, an outdoor class? I never agreed to such a thing in the first place. Seeing her father's reaction, Erica felt a little sad. This was too serious. Her father was angrier than she had imagined. She thought that Sean had protected her, which was why nothing had happened. Thinking this, her hand suddenly clenched. Erica whispered to Sean, Trust me, I can handle this. Sean didn't understand what she intended to do. Suddenly, Erica shouted, Father! Because my teacher took me out for today's outdoor class, terrible things happened. Then Erica declared decisively, I have become the master of the divine sword. A moment later, Hazen exclaimed in astonishment, So, Erica, what you're saying, you weren't poisoned because the divine sword awakened? Garcian was stunned, finding those absurd fabrications hard to believe. What nonsense are you spouting, master? Erica, however, confidently affirmed, That's right, and perhaps because what awakened it was tomato juice, its form has changed.
Hazen heard that, held his forehead, and said, No, there's no way this thing could be a sword god. To convince him, Erica continued to explain logically, Right? I can't believe the sword god turned into a hoe, but it's true, and I heard the angry voice of the transformed sword god. Then Erica recounted, How dare you insult tomatoes? They are one of the wonderful products of the fields. I will make you regret it. Garcian, in her hand, listened to those nonsensical words helplessly. When did I say that? Erica hugged the sword, tears welling up, and said to Hazen, Father, our sword god actually loves farming very much. Garcian was speechless at her words, exclaiming, Wait, master, I'm talking here. When did I say that? Erica ignored its complaints, continuing her act to the end. Oscar owes her a cup. That's why it's unforgivable for those people to defile tomato juice by adding poison.
Therefore, it decided to abandon its old form and be reborn. Why? Because it loved fruits and vegetables the most in the world, because it wanted to protect them. Thus, the sword was reborn as a divine hoe. Its intense love for plants and its unwavering determination to protect them transformed it into a divine hoe. Those, oh my God, remarks shocked Garcian immensely, as he believed no one would ever believe such nonsense. Not even a fool would fall for these absurd claims. But at that very moment, Hazen spoke up, expressing his astonishment. Impossible. The sword god enjoys farming that much? Garcian was even more shocked that someone actually believed those oh my God remarks, and it was Erica's father no less. No way. He actually believed that? Hazen, with wide round eyes, exclaimed, Now I understand. That's why you suddenly took such a liking to planting plants. Now I know the truth. You're right. It's not like a normal hoe. Erica finally managed to convince him, as she awkwardly said, Right? Hazen suddenly took her hand, expressing his anticipation. I'm so proud of you. I can't believe you've become the master of the sword. No, the divine hoe. Erica forced a smile, thinking to herself, Thank goodness he's so gullible. A moment later, after things had settled down, Hazen called Shan. Shan immediately replied, Yes, your grace.
Hazen advised, This is the first and also the last time I will overlook this matter, no matter how it happened. But thanks to you, the Driat family has also found the owner of the divine sword for the first time in 1,000 years.
I will overlook this matter, but from now on, ensure Erika's safety. Shan said seriously, I will not let you down again. Erika was still blaming herself, that he was scolded because of her. At this moment, her father spoke up. Then Erika, I think it's time we began to complete your training as the Dryad family's heir. Erika was startled and bewildered.
Since Erika had become the wielder of the divine sword, Hazen decided, now that you are the master of the divine sword, you should learn swordsmanship. Hearing this, she was utterly flustered, but before she could finish, Hazen interrupted. Therefore, I think we should suspend your classes for a while. I hope you understand. Shan had no objections and happily agreed. Of course, Your Grace, her training schedule should be the top priority. Erika, feeling left out, became even more panicked. What about my opinion then? Shan continued, I will inform you of her class arrangements later. It was then that Erika realized she had brought a great deal of trouble upon herself. Who would have thought I'd have to take a swordsmanship course? That evening, Erika went for a walk outside the mansion with Shan. She suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Shan asked, what for? With a hint of remorse in her voice, Erika slowly said, You were reprimanded again right after protecting me. Shan didn't blame her, only gently comforted her. It was my fault, because it happened while I was away.
Erika walked, asking in a low voice, Everything will be all right, won't it? It's an undeniable truth that you saved me, and blood splattered on my clothes while you were trying to protect me. Seeing her like that, Shan was a little speechless. Erika, feeling ashamed, blurted out, I'm sorry. In that situation, Shan didn't say anything. He gently draped his jacket over her. Erika looked at him in surprise. Teacher, Shan gently said, It's cold, put it on. As he spoke, he held both sides of the jacket and pulled them together. There, now it's not visible anymore. Only then did Erika realize, Huh? She clutched his jacket and said, Oh, you don't have to do this. I'll change as soon as I get back to my room, so it's fine. Suddenly, Shan spoke up again, calling Miss Erika. But then he suddenly fell silent. Then he spoke again, sounding annoyed and dissatisfied. Why do so many things not bother you? The two looked at each other, and a cold gust of wind gently swept past. Erika looked at his unreadable expression, wondering to herself, Is he angry? But why? Then suddenly Shan gripped her shoulders tightly. He gently lifted her top. Shan spoke from the bottom of his heart. I didn't mean for blood to get on your clothes.
Upon hearing those words, Erika was greatly astonished, her eyes wide open. Just as she was feeling touched, someone unexpectedly arrived. He bowed respectfully and announced, Young master, we have come to take you home. Being summoned back so abruptly, Shan could not stay any longer. But before leaving, he advised Erika, I heard that the training to become an heir of the Dryad family is quite rigorous. Please take care of yourself. Erika replied with a wry smile, I will do my best. Hearing that, Shan felt a little relieved. Well then, I will come back to see you in 2 weeks. Then he turned and departed. Reaching a carriage store, he suddenly stopped. Shan abruptly turned around. Oh, one more thing. You look very beautiful today. Receiving such a sudden compliment, Erika, slightly flustered, replied, Oh? However, Shan merely smiled silently, and the carriage gradually disappeared from view. Erika stood alone outside, asking in a daze, Did he just say I was beautiful? The next morning, at the Dryad mansion,
Hazen gathered everyone, saying sternly, I know you're all very surprised by my sudden summons for a meeting here. I'll get straight to the point. Erika has become the master of the divine sword. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. Felix quickly spoke up. I don't understand, Your Grace. The maid beside him also expressed some doubt. But the young lady is very weak and fragile. He voiced his objection. If that's true, isn't it very dangerous? The imperial family will certainly not leave her alone now. You remember what happened to the previous master of the divine sword, don't you? Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted. Enough. Julieta, with a determined gaze, said, We will never let that happen to Erika. We will protect her at all costs. At this moment, Hazen thought to himself, Felix is right. The imperial family will definitely pursue Erika. Historically, the Dragon imperial family had always been fair and righteous until an unprecedented tyrant emerged about 100 years ago. After that, the imperial family changed.
The emperor beheaded everyone he considered a threat to his power, and among those victims was the former master of the divine sword who awakened Garcian 1,000 years ago. The emperor eliminated everyone because he was threatened by the power of the divine sword. Hazen wrung his hands, clearly showing his worry for his daughter. That's why we've been trying to keep Erika away from any royal connections, but in the end, she was chosen by the divine sword. At this moment, Julieta quietly walked to where the swords were hung and picked one up. Julieta decisively swung the sword, declaring loudly, Erika will have to undergo the most rigorous training of the Dryad household if she wants to protect herself. Hearing this, Roel exclaimed in surprise, Mother, does that mean? Hazen then spoke up, Everyone listen, from now on we will begin the Dryad household's true combat training.
Meanwhile, Erica was still engrossed in the garden, holding Garcian and striking it hard against the ground. Erica repeated the motion, sighing and looking utterly fed up. She stared intently, unable to believe she had to waste time on sword practice when she needed to quickly become Sean's best friend to save those rice grains. "Last night was truly wonderful," Roel's voice echoed. "You look very beautiful today." Then she told herself, "I can't miss this opportunity." A moment later, Erica tiredly slumped to the ground.
She quietly looked up at the sky. After all, when would they tell her the training schedule? She needed to know how to train to prepare herself mentally, didn't she? Suddenly, an object crashed to the ground, making her scream in fright. Ah! Erica was utterly panicked internally. Wait, what's going on? A rose. Then out of nowhere, another man appeared, crazing her. Very good, very good. You dodged my attack, not bad. Erica glanced at him. Who are you? While trying to show off, Felix accidentally stepped on Erica's precious little plant. I'll tell you who I am. I am the red desert scorpion. She immediately yelled, "Hey, be careful, you're stepping on my plant." Hearing that, he frantically lifted his foot. "Oops, I'm sorry, miss." Hearing the two words miss, Erica froze for a few seconds. She then asked, "Are you Felix?" Caught off guard, he nervously denied. What are you talking about? I am the legendary red scorpion." Seeing Felix flustered, Erica became even more certain, wondering, what kind of act is he putting on? After a moment of showing off, Felix pulled out scissors and lunged to attack. That was probably just luck, but this time you won't be able to dodge it. Erica was now panicked internally. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? From the sky, several lobsters suddenly fell. One of them landed on Erica's head. She held her forehead and turned to ask, "What is that?" "This is a red-striped lobster," Felix retorted. "No, this is a desert scorpion."
Erica turned to look at Felix and asked him, "But it looks so delicious. Can I eat it?" Felix unconsciously replied, "No, you can't eat it, young lady. If you're hungry, I'll immediately run to the kitchen and get you something to eat." It was then that he suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn. Felix immediately changed his demeanor and scolded Erica. "How dare you deceive me with such nonsense?" Erica thought to herself, no one did anything. She picked up the lobster and questioned, "Don't tell me this is how the Dreet household trains its heirs?" She glanced around, sensing the pervasive killing intent, not just from Felix.
Erica sensed the presence of others here. She suddenly stood up and sighed. "Hey, Desert King Crab." Felix flinched. "Yes, I told you I'm a scorpion." Erica's attitude changed, doing a complete 180. "Whether you're a scorpion or a shrimp, I couldn't care less. You've wasted my precious farm time." "Stay right there," Erica said darkly. "Deal with this quickly. I still have fields to hoe." Seeing the situation was bad, Felix cried out in fear, "Customer, wait!" A smack rang out, followed by Felix's painful scream. A little later, Erica made it back to her room. She tiredly flopped onto her bed, her pale face complaining, "Oh my God, I'm dead tired." Erica lay there, exhausted, pondering the strange events of the day, about those masked figures. It even took her a while to get back to her room. How can they call this torment training, she wondered. Maybe I should rest for about 10 minutes and then think more. While deep in thought, she suddenly noticed something. Someone swooped down from above, making Erica scream in fright. "Quick, catch me!" Betty, seeing her scream, landed to comfort her. "Hey, don't be scared. I haven't done anything yet." Only then did Erica regain her composure and say, "But, Betty..." She, like Felix, was being dramatic. "I'm sorry. I am not Betty, your loyal servant. I am the Black Cat." Erica thought helplessly to herself, "It's definitely you."
Betty continued speaking. "Black Cat, Jewel in the Darkness is my full name." Erica clutched Garcian, growling angrily. "Please, can you stop?" Hit so suddenly, she cried out in alarm. "My lady, what was that sudden move?" Betty quickly retreated a few steps. She held up a throwing star. "Ha, interesting. Well, how about this?" Then she suddenly jumped up and threw the throwing star. "Take this, Black Rose throwing star," Erica said sarcastically. "Rose what?" Then she gripped the divine sword tightly in her hand and swung it decisively. "If you are a rose, then I am the weed killer." With a bang, everything was obscured by a blue light. A moment later, the once intact room was now a complete mess. Betty was also knocked out. Only now did Erica realize she had gone a bit too far. "It seems I went a bit overboard. If they keep rushing at me like this, soon enough there'll be nothing left of this mansion." While she was at a loss for what to do, she noticed something unusual.
She watched the debris fly up on its own and return to its original position. Erica was both surprised and bewildered, not understanding what was happening. As her room was returning to its original state, she realized there was only one person who could do such a thing.
Erica gritted her teeth, thinking furiously. The only one who could use such magic was Roel. She couldn't believe he was colluding with those eccentric people in cow costumes. He truly was a devil brother. Just then the door opened, and Roel walked in. He asked, "Who's the devil?" She was startled to see Roel appear so suddenly, unable to believe it. Roel! Seeing him approach, Erica immediately stopped him. "Wait, don't come near me." Stopped, Roel intended to explain, but before he could speak, Erica already knew what he was going to say. She interrupted Roel. "I know everything already. You're one of them, aren't you? I'm very impressed with your restoration magic." Erica went on high alert. "I know you'll attack me when I let my guard down. You know I'm not an idiot. So what's your alias? The White Dragon of the Magic Tower?" Hearing such a ridiculous name, Roel froze on the spot. "What?" He quickly explained. "What happened to you has nothing to do with me." Only then did Erica lower her guard. She asked, "Really? Then why are you here? I'm sure you can't help me because Father must have already told you."
Hearing that, Roel also admitted, "You're right, actually I wasn't planning on coming here." He placed his hand on Erica's head, gently comforting her, "But I was afraid you might be crying." Roel seriously explained to Erica, "Actually I wasn't planning on coming here, but I was afraid you might be crying." She was deeply moved. "Roel!" But then Erica did a 180-degree turn. "So you thought I was crying and came here to tease me?" He was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Roel then indicated he wanted to leave. "It seems you're fine. I'll be going now." She quickly held him back. "No, don't go." Erica sighed and lamented. "I'm really suffering right now." He didn't actually leave, just deliberately teased her. Roel explained, "I'm swamped with work at the Magic Tower, so I can't stay here long." Hearing that, Erica didn't try to make things difficult. "Then just tell me one thing. Where are Mom and Dad? I don't see them anywhere." He wasn't sure either. I don't know exactly where Mom and Dad are, but they said they wanted to spend time together, just the two of them." She recalled the couple's demeanor, secretly affirming, "They definitely ran away. They ran away because they were afraid they'd go soft when they saw me. Having clever parents isn't always a good thing."
Roel interrupted her thoughts. "I have to go now." Erica continued to plead. "Come on, are you really leaving?" He replied frankly, "If I can't tease you, what's the point of staying?" She called Roel back. "Wait, you'll be back soon, right?" He smiled, answering Erica's question. "Of course, so don't even think about seeking help from others, like Shan Ripeis." Her face fell as she realized Roel had caught on to her intentions. Was he keeping Shan away because they were future rivals? Then Erica tried to change the subject. "What about my teacher? Or is it because I spilled tomato juice on my clothes the other night? Everyone around me worries too much about trivial things." He immediately stopped her. "Erica?" She was confused, not knowing what she had said wrong. "What is it? Why are you suddenly so serious?" Roel fell silent, deep in thought. Then he instructed, "Be careful, and never forget that the Dried family stands with the royal family."
Erica, though she didn't understand, still complied. "Yes." Roel patted her head and praised her. "Good girl." Erica felt something was off. She thought it over again in her head. It was really strange. She had simply thought Roel reacted immediately because he and Shan were love rivals in the novel. Was there any other reason for his attitude? A week later, at the magnificent, grand, and opulent mansion, in the vast bedroom, not a sound could be heard. On the other side of the room, the curtains suddenly moved. A suspiciously dressed figure crept in and began to scan the surroundings.
Betty slowly stepped in, quite bewildered. How strange. Shouldn't the young lady have sensed her presence and attacked her with a pickaxe? It was suspiciously quiet. Then, Betty discovered something. She immediately flipped the blanket over. Impossible! There was no one on the bed now, only a layer of pillows placed in the middle for disguise, and a note placed on top. Betty exclaimed, "Oh no!" Immediately after, her scream echoed, "Young Lady Erica!" The note read, "Dear parents, I am leaving because I can no longer endure this troublesome training. Don't try to find me. Goodbye everyone, and please take care of the farm for me." Julieta, Hazen, and Felix turned pale upon reading those words. He trembled with rage and ordered, "Go, find her immediately." Hazen's shout echoed throughout the mansion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a discreetly dressed figure entered a shop. The person slowly approached the counter, with a rabbit trailing behind. Other customers were chatting around them. Then, the cloaked figure took something out of a suitcase. It was Erica in disguise. She cheerfully ordered, "1 chicken soup and 1 sandwich, please." Garcian's voice caught Erica's attention. "Hey, master!"
"Aren't you enjoying this escape a little too much?" She shamelessly defended her actions. "Quiet, Garcian. Haven't you heard the saying, you can't do anything on an empty stomach? I've traveled all this way to the middle of nowhere just to be safe, rest for a bit, and enjoy some good food. Don't I deserve that?" After saying that, Erica subtly reassessed the inn. The place felt a bit gloomy. Let's eat quickly and then leave. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. "What? Such an incredible seed actually exists?"
Erica's eyes lit up like stars, and she listened intently. An incredible seed. Garcian asked worriedly, "Master, you're not getting distracted, are you?" Raycon was also worried about Erica. She quickly shushed them. "Shh, it's because of you two that I can't hear." The voice continued. "They say that seed has special abilities, and it even glows. Not only does it have healing powers, but it's also strong enough to take down magical beasts. That's good news. Magical beasts have been attacking very frequently lately. If we had that seed, we'd definitely be safer." Erica was utterly surprised. It can heal wounds and has the power to repel magical beasts? Could it be? Her vivid imagination began to run wild, associating it with things like sweet potatoes, delicious for humans but harmful to magical beasts. Sweet potatoes are poisonous to magical beasts, but a healing remedy for humans. What an amazing plant. I want it. I really want a sweet potato that can fight off magical beasts. Garcian felt helpless seeing his master like this. Master has gone mad. The people at the next table were still animatedly discussing their story, but the problem was, that thing couldn't be bought.
So it's only at the arena? That's right, it's simply a seed just for viewing. But it must surely have an owner, right? At least shouldn't we try to negotiate? I think we should go straight to the arena. She was pleased to hear such important news. Erica secretly planned. There's an arena operating at the farm, isn't there?
The three people in the end started to move. Erica quietly followed behind. Garcian was very confused by her master's actions. Was she planning to follow them to the arena? Really? She didn't even know what that seed was, and those people sounded quite suspicious, despite the Holy Sword's constant warnings. Erica remained resolute. A seed is just a seed. A good farmer can cultivate any seed. As she spoke, she stealthily continued walking. Erica hid behind a tree trunk, stating what she had gathered. If my guess is correct, it's definitely a sweet potato variety. Garcian was bewildered. Sweet potatoes? That's truly unbelievable. We heard the same conversation. So why did sweet potatoes never cross my mind? She exclaimed. That just shows how poor your farming experience is. And can you shut up for a bit? Your mouth will get me caught. While Erica was busy scolding, another person approached. The sudden voice made her stop abruptly. Hey, miss. They drew their swords, with suspicious and annoyed expressions. Are you following us? Can you tell us why? Speak. What do you want? Erica looked at the sword tip pointed at her, unsure what to do. Then she decided to act. It seems the arena is just around here. I can't turn back now. One of them continued to speculate. You are a member of Macaulay. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared from nowhere, making him stop. What was that sound? Erica immediately recognized the sound as a horse galloping very fast towards them. Then she seemed to realize something. It was Hazen. From a distance, Hazen was riding a horse, crying and shouting her name, Erica. She was very surprised. Her father stopped his horse and said, I've been looking for you everywhere, Erica. The stranger became even more wary when he saw Hazen appear, asking, Who are you? Hazen calmly replied, Me? I am this girl's father. Then he growled, How dare you touch my daughter? Die! Piercing screams began to echo. Erica stood silently, watching them being electrocuted and continuously protesting, We haven't done anything. Of course, Hazen didn't care, shouting, Shut up, die. Erica was stunned. She thought to herself, I thought I had run far enough. How did father find me? She knew this was not the time to think about it. I must run away quickly while he's not paying attention.
Erica quickly called Raycon, and it responded immediately. While they were fighting, Hazen suddenly froze. He started to worry. He reached out in the direction she was flying, trying to hold her back. Don't go, Erica. At a colossal arena, a tall, burly man stood guard at the entrance. He stopped her. Hey, kid, you can't go in here. Show your pass first. Erica wondered, a pass? Will this work? She held up something sparkling, and its light made the guard gape in astonishment. He stammered, That's a diamond. Of course it's fine. Please come in. After getting permission, she happily walked in, as easy as pie. Erica stepped inside, feeling the bustling atmosphere and a bit surprised. Shouts echoed non-stop. Can't do it? You won't win like that. On the arena floor, two people were fighting. The cheers for the two fighters were relentless. Come on, I've bet a whole mansion on you. She felt strange. Is this where they cultivate? Really? Garcian sighed, lamenting. I told you they were suspicious. If these people are proud of what they do, then why do they wear masks? Erica realized the truth. This was no ordinary sports arena. This was a casino where people place bets on contests.
So what is this seed that those people were talking about? The host's voice cut across Erica's train of thought. Ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long enough. He spread his arms in introduction. Welcome to the top seed, Bellflower. Erica recognized the person. Wait, she's... No way, what is she doing here? Pandora Valentine.
Down on the arena floor, she charged into battle with the man without flinching. Their two swords clashed. The man seemed unable to withstand Pandora's force. The spectators in the stands began to praise. That seed is indeed as impressive as rumored. The girl didn't flinch before such a large man. It looks like she can truly take down the magic beast. Hearing those words, Erica thought to herself, so the seed that defeats the magic beast is... Down on the arena floor, the man was being held at sword point. Then the host announced the results. Victory goes to the top seed, Bellflower.
Erica recalled what she knew. In the novel, there was a brief mention of Count Valentine exploiting Pandora, but how could he sell such a young girl to fight for money? That was truly cruel. Garcian said dejectedly, "Master, can we go home now? Haven't we already seen that it's not a sweet potato variety?" Erica didn't care about that, still lost in her own thoughts. She felt sorry for Pandora, but couldn't do anything to help her right now. After all, Pandora was still the female protagonist of the novel, while she was just a farmer. Erica sighed and agreed to leave. "All right, let's go home." Suddenly, the man on the arena floor, bitter from being defeated, yelled, "I'll kill you!" He lunged quickly towards Pandora. She turned around in surprise, but before she could react, the man grabbed her by the throat. The cheers were incessant. "Yes, kill her! That's right, kill her!" Seeing the crowd's reaction, Erica was puzzled. Are these people all crazy? Pandora is only 15 years old. If no one helped the girl, Erica stood there, thinking for a moment.
Erica picked up the rabbit that was engrossed in eating, despite its squeals. "Come on, Raycon." She threw it down. "I'm planting trees in you." Raycon jumped onto the arena floor, causing the man's actions to halt, releasing Pandora. He was bewildered. What is that? Raycon had now grown enormous, looking incredibly terrifying. The man was also worried. What's a magic beast doing here? "Don't come near." The entire stands became chaotic. "That's a magic beast. Run, everyone run." A hand rested on her shoulder. Erica gently asked, "Are you all right?" Pandora stammered. Who are you?" Not knowing how to explain, she just made up an excuse. I'm a farmer." Erica began to elaborate further. "A farmer? Yes, a legendary farmer. Let's just say that. Anyway, listen here. You have to escape that house. You can't live like this forever. Leave home and go farming, understand? And don't fall in love with weird people."
"Hey, eat up, cherish it. If you can, run now." Someone's voice rang out. "The woman next to the magic beast, quickly catch her." She felt uneasy. After handing over the item, she immediately left, saying, "Goodbye." Despite Pandora calling out, "Customer, wait!" Erica simply replied with a single sentence, "Legendary farmer." She still didn't understand what had just happened. Erica thought to herself, "After saving Pandora, I realized that nowhere could be home, so I returned." That's why her face was currently grim. Erica watched Hazen pluck her tomatoes, feeling heartbroken. "No, Dad, please put the tomato down first." He made a demand without hesitation. "No, promise first. You will never leave home again, and you will seriously practice the Driat family's training." She didn't want to. "Me? How can that be called training? Dad, it's more like torture. Besides, what are those tight-fitting outfits? Only perverts wear things like that." Felix and Betty felt a bit awkward upon hearing those words.
On the other side, Erica said seriously, "I want my training to focus more on developing the talents I have." Hazen asked, "What talents do you have?" "What is it?" she replied. I'll show you right now." Erica changed her clothes and walked out to the field. She calmly walked, beginning to perform the final chapter of the Compendium of Farmers' Martial Arts Techniques. Erica used a holy sword to harvest. The chili peppers were cut from their stalks and flew up, neatly arranging themselves on the cloth. Hazen exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Julieta also couldn't believe it. "I knew you were farming, but I never imagined you'd learn such incredible skills." She happily ran over. "See, isn't the Compendium of Farmers' Martial Arts Techniques amazing?" She then turned to her husband, Hazen, and said, "How about giving her a chance to train in her own way?" He hesitated slightly. "But we must follow the family tradition. Moreover, only practical training can reach the limit of one's potential. I cannot allow any exceptions." Erica sadly said, "Father," Hazen continued, "but honestly, it's truly impressive. Your skills have improved greatly, and I'm very proud of you. I'm truly sorry for not being able to train you properly, and I apologize for using tomatoes to threaten you." Erica also felt apologetic. "I'm also sorry for making you both worry and for running away." He gently replied, "Don't do that again. We promise to discuss everything with you from now on."
In my opinion, we will invest our family fortune to acquire more farmland, and every member of the Driat family will join me in developing peasant martial arts techniques. From now on, the farm will be the Driat family's largest investment. This is a historic moment, as the Driat family's sword has paved the way to finally become the Driat family's hoe. After Father announced that the family would invest in agriculture, the Driat family proactively began expanding their farm. The Driat family's agricultural business became increasingly successful. People became interested in the hoes we were using, and eventually this tool sold like hotcakes in the market.
Finally, I could focus on agriculture while still learning how to become the heir. Betty happily held a basket of harvested corn. "We have a bumper harvest, young lady. Everyone is very excited because the corn is perfectly in season," Erica praised. "It's all thanks to their hard work," she thought to herself. "Now that I think about it, I wonder if Shan likes corn. Since my classes will resume soon, maybe I should give him a basket of corn the next time I see him." A servant ran over to deliver the news. "Young lady, an urgent letter has arrived from the Ripus household." Erica wondered. The Ripus household? Why would he suddenly send a letter when he could just tell me during class? The letter read, "To young lady Erica, due to health issues, I'm afraid I will have to postpone our lessons until another week."
"Oh dear, Shan Ripus. I'm a bit worried. Is he sick?" Seeing Erica's troubled expression, Betty immediately asked, "Is it bad news, miss?" Erica nodded in agreement. "My teacher isn't well, so the lesson has been postponed." Betty continued, "Are you talking about young Master Ripus? You haven't seen him since that outdoor lesson, have you? If you're worried, why don't you go visit him?" Erica found that reasonable. Betty then replied, "That's right, miss. You once said you wanted to become close with young Master Ripus, didn't you? So go visit him." At a magnificent and splendid mansion, Erica, carrying a gift basket, spoke to the two guards. "Please tell the young master that Erica Driet has arrived." One of them asked, "Miss, you're here to see Mr. Shan, aren't you?" Erica replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" The two guards looked a bit flustered. "Currently, our young master—" A voice boomed, "Stay right there." Dante walked over to Erica, then he reprimanded the two guards. "It is truly impolite to have kept the jewel of the Driet family waiting for so long." Erica was a little surprised by the appearance of the person in front of her. Erica inquired, "Who is this person?" Dante cheerfully greeted, "Nice to meet you. Erica Driet. Dante Ripisi." She followed him, looked around for a moment, then praised, "Your garden is so neat and clean." Dante enthusiastically replied, "Thank you, I'm glad you like it." Erica thought to herself, "There are so many plant species I've never seen before. The atmosphere here is very different from the mansion. It's truly fascinating. Isn't that a type of poisonous herb? Yes, that's it. It's exactly like the plant I read about in the botany book." Seeing her pause, he called, "Erica, come here and sit down." She snapped out of her thoughts. "Oh, yes." Dante continued, "I've quickly ordered some ready-made drinks and food. I hope they suit your taste." Her eyes lit up. "Yeah, these sweets are radiating divine power." He began to inquire, "How is your class with Shan?" Erica, who was eating a pastry, stopped and replied, "Oh, the class? It's very good. He's very kind and teaches me very well, too." Seeing her attitude, Dante understood something. As the conversation was still ongoing, Erica changed the subject to sweets, "But these cookies are really delicious." He gently replied, "Take your time enjoying them, and try the tea, too." Looking at him like that, she thought to herself, "I know where Shan got that smile from. His smile is very much like his son's." Erica inquired, "Is my teacher sick?" He put down his teacup and replied, "Oh, that's right, you came to visit Shan. He's not feeling very well, and he hasn't been getting enough sleep because of his training." She was a little confused. "Training?" Dante continued, "Training to be the heir. As you know, Shan will soon become Duke Ripis, but don't worry, his condition isn't too serious, at least not to the point where you need to be concerned." Erica immediately expressed her wish to meet him, "So may I say hello to him before I leave? I want to give him a gift." He politely declined. "As I said, Shan is very busy. Leave your gift here, and I'll pass it on to him when his training session is over." "Oh dear, it's already time. I'll tell Shan you stopped by." The boy would likely be thrilled to hear that. This was the first time anyone had visited him, so how could he not be delighted? She looked at this man's sinister expression and felt a little anxious. Train him to be an heir? The novel only briefly mentioned that Shan had to undergo arduous training when he was young. She didn't know exactly when or how he had been trained, but as she recalled, the traditional training for a Ripus heir was to maximize their self-healing abilities.
Surely he wouldn't do cruel things to his son, would he? Perhaps I'm overreacting. Despite trying to be optimistic, Erica still felt uneasy. But what if her suspicions were correct and Shan was suffering somewhere in the Duke's mansion? There's no way I'm leaving like this. She used Garcian to climb up to the mansion's window. Erica quickly snuck inside. She breathed a sigh of relief when she managed to break in without being detected. Erica began to ponder. Somehow she had managed to sneak into the building. Now how was she going to find Shan's room? Even though it was daytime, the entire mansion was unusually quiet. Did the Duke still have any servants here? It spoke. "Master, don't you hear anything?" Erica wondered. Hear what? Garcian replied, "Like the howl of a magical beast." Slightly worried, she asked, "Is this what you just mentioned?" It quickly denied, "No, it's not." Erica was puzzled, but the noise came from the room at the end of the hallway. As she slowly approached the door, Garcian warned, "I have a bad feeling about this. Be careful, master." Upon entering, Erica had to cover her nose. "Ugh, it stinks," she muttered. "That's blood." She saw Shan chained inside.
Erica was utterly horrified by the scene in the room. Sean was chained by both his hands and neck, his entire body covered in blood. She cried out, "Sean!" He looked up. She quickly approached him. "Teacher, what happened?" Erica hastily said, It's okay, I'll get them off quickly." She tried to remove the chains, but couldn't. "Why won't these chains come off?" She turned to Sean. "Please, stay still. I'll get you out right away." Sean immediately stopped Erica. "Don't do that."
She didn't care. "No, I'll unchain you." Just then an angry wolf figure appeared. The iron chains were also removed, and the wolf continuously growled before lunging forward. Spells appeared, continuously attacking the growling wolf. After that, the wolf collapsed onto the floor. Erica quickly asked, "Teacher, are you all right?" He placed his hand on Erica's shoulder, then pulled her into a hug. Shan held her tighter, whispering, "Erica, why are you here? Right now, I have no choice but to deal with you." Hearing this, Erica angrily pushed Shan away. "Is that what you should say to someone who is worried about you?" He asked back in surprise. "You were worried?" "For me, yes. Is there a problem?" Shan hesitated before asking again. "No, but you know, I am Shan Rightus." Erica was also very confused. "Are you kidding me? I don't care if you're Zeiss or not. You're bleeding, how can I not care? Seeing you in such pain with so many wounds makes my tears flow endlessly."
Seeing her like that, he continued to ask, even though she had completely lost her composure. "Why are you crying?" Erica explained. "Do you really not know why? I'm crying because of you." Sean was stunned. 100% because of me? She agreed. "That's right. You really are a bad person, you know? It's all your fault." He gently wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye. Then he gently apologized. "I'm sorry. Please don't cry anymore. I'm sorry. Please don't cry anymore. You look really ugly when you cry." Suddenly, a sound was heard. Sean immediately picked her up, despite her yelling, "What the hell?"
"What are you doing?" He didn't explain, only replied briefly, "Sorry, I don't have time to explain right now. Don't make a sound. Stay out of Rypeace's business, or there won't be a next time." Erica said hesitantly, "No matter what happens outside, don't make a sound or open the door." But before she could finish her sentence, Shan closed the door. He turned around. Dante entered with his servant. He praised, "What a beautiful sight, Shan. Truly beautiful. In my absence, you've turned this place into a mess." Dante criticized disapprovingly. "How many times have I told you to control your rage? You just dealt with this magical beast. What a waste."
A truly strong person doesn't allow personal emotions to control them. Perhaps this time I should punish you. He grabbed the collar of the servant next to him and threw him down in front of Sean. Dante excitedly said, "Come on, Sean, tell me, deal with him or spare him?" The servant immediately trembled. "Young master," he continued to guide, "you've always cared for Kylon since you were little, and you knew this day would come. Haven't I always told you we shouldn't care about anyone? Let me ask you again, Sean, will you spare his life?" Hidden behind the door, Erica felt very uncomfortable, forcing him to deal with his own servant, and it's a question? Right now, I can only hide here and watch helplessly. How pathetic. I wish I could run out and help the teacher, but Dante is the strongest person in this world. I have no chance of defeating him. The servant immediately pleaded for mercy. "Young Master Sean, please spare my life. I beg you, please." He began to enjoy the spectacle before him. "Stop dragging it out. Deal with him. After this, you will officially become a perfect person." He remained silent, not responding. Dante grew impatient. Then he brought up the previous matter. "Oh, right, you had a visitor just now, a very pretty little girl. I mean your student, the jewel of the family. She brought you a gift. I guess she must admire you very much." Sean tried to suppress his emotions. He offered a suggestion. "I have an idea. If you don't want to deal with Kylon, then deal with that girl instead." Finally, the servant collapsed. Dante immediately praised, "Well done. This was the final test, and you passed it. Clean up the room. I'll be leaving now." He left, leaving him and the corpse alone in the room.
She slowly walked out. Erica hesitantly called out, "Master." Shan felt apologetic. "I'm sorry. This took longer than I expected. There's a magic circle leading out of the Reppies territory. I'll take you there right away." Erica continued to cry. She gently took his hand. "Master, let me help you. Then you can finally be happy." Shan asked in surprise, "Why you?" She explained, "Because your pure chocolate is delicious, and you still have to save my rice grains." He found it strange. "You're helping me just for those reasons?" Erica replied, "Not entirely. I also know why I want to, because I truly want to protect you." Shan said something out of the blue. "You are truly very different." This made her confused, and she uttered, "Huh?" He took the small vial from her neck. Light appeared, making Erica uncomfortable. "It's too bright." She was surprised to see what was inside the vial. Rice grains. Then the vial slowly returned to Erica.
Holding it in her hand, she asked in disbelief, "Master, have the rice grains been revived?" Shan replied, "Of course. I just breathed life back into the rice grains." Erica was extremely happy. "That's incredible."
Then she rushed to hug him and called out, "Teacher!" Sean quickly stopped her, saying, "Go home." She wondered, "If I go home now, when will I be able to see you again, teacher?" He couldn't give an exact date, only saying, "I don't know either. It might take a long time."
"But I promise to survive and return to you, no matter how long it takes," Erica thought to herself. His expression was unreadable, and his answer was vague. Therefore, she couldn't tell what he was thinking or what he truly intended to do. Finally, she returned home. Garcian praised, "The color looks beautiful. You finally did it, master." He added, "I never trusted that white-faced black heart fellow, so I'm sure he would never help you." Erica pondered, "I also thought the chances were slim, but now the rice grains have successfully revived. Perhaps my biggest goal has now been achieved. I should be happy that my precious rice grains have come back to life, shouldn't I? But why do I feel so uneasy?" Garcian found her silence puzzling. He asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to plant them right now? Why are you just lying around like that?" Erica replied dejectedly, "I don't know. Maybe I'll plant them later. Right now, I don't want to do anything at all. I'm thinking about how lonely Sean must have been, living in that vast, solitary mansion. I just need to sleep for a bit." In a room displaying fire dragon models, a figure entered. As soon as Sean entered, he knelt before the crown prince. Roxelyn spoke, "Bow your head. Long time no see."
"Should I call you Mr. Ripus now?" Roxelyn greeted politely. "Greetings, Your Highness, little son of the Empire. I am Roxelyn Draco, Crown Prince of the Rice Empire." Roxelyn smiled cheerfully. "I heard your training has concluded, and you are finally qualified to be the shield of the Empire. I am very proud of you." Sean's expression remained unchanged at this praise. "I will do my utmost to serve the Empire." Roxelyn smiled with satisfaction. He placed a hand on Sean's shoulder, reminding him, "However, there is still something that distracts me. Erica Dreet. You are that girl's teacher, aren't you? I heard you recently eliminated those who intended to poison her. You must cherish her greatly. Do you know why the shield of the Empire can only protect the royal family? If the shield prioritizes the safety of others, it will no longer be able to properly perform its duties. So, truthfully, I am a little disappointed to learn about what you did to save her." Sean explained, "I also tried to prevent the royal family sword from disappearing." Roxelyn no longer deliberately made things difficult, merely laughing heartily. Then, as if letting it pass, "Is that so? I understand. If you say so, then I suppose I should believe you. But that is not enough to fully restore my lost trust in you." Sean expressed his loyalty. "If your highness desires anything, please just tell me." Roxelyn began to reveal his true purpose. Actually, a trade conflict concerning the Corn Empire recently escalated into a rather serious armed clash. They must be looking down on us and thinking that His Majesty's absence has destabilized our domestic situation.
The general consensus is that we should stop tolerating their insolence and go to war. But once the battle begins, it will claim many lives, unless someone with special abilities like you fights on the front lines. Go to the battlefield, Sean Ripus, and prove your loyalty. 3 days later, at Dreet Estate, Betty rushed over anxiously to report. "Madam, something serious has happened." Seeing her so flustered, Julietta stopped her. "What's all the fuss about? Calm down and tell me slowly." She stammered her report. Miss Erica has been leaving food on her plate at every meal for the past 3 days." Upon hearing this, Hazen and Julietta were both dumbfounded.
They all shouted, "What?" After that, she was invited to the room. Upon arriving, Erica wondered, "Mom, Dad, you wanted to see me?" A sigh echoed, "Oh dear, Erica." Hazen started first. "We heard you've been skipping meals and lost 0.2 kilograms. Julietta beside him chimed in, "Poor girl, why are you so thin?" He worried endlessly. "What have we been doing while you're going through such difficulties?" She was confused. "I only left a few pieces of meat." Erica thought to herself, "It's only 0.2 kilograms. Why are they so worried?" Her mother explained, "You must eat all your food. Betty told me your spirits have been low ever since you visited the Ripepiece estate. Did something happen?" Seeing her silence, the couple understood. Julietta probed, "Erica, is it because of the news about the war?" She was surprised, knowing nothing about it. "What war?" Hazen placed a letter on the table, clarifying things for his daughter. "Young Master Ripepiece sent us a letter this morning. I guess he hasn't told you directly that a war will break out soon. It's a territorial dispute between us and the Corn Empire. It's no exaggeration to say this war is predetermined, and it's clear that the Ripepiece forces will be the vanguard of the army this time." She worried. "What? According to protocol, Shan isn't allowed to go to battle. Instead, he should be by the Crown Prince's side and try to gain his trust. This is so sudden."
"And it's completely contrary to the principle." Erica asked, "So do I have to find a new teacher to take over my studies?" She disagreed. No, we are now in a time of war. We decided that you should focus on training with your holy sword so that you can control it as if it were your own limbs. Erica, the reason we found you a teacher was because we didn't expect you to be the master of the holy sword. Children from other families who want to become swordsmen started training from the age of 5. Since you started a bit late, we think you should focus entirely on swordsmanship for at least 2 years. What do you think? Although in your case, perhaps we should call it farming. Erica began to realize the truth. So while my parents are risking their lives on the battlefield, all I have to do is work on my farm with perverts and tights and grow a lot of crops for 2 years? Indeed, perhaps I'm not as good as those who started training early. Moreover, no one knows how things will change once the war breaks out. If the war drags on, even I might be ordered to go out and fight. After careful consideration, Erica made a decision. I understand. From now on, I will train diligently.
Outside, it was already late afternoon. After hearing her brother speak, she said, "What? You're going to war too, Roel?" "Why? You're a candidate to become the next great mage. Aren't the candidates supposed to stay and take the early exams?" He replied, "The exams can wait until I return." Taking the exams at a time like this is absurd. Erica was a little worried. "But this is war, it's dangerous. What if something happens to you?" Roel gently patted her head. "Don't worry, we'll return safely. Raipeace will be on the front lines. His army will fight in the vanguard alongside Shan Raipeace. He is the one commanding all the most dangerous battles in this war. As for the Driat family, you have nothing to worry about. Although I don't like him, I can't deny that Raipeace is quite strong. So you must do what you have to do. Be strong, Erica Driat. You will be the next Duchess, so be strong so that no one can defeat you." After hearing her brother's words, she was also filled with resolve. "I will," Erica said. "Thank you." She thought to herself, "Finally, I can consider him a trustworthy family member instead of someone I have to convince."
Roel is no longer a stranger to me. He is my precious brother. Erica walked into the room. She sighed worriedly, then tried to reassure herself. Perhaps this is the best way. The less time we spend together, the lower the chance that he will hate me as in the original principle. So from my perspective, this might be better. I wonder if that would be better. On second thought, he promised to return to me alive, no matter how long it took. I thought he meant he would get through the training period, but was he actually talking about the war? How ridiculous. Was that his final goodbye before the war? No way. We had become quite close during our training. I should meet him once before he goes to battle. Unfortunately, that uneasy feeling is never wrong. Although I sent him many letters almost every day, I couldn't meet him, not even once. Preparations for the war proceeded faster than expected. As the departure day approached, I grabbed Rael's sleeve and cried profusely, "Don't go." Time passed, and it was time for me to send my 12th letter to Shan. The war between the Rice Empire and the Corn Empire began to rage fiercely. That day, the weather was excellent, and Erica carried a box out onto the balcony. She placed it on the ground. Garcian excitedly said, "Are you finally planting something, young lady?" Erica nodded in agreement. "Mm-hmm." She continued, "I'm just doing what I should be doing, because I need to become stronger." Garcian wondered, "Are you only planting 2?" Erica explained, "I'll save the rest for later, just in case they're needed." Although I was very disappointed that Shan left without a word, I couldn't continue to neglect the rice seeds. Since I had decided to become a farmer in this world, I needed to make my own decisions and dedicate myself fully here. The next morning, her screams echoed incessantly. "My rice! My seeds! No way! My seeds! My seeds are the geniuses of the plant world!"
"Raccoon, Garcian, come here and look." Both quickly ran out. "What's wrong?" Erica picked up the rabbit, pointing. "Raccoon, do you see? These are seedlings, aren't they? They're not weeds, are they?" Garcia was also extremely surprised. "What? The seeds have sprouted? That guy Sean is really on another level." Erica was extremely proud. "You know I have some great connections. I never thought they would sprout so quickly. Legendary plants are truly different. What if they grow taller than the clouds tomorrow?" Raccoon, seeing Erica like that, gave up. "Heavens, I think you're the one in the clouds." Garcian suddenly noticed something. "This leaf looks strange." Erica also paid attention. "What?" she asked back anxiously. "Garcian, why is it getting darker?" But Raccoon had no idea. "How should I know? You're the farmer here." "Now they're turning brown." Erica was scared. No. Then she gently touched it with her hand. The leaf immediately withered. The culprit was Erica. She was stunned.
What is this? Have they withered already? Are they truly dry and crumbling? It's okay, I still have 3 seeds left. Soil. That's right, the problem must be with the soil. For plants, the type of soil they root in is very important. I have high-quality potting soil that the Magic Tower developed for me, just like the wizard from episode 15. I'm sure it will grow quickly. After changing the soil, the situation seemed to improve. Erica began to feel more confident, happily saying, "See, I knew this soil wouldn't disappoint me." But they quickly withered again. Erica was utterly confused. She clutched her head in worry. What the hell is this? How can this be happening? By evening, Erica held the jar in her hand, observing it. I only have this one seed left, she thought. Since the previous seeds had successfully germinated, the problem couldn't be with the seeds themselves. They just couldn't grow any further. After that, she decided to put it away in the cupboard. Erica quietly made a plan. I will keep this last seed until I find a solution. No matter how long it takes, I will succeed in growing rice. Sean revived the seeds for me, even when he was covered in blood. For now, I should cultivate something.
I will also learn swordsmanship whenever possible and focus on becoming stronger. Before leaving, she turned her head to look back, then the room door was closed. 2 years after Erica began researching how to grow rice, the woman spoke up. I know how to do it. She then unexpectedly added, currently, Erica is 17 years old. The woman continued, I know how to grow plants. Dion Behemoth, you need him.
Dion Behemoth, the king of magical creatures, she needed him. 2 years had passed since Erica began researching rice cultivation. Now she was 17 years old. Nothing had changed, at least not in her personal life. Betty reported, My lady, young Master Roll's reply has arrived. The situation in the border region is now almost stable. I wonder when he will return. However, we still haven't received a letter from young Master Ripeis. By now, Erica had matured. Even from him, she no longer expected anything. For the past 2 years, he had not replied to her. She was certain he had deliberately ignored her letters. Betty tried to comfort her. Oh dear, my lady shouldn't say that. He must simply be too busy. My lady also knows how much he contributed to our victory against the Wu Empire in this war. Erica, hearing this, conceded a little. That's true. As if to render all her worries about him unnecessary, every piece of news her messenger delivered was about Shan's victories. Thanks to his remarkable achievements on the battlefield, the Rice Empire now possessed its largest territory ever. Naturally, the people of the Rice Empire hailed Shan as a war hero. That good news eased the burden on her mind, but it didn't mean his silence could be forgiven. She was still utterly furious. That bastard! Betty was a little frightened. Good heavens, my lady is getting angry again. Please calm down. Erica also calmed down, thinking to herself, no matter what, she shouldn't just sit there and do nothing but wait for his letters. Over the past 2 years, the Dryad household, as well as the Rice Empire, had undergone many changes. Under their new moniker, the Dryad Warring State, Erica had transformed most of the barren lands owned by her family within the empire into agricultural land. She then cultivated various crops, sold them at markets, and ultimately succeeded in establishing a profitable agricultural enterprise.
Surprisingly, the Dreet family's success brought about a new trend as farming became increasingly popular throughout the empire. Tailors competed to launch new lines of farmers' attire. Even some swordsmen had become farmers. Thus, the Dreet family ushered in the golden age of farming in this empire. She inquired, by the way, in the letter, did young Master Ruel mention when he would return? She checked the letter again. Let me see. It's tomorrow. Betty was thunderstruck. Really? Then she sprang into action. Miss, please take off your clothes right now. At this moment, Erica was a little scared. What? Betty explained, I mean those dusty work clothes. Please take them off quickly. The next morning, after thorough preparation, her appearance had become more refined. Praises rang out. Oh my, how magnificent. Even though I knew how beautiful she was, at this moment she looked unbelievably beautiful.
You look like an angel. Flattered by the compliment, Erica felt a little shy. Thank you, she thought to herself. Actually, even though she's a villain, the original Erica Dreet in the novel was quite impressive. I think I actually look a bit prettier. Is it because I look more mature? Betty happily reported, Everything is ready, my lady. Sounds drifted in from outside the window. Erica softly asked, What's that sound? She immediately explained, It's the sound of drums announcing the army's return. Then young Master Roll must have arrived by now. After that, she rushed the window. Betty stood with her hands clasped, watching Erica quickly run downstairs. My lady! She hurried to where the troops had just entered. Roll immediately called out, Erica! She happily embraced him. Roel, welcome back. Afterwards, the family of 4 gathered in the dining room. Hazen happily spoke first. First, I want to say that everyone is very proud of you. Roel humbly replied, I merely did what I should as a member of the Dreet family.
Julietta then praised, Don't underestimate your efforts and sacrifices. You fought very well, and we are very happy that you have returned safe and sound. Roel was silent for a moment. Then Roel politely said, Thank you, everyone. Erica thought to herself, although he still spoke stiffly, he had clearly softened. Then she also asked, What do you plan to do next? He replied, I will return to the Magic Tower and participate in the Supreme Mage exam. Upon hearing this, Erica was very surprised. What? He heard this and immediately worried. So soon? You've only just returned. Julietta also agreed. Your father is right, Roel. You shouldn't rush like this.
Ruel immediately explained. From what I know, the mage exam can take many years to complete, so I think I should start as soon as possible. Hazen said with a hint of helplessness. All right, you always want to take exams early. If you want to, then go ahead. We also want to talk about your studies, Erica. She was surprised when the topic suddenly shifted to her. My studies? He replied, yes, about the lessons for your debut into society. Soon you will officially enter society when you attend the coming-of-age ceremony and the debutante ball. Although hard work is what you do best, it's important that you establish your position in society.
She recalled the original story. Thinking back, the daughter of a noble count usually appeared at Erica Dreet's debutante ball. Although some parts of the story had changed due to her interference, things would mostly stick to the original principles, right? Hazen continued, your mother and I have specially chosen a very special teacher for you, so you can have lessons in the afternoon starting tomorrow. Erica didn't refuse, replying, yes, sir. Then he paused for his 2 children to eat. We've talked quite a bit, haven't we? You two must be hungry. Hurry and eat. After the meal, Erica and Betty went back to her room. On the way, Betty subtly inquired, Milady, aren't you going to visit young Master Rypiece? She replied coldly, why should I? Betty quickly tried to smooth things over when she saw her reaction. I just thought you might be curious about what he's doing. Erica showed indifference. No, I don't care even a little.
I'm serious. I don't care if he's alive or dead. Ignoring her words, she began reporting on Shan's situation. It seems he has returned safe and sound, completely unharmed. I saw him in the returning convoy. She immediately snapped, so what? The remark startled Betty. Realizing she was overreacting, Erica felt guilty. I'm sorry for being rude to you, Betty. Let's just ignore whatever that Shan is doing. Erica thought to herself, since my debutante ball is approaching, I need to learn about high society. She had been informed that she would have a new teacher, but when she met her in person, she was still very surprised by the woman in front of her. Hello, Lady Erica. My name is Latte Valentine. I will be in charge of your studies starting today. Erica's jaw dropped in surprise as she realized. I didn't think it was Count Valentine, so my new teacher is Pandora Valentine's mother. As I desperately need these lessons, I must focus and practice diligently.
She reminded her, seeing her posture wasn't right. That's not how you do it, Miss Erica. You need to straighten your back. She tried to adjust her posture, then asked again, like this? Latte dismissed it. No. Why do you keep bending down? Erica immediately explained. For the past 2 years, I've only done that work with my body bent forward. Perhaps that's why. After a while with practice, she also allowed Erica to rest. We'll continue later. Seeing how tired she was, Latte immediately reached out to support her. This lesson must be very tiring, huh? Erica quickly explained. No, not really. It's just that maintaining the correct posture is a bit difficult. But don't worry, I've been working on a farm all this time, so I'm quite confident in my stamina. She didn't realize she had fallen into her trap. Latte said, excellent. Then you won't mind if I increase the intensity, will you? Regarding this suggestion, Erica felt quite reluctant. That's not really necessary. Latte said with a smile. I know very well that you work on a farm, and you don't just do it as a hobby. Do you know what people usually call you? Erica wondered. What is it? She continued. They call you the saint, the savior of the empire. Erica was surprised after hearing that. Oh, is that true? A saint? Seeing that she seemed unaware, Latte was also quite surprised. What do you mean by being so surprised?
I suppose you haven't heard of it, as you had little exposure to the outside world during your training. After all, it's not common for a noblewoman to engage in farm labor. Before your arrival, most farmers were helpless commoners, while the nobility exploited all the crops they had worked hard to cultivate. Therefore, I suppose that in everyone's eyes, you are someone who genuinely cares about the lives of ordinary people, unlike most other noble ladies who only care about maintaining appearances.
Erica felt strange. She had no idea such rumors were spreading, especially since she had been stuck at home for 2 years. But the title of Saintess originally belonged to the Pandora Valentine family, so why were people calling her that? Moreover, to become a saintess, she had to know how to use divine power, but she knew nothing about it. Latte observed the room and suddenly realized something. She looked at the small jar in front of her and asked, Lady Erica, what is that? She quickly replied, those are rice seeds. I don't know why the seedlings keep dying right after I sow them, so I'm trying to find a way to grow them. Latte said seriously, I know how to grow that plant. Erica was surprised. She knows how to grow rice? The jar containing the rice seeds was placed on the table. She began to state her conditions before telling her how to grow them. What I am about to tell you from now on is a secret I've kept to myself. Please keep this confidential for me. Erica agreed. I promise. Latte recounted. I once had prophetic visions, the ability to see the future. Long ago, I saw the future of this world in a dream. It was an apocalypse when the black magic beast raged and no living thing survived. She felt this was similar to the story, exactly what she had read in books. According to the principal,
Dion Behemoth lost control of himself due to dark magic and ultimately destroyed the world. She continued, "After seeing that future, I tried to find a way to avoid the tragedy with my only friend, a powerful mage. In exchange for his life, he successfully created a dark magic circle that could deal with opponents. After engraving it on Behemoth's hand, he died."
Hearing this, Erica was perplexed. Did he carve a black magic circle on his hand? If what she had just said was true, then the magic circle was what made him lose control instead of subduing him. Latte explained further, but even then my prophetic vision remained unchanged. I knew something was wrong, but there was nothing I could do. 6 years ago, I had my last prophetic vision, which showed me the world after the apocalypse. After the tragedy, crops flourished everywhere, and in the middle of the field, she was standing with seeds in her hands. She interrupted her. "Am I still alive?" Latte didn't rush to answer, but asked back, "You said that crop was called rice, didn't you? In the future, that crop will be the main food source for the magic pulses."
Behemoth told me about it directly a long time ago. He definitely knows about it. So, Lady Erica, you should go find Behemoth. That is the only clue for successful cultivation and the only way to survive the world's destruction. Erica thought seriously. Just then a figure stepped into the forest. Erica nervously looked at the person in front of her. Dion coldly reminded her, "Is my warning still not clear to you?" Despite her fear, she tried to remain calm and stated her request. "I just want to ask a few things." He replied, "Human, I showed mercy once, but you still ignored that warning, so this time, I will deal with you." She sensed that this person truly intended to act. In desperation, she tried to think of something to stop him, certain he would deal with her. Just as Dion was waiting, Erica hastily stopped him. "Wait, I can end your life." But her reply was met with a prolonged silence. Seeing Dion Behemoth's reaction, Erica felt puzzled and wondered, why isn't he reacting? Does he not believe me? Finally, he merely replied indifferently, "Many years have passed, and yet you are still so small." Dion Behemoth looked incredulous. "How strange. Do humans develop so slowly?" Erica almost wanted to scream, "I'm taller than before." Betty even worried that she might need a new wardrobe. Ultimately, Erica concluded that the fault wasn't her small stature, but his excessive height. Suddenly, he stepped closer, his deep, husky voice resonating. "Then tell me, how can a small human like you possibly finish me off?" She reassured herself. "Focus, Erica. This is an important moment." Erica recalled. "Duchess Valentine warned me that Dion Behemoth wouldn't easily tell me the secret of the rice. She said she had tried to press him several times, but it was difficult to gain entry to his domain until her friend completed the dark magic circle." Wandering thoughts filled her mind, and she wondered, so what should I do now? A perfect plan was outlined by Erica. First, I approach Dion Behemoth and tell him what he wants. Second, I talk to lower his guard until I can get information about the rice. This is the only plan I can execute right now. Her face grew serious as she said, "I know it's hard to believe. Even though I've trained to become stronger, I'm still small and weak, as you said. Nevertheless, I still have a way to do it." Dion Behemoth was curious. "What is it?" Erica's gaze briefly swept over him. "I know. You've been conducting experiments on death for a long time. That's why you surrounded this mountain with an invisible wall. You've tried every possible way to commit suicide inside it, but none of them worked, right?" She directly exposed him. "I'm not surprised you failed, because all the methods you used were scams." In her head, Erica thought, "Have I succeeded in swaying him a little?" Outwardly, she continued to try and persuade this stubborn man. "Keep trying, and you'll see all your efforts are futile, unless you eat wild ginseng." Hearing that strange food, he repeated, "Wild ginseng?" She breathed a sigh of relief. "It's working." She continued excitedly, "Eating wild ginseng will make the body weaker and weaker." Erica calculated. Unless that's a lie, if his mind is collapsing due to the dark magic circle, the problem will be solved if it recovers faster than the rate of damage, right? Since wild ginseng is a panacea, it will surely destroy the virus in his body. In other words, the dark magic circle can be eliminated with wild ginseng. Erica began to implement her plan. "First, I'll explain to you what wild ginseng is. Do you remember the plant I showed you 2 years ago?" "Ah, I'll show you." She presented the ginseng root. Seeing the wild ginseng root, Dion Behemoth didn't have any particular reaction, but for Erica, that was already very fortunate. She said, "Excellent. At least he didn't indifferently look away." She deliberately spoke to elevate the value of the wild ginseng root. "I usually don't share this information with anyone. If you use this plant for several years, it will act as a deadly poison to your body. You can trust me. I might seem a bit unbelievable, but I'm quite knowledgeable about plants." Dion Behemoth remained absolutely silent. Then he turned his back and walked away without saying another word. Erica couldn't believe it. Did he just ignore me and leave? Her voice trembled. "Wait, I'm not finished yet." She was about to run after him, but the next scene made her freeze.
A powerful energy emanated from Dion. Erica exclaimed, "What terrifying power!" The chunks of earth and rock were slowly cracking apart. She panicked slightly. Is he angry? Then she let out a forced laugh. I see. Your will is the most important factor in deciding whether or not to drink the poison. Well, if you truly don't want to— He cut her off. Are these the things you mentioned? Hearing that, she paused slightly. Dion turned his head and repeated, I asked if that thing is called wild ginseng. Seeing the pile of wild ginseng before her, she helplessly exclaimed in her mind, Oh my God, what is this mess? Is all of this wild ginseng? Unbelievable. I can't believe there's so much wild ginseng in the eggplant mountains. Not just 1 or 2 plants, but a whole dozen wild ginseng plants. Dion reminded, Is that enough? Erica hastily nodded like a pecking chicken. Of course. If you eat them daily, your body will gradually weaken. If you're lucky, you might even die early. He became more silent. I understand. Dion's hand moved closer to the nearby wild ginseng plant. Every word he uttered became colder. I can die. With this, right?
Dion asked blandly again, I can inject this, right? She refuted in her mind, It's just wild ginseng. His cold face turned back to stare at her. This made Erica feel a little panicked. After that, Dion didn't say anything else. Erica hurriedly spoke up. Are you leaving? He simply replied, I'll be back. She stubbornly added a few more sentences. Next time, I'll bring some fresh chopped ginseng, so it's easier for you to eat. You'll eat it, right? Dion remained silent, then slowly disappeared behind the dense forest. He left, leaving Erica standing alone there. She sighed. He's gone. Well, that's a long road ahead. The best strategy is to take one step at a time. I risked my life coming here, but I also saved my life, so I guess you could say I've succeeded halfway, right? The axe in her bag slowly slid out and spoke. Mistress.
Have you ever thought that he wouldn't know anything about growing rice? Erica vaguely asked back. What do you mean? Garshin reminded. Just think about it. We can't be sure that what the teacher said about that man is true. And even if it is true, there must be some reason why Dion Behemoth didn't reveal the truth about rice. For example, he might not be able to talk about it, or he genuinely knows nothing at all. Erica found it somewhat convincing. You have a point, she said. But I have no other choice now. Since being here, I've spent 2 years trying to find a way to grow rice. By all means, I kept searching even when I failed time and time again, because that's what I should do. Growing rice is no longer just my dream. Both Roel and Shan have contributed to making it a reality. Roel broke the seal on it, and Shan imbued it with her divine power to revive it. Her voice remained steady. Furthermore, I have no doubt that Dion knows the reason behind the extinction of rice and how to cultivate it. Garshin found it absurd. How can that be? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Erica voiced her thoughts. If rice existed in ancient times, and it was the main food of magical beasts, then how could Dion not know? Garshin seemed quite amused. Even if he knows about rice because it was the main food, what makes you so sure he knows how to grow it? You know he's the king of magical beasts, not the king.
My lady, not everyone in the world cares about farming as much as you do, Erica retorted loudly. It just sounds like rambling. No, that's your prejudice. The most essential issue for all living creatures is food, and cultivation is the way to provide them with food. Do you know what the most common worry for people around the world is? Seeing her ask so suddenly, Garshin asked back, What is it? Though the answer doesn't seem to quite fit this passionate demeanor. What should I eat tomorrow morning? What should I eat for a snack? What should I eat for lunch? And what should I eat for dinner? Garshin felt helpless. All right, I get it. Can you stop now? You're still going to ramble on and on. What's wrong? I can continue. And Erica excitedly dashed away. I'm going out with friends today. What should we eat? I'm so tired. What should I eat? Garshin frantically ran after her. Stop it. I understand. It was already starting to get dark, and Erica had returned to the castle.
Holding the treasure in her hand, Erica started to let her mind wander. Winter is here. What should I eat? It's the end of the year. What should I eat? What else is there? Garcian was almost out of patience. Enough. Suddenly, an unexpected voice called out. Erica. Her brother spoke up. What are you doing at the magic tower at this hour? She excitedly exclaimed. Roel, I thought I wouldn't get to see you because the exam is approaching. He replied. The exam starts tomorrow, so what are you doing here? Erica happily answered. I'm planning to plant a new type of plant. While I was looking for a place to plant it, I somehow ended up here. You know I'm more familiar with the farm and the magic tower, and the mages here are also good at farming. The mages and I have been farming on that plot of land over there, do you see? Roel. But all that answered her was prolonged silence.
She flinched. He often made that face when he was unhappy. Did I do something wrong? Or does he hate me? Roel raised his hand and pointed at her head. Erica, I've noticed you often hang out with those people. Erica was about to retort, but she seemed to realize something. She said playfully, Oh, is that so? He looked bewildered. Huh? She asserted, Roel, you're jealous.
You're disappointed because I'm hanging out with other mages, aren't you? Why don't you be a little honest, big brother? You're so cute. Roll said coldly, jealous. Erica confirmed, yes, it's jealousy. But silence fell once again. A thought suddenly flashed through Erica's mind. I thought he would deny it, but why is he silent? But soon after, she beamed happily. Anyway, I'm really happy because I thought I wouldn't get to see you today. Roll rarely spoke affectionate words, but now he seemed very sincere. Actually, I'm also very happy to see you. I have something for you. Erica was curious. For me? He began to cast a spell, Acre Platium. A magical mist spread out, and the item slowly appeared. A straw scarecrow appeared right in front of Erica. She exclaimed, "It's a scarecrow." Her voice also became excited. You made it? He nodded. Take it. You'll need this magical equipment for farming.
Outside, Roll said to her, "Take it, you'll need this magic device for farming." In front of Erica was a scarecrow. She looked at it in surprise and asked, "Is this a magic device? It looks quite similar to a normal scarecrow." Rule awkwardly explained, "Except the shape seems a bit different." She carefully looked at the scarecrow in front of her, deep in thought. If she looked closely, she saw it resembled a person. Suddenly, the guard beside her looked at the scarecrow and blurted out, "This scarecrow's design resembles you, miss." She was also taken aback by that remark. "Me?" The guard replied, "Yes, it looks like a copy of you." Erica hadn't expected this. "Really?" She turned to Rule and said, "That's ridiculous. Is it really me?" The guard behind her continued to tease. "I told you, it's exactly like you, miss." Erica grumbled irritably. "How can I possibly resemble this thing?" She understood then she was wrong to think that all male leads were perfect in every aspect. Looking at the man in front of her, she secretly concluded, Roel definitely had no artistic talent, not even a little. Erica couldn't help but marvel. The magic inscribed on this device is truly remarkable, combining lightning magic and fire magic so that both can be activated simultaneously. The guard happily said, "With this device, surely no one would dare harm your farm." Hearing this, Erica secretly nodded. "That's good." He gently said, "He used a complex magic formula to create this. Ruel must truly cherish you." Seeing him babbling on, Ruel cleared his throat to stop him. He then changed the subject. "Aren't you going to the laboratory?" He then remembered with a start. "Oh, right." The guard hastily withdrew. "Then I'll take my leave." Erica delightedly realized. He used a complex magic formula to create this. Ruel must truly cherish you. I think he likes me more now. "I can see right through you, Ruel," Ruel instructed. "I have set up this device so that it obeys your commands."
Roel instructed, if you want to hire a new worker for your farm, say their name into the device. Then the magic attack won't be activated against them. Erica secretly marveled. "It's more useful than I thought." Erica sincerely replied, "Thank you, Roel. How did you come up with this for me?" Roel explained, "You said you wanted to make one before." It was then that Erica realized, "I remember now. I actually asked him for help like that before the Drea training course began, but I never thought he would actually make one for me. Hasn't he entered the subspace yet, even though his mage exam starts tomorrow, just to make this gift for me?" Suddenly, Roel's large hand gently touched Erica's hair, softly stroking her head. Roel said kindly, "You've done very well protecting the Dreat household and training hard over the past 2 years, Erica Dreat." Hearing Roel's gentle words, Erica felt as if she wanted to burst into tears in front of him. Time suddenly seemed to stand still. Erica secretly thought, "I never expected to receive a gift and praise from Roel. I guess I really have caused some changes in the story." According to the original work, Erica was merely a villain who faced death after being hated by the male protagonists who loved Pandora. She widened her eyes, looking at the man in front of her. "But I don't think this Roel, who was right before my eyes, wants me to die in vain." The next morning's sky was clear blue and vast.
Erica planted the scarecrow in her field. Seeing it standing firm in the empty plot, she exclaimed with delight, "Perfect, the scarecrow is ready." She examined everything and said, "Now all I need to do is bring the wild ginseng to the field." Erica turned and called, "Betty, where is all the wild ginseng?" Seeing her call, Betty quickly replied, "Yes," but Betty hesitantly called out to her, "There's a problem, young lady." The ginseng roots, tired and withered, as if devoid of life, lay scattered limply on the floor. Erica was astonished. What happened to them? Betty shook her head in dismay. "These ginseng roots are quite sensitive. They suddenly got angry just because I held them in my hand. I guess that's why they're called wild ginseng." Betty sighed and recounted. To reiterate the story, a few minutes ago, when I had just picked one up, they immediately thrashed about in anger. Then they screamed furiously. After that, they became exhausted and collapsed.
Erica picked up a tuber and saw it trembling. She couldn't help but scold under her breath. "How cunning! You don't act like this in front of me. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Betty asked in confusion, What should we do? We can still plant them, but if they continue to be this sensitive, it won't be easy to remove weeds around them. Erica raised a hand to rub her chin thoughtfully. This is not a simple problem. Then, an idea suddenly struck her. Don't worry, I have an idea. Betty wondered. What is it? Erica then asked Betty, what do you think is the most important thing in farming? Betty was puzzled. Farming, my lady? Perseverance or love for plants? Erica waved her hand. Of course, those two things are very important, but there's something even more crucial. She revealed, it's good tools. Erica was extremely confident. She had learned the importance of using good tools in this world. For example, she had been able to defeat Betty and Felix in the past thanks to Garsan. Erica continued, as long as everyone is provided with the best hose, everyone can handle wild ginseng with ease. So, find me the blacksmith called Large. Betty wondered, Large? Are you referring to the Dark Knight? Recently, rumors have been spreading like wildfire in the market about a mysterious blacksmith with incredible skill. This person uses a strange pseudonym, Large.
Rumor has it that the hose made by Large are of excellent quality. I deliberately refrained from ordering any, believing that such first-rate hose should be made available to more people. But now that things have come to this, I can no longer sit idly by. Erica slowly replied, Blacksmith Large. She spoke with determination. I will find him at all costs and hire him as the exclusive blacksmith for House Dryett. Erica turned and told Betty, You go back first, Betty. I'll meet you at home. I have business on Eggplant Mountain. But Betty said worriedly, I will go with you, young lady. I've noticed you've been going to that mountain frequently lately, and it's also home to monsters. Going there alone is very dangerous. You should at least have an escort.
Seeing Betty so worried about her, Erica comforted her. Don't worry about me, Betty. You know how diligently I've trained over the past 2 years. If I want to inherit the ducal title in the future, I must regularly practice hunting magical beasts. I want to get familiar with them as soon as possible. She reached down to pick up her basket, adding, Besides, I know how to stay away from places where many magical beasts live, so it won't be as dangerous as you think. Betty wondered, Aren't you going to a place you can't tell me about? Erica chuckled softly, then raised a hand in a mysterious gesture. It's a secret. Erica secretly thought to herself, every farmer wants a secret farm that no one knows about. The ground still bore traces of the heavy snowfall. Erica wasn't alone. Raycone accompanied her. Raycone, are you ready? Raycone's sharp eyes immediately lit up with meaning. She shouted loudly, signaling, Excellent, show me your skills. It immediately leapt, then dug relentlessly. In just a moment it had completed the task. She delightedly jumped up, praising, Well done, Raycone. When it did well, she immediately threw it a potato. Here's your reward. It eagerly pounced on it. Then carrying the potato to the base of a tree, Raycone devoured it next to Dion. Erica ran over curiously, looking at the man in front of her, and wondering, is he asleep? Looking at him, she thought he didn't seem to care much about her presence. She had thought he wouldn't be pleased if she made a farm inside the magical barrier.
When she broke into the barrier without permission, he only glanced at her once, just like he was looking at a mouse he could easily destroy at any moment. After a moment of thought, she sat down beside him, muttering to herself, Just you wait, I'll show you what a good farmer I am. But when would he wake up? She didn't understand why he wanted to die, but she was sure that the dark magic afflicting him could be removed with wild ginseng. Dark magic was like a curse, so it was constantly eroding his body and soul.
Looking at him, she felt even more pity, thinking he must have been in great pain. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing the curse tattoo. Was the pain so intense that he wanted to give up his life? Suddenly, he took her hand. Looking over, she realized he had woken up at some point. She was a little flustered, thinking to herself, Oh my goodness, you scared me. Erica stammered first, You're awake? I was wondering whether I should wake you up. Seeing Dion still holding her hand, she quickly said, Could you let go of my hand? But what he noticed were the scars on her fingers. He asked, You have these scars? Dion frowned sternly and asked her, Who did this? She was startled, not knowing what to say. Was he worried about her? She could only stammer, It was wild ginseng. Dion also didn't expect it to be wild ginseng. Erica quickly accused, That's right, it hurt me. Erica said, I said I'd bring it to you, didn't I? That's why I got hurt cooking them last night. Dion was surprised. You cooked them? She said, stumbling over her words, For you. Suddenly, Erica realized, That's right, the lunchbox. She quickly opened the lid of the basket. She handed it to Dion. This is Erica's special 4-tiered wild ginseng lunchbox. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes.
Erica was delighted, looking at him as if seeking praise. What do you think? I tried hard to make it. I'm sure it doesn't taste bad. He took the bento box and held it in his hands. Erica meticulously pointed out each dish and introduced them. This is a wild ginseng sandwich. I put wild ginseng pickles and ginseng slices in the middle of the bread. And this is wild ginseng salad. It has finely chopped wild ginseng and wild ginseng leaves with a special sauce made from wild ginseng extract. Erica sighed. He doesn't know how much time and effort I put into this. She began to complain. My shoulders ached from chopping wild ginseng all day, and my fingers even bled a little. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder if he cared about her injuries. In truth, Dion in the original story hated humans, but in reality, he cared deeply for them, although that was only true until he lost his mind due to dark magic. She took a piece of the sandwich and offered it to him. Anyway, you have to eat all of them. As I said before, for wild ginseng to act as a poison, you need to consume a sufficient amount regularly. If you refuse this meal, you'll become healthier, and that's the last thing you want, right? Seeing that he said nothing, she grew suspicious, thinking he was still hesitant. She guessed he wouldn't eat it, even though her hands had hurt while making them. Dion's gaze fell on Erica's heavily scratched hands. He pondered for a moment. Then, just like that, Dion brought the sandwich to his mouth and ate it. Erica was surprised. He actually ate it. She curiously pressed Dion. How is it? Is it good? Not bad, right?
But seeing him ravenously eat without answering, she immediately thought, why isn't he answering? No way. She was surprised, mixed with a little pride. Is it so delicious it's left him speechless? Oh my, I think I've nailed it. Dion continued to sit, ravenously eating the cake, remaining silent. She gently said, please take your time eating and have some water too. Her cheeks flushed as she watched him. She couldn't believe she had just been acknowledged by someone who must have tasted every dish in the world throughout his eternal life. She reflected on the moment, feeling proud of herself. Perhaps I was born with the hands of a genius chef.
In a magnificent and splendid mansion, Erica was still trying to learn etiquette. She believed this was how she could approach Dion. Erica was certain he knew information about rice. She turned to Lotte and told her that he knew she got the rice from a divine beast. Upon hearing this, Lotte was a little stunned and asked again, what? Lotte immediately asked, a divine beast? Which divine beast? Erica smiled cheerfully and explained, actually, it's my Rakhan. As far as I know, Rakhans like to collect grains, and fortunately, rice is also part of their collection. Lotte's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Rakhan, you mean? Just then, the Rakhan on the floor suddenly let out a cry. Then Lotte sat down to observe. So this rabbit is a divine beast? How did you tame it? Erica also stepped next to Lotte and said, I used the magical beast controller. Lotte looked skeptical. No device can make magical beasts docile. They usually go wild until they are released. Erica happily gazed at Rakhan and said, I've heard that, but I think Rakhan is an exception. Now he is fully adapted and is healthy. Lotte's surprise was evident. So that means you're the first person to successfully tame a magical beast.
Lady Erica, you are truly a special person. Hearing this, Erica was slightly surprised. Really? What's so special about taming a magical beast? Don't special people have something even more special? Erica then said, for example, the ability to use magic, or divine power that can heal people's illnesses, or even remarkable swordsmanship skills. Just like the male protagonists of this world. Compared to them, I'm just an ordinary person. A moment later, Erica softly spoke, I think your ability is also amazing. You can also see the future. Isn't that great? You also know some information. Oh, that reminds me. Is your special ability mobile? Lotte hesitated slightly. She said, move? Erica tilted her head. That's right. I'm just curious if Lady Valentine has that ability. She thought to herself, actually, I've been waiting to ask about Pandora ever since I first met Madame Valentine. When I met Pandora 2 years ago, I advised her to run away from home. But who knows, maybe she's still locked in the basement of the Valentine estate. Suddenly, Erica pursed her lips. Although it would be a relief if Shan and Pandora could reunite later. Suddenly, she fell silent, her mind filled with unanswered questions. Erica felt uneasy. Why does my heart hurt so much? Am I having an arrhythmia? She softly spoke.
Pandora is certainly a special person. The image of a strong girl is gradually taking shape. Lotte smiled faintly. She excelled in many different fields even from a young age. She was skilled in swordsmanship and also very dexterous, but there was no way to know how she was currently doing. 2 years ago, someone came and offered to sponsor her. At that time, the Valentine family was heavily in debt, so Pandora left with that man. Erica's eyes clearly showed worry. Despite her involvement, the story still closely followed the original work. I'm sure Sean had discovered that Pandora was a saint tower. That's why he brought Pandora to the Ripe's household to train her to become a spy tasked with dealing with the Crown Prince. Erica clutched the book tightly. Since the debutante ball was about to take place, she must now be ready to work as a spy, and Sean might have fallen for her. Lotte's voice rang out unexpectedly, making her suddenly come to her senses. Lady Erica, your book is torn in half.
Erica smiled it off. Why is it torn? Oh dear, I must have been too rough. But inside, Erica was very troubled. Not everything bad was happening exactly as in the original story. If she wanted to survive, she had to change the original story to some extent. But if the main plot remained the same, she could predict the future and act accordingly, even with prior knowledge. Erica frowned in panic. But why was she still worried? Time flew by quickly, and soon it was dark. Garcian grumbled irritably. My lady, why are you doing this? Why are you suddenly climbing a tree in the middle of the night? Erica looked in one direction.
Can't you be quiet for a bit? I think I can see it now. Just sitting still and being shrouded in darkness wasn't her way. She had to see it with her own eyes.
Erica was determined. If her speculation was correct, Pandora must be somewhere on Ripus's estate. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from the window. She looked in that direction in surprise. It was Sean's room. So was that light his divine power? Using it like this in the middle of the night could only mean one thing. He was training Pandora. He hadn't paid any attention to her for 2 years. Was it because she was no longer his student? Erica sadly wiped her eyes gently. He never replied to her letters, even though she sent them frequently, and he even refused her requests to meet. 2 years ago, she had been certain that Sean didn't hate her, that he wouldn't dispose of her, even though his words could be quite harsh. A hint of sadness flickered in Erica's eyes, but now she was no longer sure. What if he was no longer the Sean she once knew? What if he truly wanted to dispose of her now? Erica spoke with a heavy heart. Sean Ripus, my teacher, the elusive figure of this world, the future leader of the rebel forces whom I must avoid. She used to think she understood him, but not anymore. Sean was quietly looking out the window when someone suddenly entered. Magic was still being cast from his hands. The young man asked worriedly, "What are you doing? If you keep expending your power like this?" Sean merely replied coldly, "Don't disturb me." Outside, Erica quietly wiped away her tears. Sean thought, if I don't do this, she might wait until I come out.
Erica slapped herself hard on the cheek. She called herself, thinking, let's think of something else. When I snuck into the Ripus estate, I knew that the relationship between Sean and Pandora had developed just like in your original work. From then on, I deliberately ignored the situation and focused solely on farming. Erica rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. But I'm fine with my current life. I'll let go of everything and start anew. Betty, do you have any information about the blacksmith Large yet? She quickly reported clearly. I've sent people to look, but there's still no news, my lady. Would you like me to send more? Erica replied bluntly. No need. Have you prepared the carriage? I should personally visit the blacksmiths. Betty's worry was evident. Go directly? Are you sure, my lady? She sat up abruptly and said, Anyway, I need to stop by that shop. The debutante ball is approaching, so I need to order a suitable dress for the event. Erica's eyes sparkled. Moreover, I also need new farming clothes. Betty was speechless. Is that your real purpose for going there? She sighed and said, I've also grown taller, so I can't fit into those old clothes anymore. She smiled helplessly. That's true. Erica set off while the weather was fine.
The bodyguard helped her down from the carriage. He said, We've arrived, my lady. This is Large, the blacksmith's shop. Let me escort you inside. However, Erica flatly refused. No need. I'll go alone. You can wait out here. His face showed clear embarrassment. I cannot do that, my lady. Erica explained, I'm here to recruit a talented individual. I don't want to appear intimidating when surrounded by my bodyguards. If anything happens, I will contact you via the telecommunication stone, so don't worry. Erica walked up to a house. She gently knocked on the door.
The door was quickly flung open. A man stepped out, gruffly asking, Do you have an appointment? Erica quickly replied, No, I'm here to see the blacksmith. He frowned and said, Large doesn't want to see anyone. Don't bother us and leave. No one leaves us alone. As the door was about to close, she quickly put out her hand to stop it. Erica asked irritably, What do you mean? Has someone been here before me? The man angrily pulled the door shut. It's none of your business. Now leave. However, she forcefully held it open. I'm only here to see Large. Why won't you let me in? The two struggled back and forth. Erica asked, At least give me a reason, won't you? The man remained stubborn. Good heavens, I said no, you can't see him, all right? The door gave way and fell off. Both stared blankly at the ground. Seeing this, Erica immediately froze. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Feeling guilty, she said, I'll compensate you 3 times the damage. He sighed helplessly. Look, I know why you're here. You're here to hire Large, aren't you? But Large wants to avoid everyone. So far, there have been many job offers, but all have been rejected. So you should listen to me and give up. However, Erica simply offered a letter. Then could you deliver this letter to Large? I've written the terms and conditions of the employment contract in it. He took it, but still said, Large won't read it. How many more times do I have to tell you? She still insisted, please deliver this message to him. A legendary farmer sincerely hopes that Large will become his exclusive blacksmith. I'll be back later. The man called her back. Wait. He stared blankly at the letter in his hand. The man wondered aloud. A legendary farmer.
In a store, a voice spoke up. Greetings, madam. Cucumber greeted with a smile. What do you think? Knowing you'd visit today, I've displayed all our most popular items. Erica immediately interrupted. Wait, Cucumber. Then she looked around the store and asked, Are there only dresses here? Cucumber looked puzzled and asked back, Because you came here to order dresses, didn't you? Since the endless Drea training has finally concluded. Erica replied honestly, It's true that the training has ended, but you know I'm still a farmer, so I also want to order some farming clothes. Cucumber was utterly shocked upon hearing this. You're still farming? Erica replied nonchalantly, Of course. Hearing this, Cucumber sadly covered her face with her hands. Erica, still not understanding what was happening, asked, Did I say something to upset you? Cucumber immediately lamented,
I have been sewing farming clothes for you, young lady, almost every day for the past 2 years, and they all ended up torn, tattered, and dirty because you handled them carelessly while working on the farm. So when I learned your training was over, I thought I could finally show you the beautiful dresses I poured all my artistic passion into." Erica immediately replied, "Actually, I was planning to look at some dresses too. I need one for the upcoming ball." Cucumber was so happy she teared up. "Really?" But Erica's next words crushed her. "But I also need farming clothes, so please show them to me." Cucumber reluctantly replied, "Yes, ma'am." "So could you please wait here for a moment? I'll go to the storage to get them." Erica quickly replied, "Okay."
She sat down on the chair to rest, preparing to take a sip of tea. Just as it was about to reach her lips, she had to stop. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside, accompanied by an apology. Roxalyn, in human form, stepped inside. He thoughtfully asked, "Am I disturbing you, young lady?" Erica was shocked by this person's beauty, thinking to herself, "So handsome." She quickly wiped the drool from her lips and promptly replied, "No, not at all." The tea in her mouth trickled down the corner of her lips, and she secretly mused, "How could someone so handsome be a nuisance?" Erica concluded, "He's definitely not the main character of the original work. I'm sure he's just an extra, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome." Roxalyn looked around, then asked, "By the way, is there no one else here?" She calmly replied, "That's right, Cucumber went to get clothes from the back. She'll be back soon." Hearing that, he let out a soft breath. "I'll just wait then." He lowered his eyes, the corners of his mouth curved up, and asked, "Do you mind if I sit next to you?" Erica quickly replied, "It's fine." She was a little puzzled, thinking to herself, "What's going on? He's a bit interesting." Roxalyn gently picked up the hot teacup. Erica cautiously glanced at him. Her eyes showed curiosity, perhaps because he was unbelievably handsome, but he exuded an aristocratic and mysterious aura. There was something about that boy that made her feel he wasn't human, but another creature. As if sensing someone was watching, Roxalyn turned his gaze towards Erica. Erica flinched slightly as their eyes met. Erica spoke first. "Did you come here to place an order?" He replied, setting down his teacup. "No." Erica asked curiously, "Then why?" His voice rang out, "There's something I've wanted to see for a very long time." His sparkling golden pupils were unfathomably deep. He thought, perhaps this time he should come in person to check. Seeing his smiling face, Erica softly uttered "ah," suddenly thinking, "So he came here to see the new products." She gently said, "I see. Coming all the way here alone to see the new products, you must be someone who really loves fashion." He replied indifferently, "That's right." Roxalyn turned his gaze towards Erica and said, "When something unexpected happens, I believe the best way is to see it for myself and make a judgment before eliminating it." Erica found these words confusing. Eliminate? Was this person planning to eliminate Cucumber's new products instead of complaining? She carefully assessed him. He might not look like it, but he was actually a demanding customer. Suddenly, Erica's voice spoke up. "By the way, your hair color is really beautiful." Roxalyn was slightly surprised to hear this. He softly asked, "Do you like yellow?" Erica's eyes lit up. "Yes, actually it's my favorite color. It's truly beautiful."
Dusk was falling. He said calmly, "It seems you don't know that gold is considered an ill omen in the Rice Empire." Erica was slightly surprised. "Gold? An ill omen?" He replied, "Because it is the color of the golden dragon." She suddenly recalled a past conversation. Due to the existence of these creatures, the color yellow symbolizes misfortune in the Rice Empire. Erica was puzzled. "Why? Didn't you say that all dragons went extinct long ago?" Sean explained. "Many history books record that countless people lost their lives because of golden dragons." Erica pondered slightly and asked further, "Do golden dragons tend to be destructive?" He patiently replied, "The word destructive is not enough to describe their tendencies." His voice was gentle. "Instead, they have a serious flaw. That is, they are emotionally indifferent, so they treat humans as pawns they can freely use and discard, rather than as living beings. That is the true nature of golden dragons." She softly spoke, "I think I've heard about that." But her eyes curved, and her smile was as warm as summer sun. Yellow is too beautiful to be hated, just for those reasons. Hearing this, Roxalyn didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside. Erica was startled. A scream rang out. She quickly stood up and said rapidly, "Something has happened outside. I'll go check it out." He also stood up. "I think I should leave here too."
She asked in surprise and haste, What now? But you said you wanted to look at clothes and get rid of something." He replied as he started to walk, "I've thought about it again. It might be a waste to get rid of it." Seeing that he truly wanted to leave, she quickly grabbed his arm tightly. "Wait, it's very dangerous outside." Her voice was urgent. "You wait here. I'll go out and check, okay?" Roxalyn's eyes were deep. He watched her back as she hurried away with the sound of her shoes clashing on the stone tiles. Outside, the sound of weapons tearing through the wind continuously echoed. Erica Dreed carefully peered through the slightly ajar door. She thought, a fight? Her gaze stopped on someone's back, that dark blue cloak. Who were they? The moment that person turned their head, her eyes widened. Erica Dreed quickly slammed the door shut, her face full of surprise mixed with doubt.
She was stunned. It couldn't be Sean. A faint pink blush covered her cheeks. Although his face was covered, she still recognized him. There was no way she couldn't recognize those blue eyes. So did that mean he was currently with his Macaulay members? But why were they here? And who were the people in black cloaks? Erica Dreet bent slightly, still bewildered. She suddenly remembered something and hurried away. Where did that boy go? There was only one exit here, and she had been standing there. She wondered, who was he? A sound suddenly came from the door, making Erica Dreet look over in surprise. She turned back to look in a panic, thinking to herself that she should hide. Currently, Sean was here as the head of Macaulay. Her footsteps echoed. Moreover, she really didn't want to meet him here this way, especially after being ignored by him for 2 years. The door suddenly swung open. Erica Dreet carefully hid behind the curtain. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled back forcefully. Erica Dreet immediately met a pair of clear blue eyes. She looked at him, both nervous and afraid. He had found her.
Erica thought to herself, it's Shan, it's really Shan. She recoiled in fear, her heart filled with bewilderment. So he's really a member of Macaulay, just like in the original story? She asked aloud. Who are you? Shan raised his hand in front of his face. He let out a soft chuckle. Hearing these laughs, she felt a bit angry. What's so funny? I'm serious. She told herself, why doesn't he pretend not to see me, just like he ignored me before? Then I just need to act as if nothing happened, no matter what Macaulay does here. I'll try to ignore him, because getting involved in worldly affairs is the last thing I want.
Erica repeated again. Didn't you hear me? I asked who you are. Sean paused slightly. Suddenly, he reached out and took her hand. She was both startled and shy, her voice becoming a stutter. What are you doing? Their hands intertwined tightly. Sean looked at her gently and said, You know who I am. Her cheeks immediately flushed. Erica's whole body turned red, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Is he joking? She thought to herself. He gently pressed her hand to his cheek, his voice soft. Just a little more. The gentle voice echoed, and everything would pass. She looked into Sean's eyes and asked, What do you mean? What will pass? I don't understand. He suddenly let go of her hand, decisively turned and walked away, leaving Erica with a bewildered expression. Watching his retreating back, she couldn't help but think, I don't understand what he just said. He suddenly appeared and said confusing things before leaving. If he's acting like this now, I can't help but believe that he always remembers me, and he ignored me for some reason. She let out a faint chuckle at the thought. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, startling her awake. Erica immediately opened the door and yelled, What's going on? The ground around her feet was stained with blood. Cucumber was kneeling on the ground, sobbing into his hands, next to the man's corpse in a wet pool of blood.
Erica asked in a panic, Cucumber, what happened here? Tears streamed down Cucumber's face. She sobbed, It's Macaulay. It's the Macaulay gang. They killed my husband. As soon as the words left her lips, Erica's face immediately darkened. She thought to herself, Killed him? He killed the husband of her close friend from the Driat family and her exclusive designer, who had wholeheartedly sewn clothes for her for the past 6 years? Did Shan really kill her husband so cruelly? Did the Shan pace I know cause this? A few weeks later, the Driat family paid for all the expenses of Cucumber's husband's funeral. Erica thought to herself, Meanwhile, I have to order clothes from another fashion store. Why did Shan kill Cucumber's husband, and why did he approach me when I was hiding inside? I still don't know. Erica lay dejectedly on her bed. Suddenly, she angrily sat up. How annoying. As she walked, she thought, I can't understand what he said if I keep suffering over this. I can't just sit here and be sad forever.
She reached out and took the golden bell tied with a light blue ribbon. Erica gently shook the bell, making it chime repeatedly. Betty, who was outside, immediately poked her head in. Yes, young lady, do you need anything? She looked at her and said, Could you bring the new dress here? I'd like to try it on. Erica thought seriously to herself. Her debutante ball and 17th birthday were approaching. Betty was overjoyed to hear this. You finally want to try it on? I've been so worried because you've been down for days and the ball is only a few days away. She showed clear excitement and urgency. I'll bring the dress right away. Erica quickly said, No need to rush. She carefully considered. When attending the ball, she would officially meet both the male and female leads, because the daughter of the noble Count Pandora would attend the ball as Crown Prince Roxalin's knight. In the original story, the tragedy began when Erica fell in love with Roxalin at the ball. She crossed her arms over her chest, her face determined as she reassured herself. Everything will be fine. I just need to smile at Pandora as friendly as possible and maintain proper etiquette with the Crown Prince. How easy is that? And it was a relief to know that in the original story, Shan did not attend the ball. She placed her hand on the mirror, letting out a sigh. Erica thought to herself, "It's a relief because I don't know how I should express my feelings in front of him right now." That's what I thought, but why? Why is he here? Seeing Shan surrounded by girls, Erica was utterly panicked.
Erica felt confused. By principle, he shouldn't be at the ball, so why was he here? And what was this situation? He was always smiling happily, surrounded by other girls. Suddenly, Sean's eyes met hers. Erica shyly turned her head away, because he had just looked in her direction. A clear, distinct announcement rang out, drawing her attention. Crown Prince Roxelyn Draco has arrived. The man's strong legs strode across the floor. She carefully bowed her head slightly. Erica secretly glanced. She thought to herself, so that man is Roxelyn Draco. He looked familiar. Roxelyn's voice rang out, "All bow."
Today is a momentous day, for both the sword and the light of the Empire are gathered here. Isn't that right? He suddenly called her name, Lady Dryette. Erica was a little surprised. He stepped in front of her. "I have been looking forward to you from the completion of your training until your attendance at this ball. After all, you are the first master of the Holy Sword to appear in 1,000 years. His voice was full of deliberation. "Therefore, to celebrate your official debut, I am honored to be your first dance partner today." She gasped. "What?" Roxelyn lowered his eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He extended his hand towards her, his expression serious. "Would you care to dance with me?" Erica nervously clasped her hands, carefully considering. "Since I am the only one in the Empire chosen by the Holy Sword, His Highness is trying to solidify royal power over me by requesting a dance. But I wonder who he won't dance with today. And after the ceremony, he and Pandora Valentine will... Wait, Pandora Valentine isn't here. The centerpiece of the ceremony isn't here?" Roxelyn's voice rang out again, startling her awake. "Lady Dryette, how much longer do you intend to make me wait awkwardly like this?" Realizing her rudeness, she quickly placed her hand in his. "Please forgive me, Your Royal Highness. The honor is all mine." She thought to herself, "I suppose the story has deviated significantly from the original."
Two people danced together to the melodious music of the ball. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped on his shoe. Erica was startled, her face darkened, and she thought to herself, "I accidentally stepped on his foot." She immediately said awkwardly, "Please forgive me, my dancing skills are not very good." Roxelyn looked at her and gently replied, "It's all right." Looking at his scuffed shoe tip, she sighed in frustration. "No way, this is the 6th time I've stepped on his foot. What if I'm executed for harming a royal family member before meeting Pandora Valentine? I should pay more attention during Miss Lottie's." He just softly replied, "It's not unbearable yet."
Seeing his dark expression, she was a little confused. Suddenly, he gripped her waist tightly, his words carrying a murderous aura. "If you harm anything of mine again, I won't tolerate it." Erica was stunned after hearing that. Was this a threat to execute her for actually harming a royal? What if she hurt his toe again? Trembling, she immediately said, "My fault, Your Royal Highness." After speaking, she felt it wasn't right, her mind spinning. "No, I'll definitely be executed if I keep dancing like this." A pair of feet quietly approached the two. Shan stepped beside her, extending his hand towards Roxelyn. "Excuse me, am I disturbing you two?" Erica was surprised to see him. "Shan." Roxelyn said gently, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Thiosa Ripes, or should I call you a war hero?" Shan calmly replied, "You flatter me." Roxelyn crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "Does it sound like flattery?" Shan calmly stated, "It was only out of loyalty to the Crown Prince that I fought with all my might." Roxelyn slightly curled his lips upon hearing this. His laughter rang out. "Truly impressive. You are indeed the shield of the Empire." Shan said frankly, "If I may, Your Royal Highness, would you mind if I invited Codriette for another dance?" Roxelyn suddenly realized something. Has the first song ended? Roxelyn turned and said to Erica, "We'll meet again later, Thiosa Dryette." Watching Roxelyn leave, Erica was still filled with nervousness and anxiety. She glanced at Shan beside her, silently asking, "Shan, did he do that to help me?" He smiled, gently calling her name. "Thiosa Erica, will you dance with me?" She placed her hand in his. "Yes."
Every second passed, the two danced together to the gentle music of the ball. Sean called her name, Young Lady Erica. His voice was gentle. "Thank you for your letters." She was stunned upon hearing that. Confused, she thought to herself, is he picking a fight with me? With a hint of annoyance, she said, "How can I understand when you suddenly bring up my letters like that, when you've never replied to me even once? Do you enjoy seeing me suffer so much?" He was momentarily speechless after hearing her. Sean replied, "I cannot entirely deny that." Erica's mouth fell completely open upon hearing that. How can he toy with my feelings so casually? He smiled faintly. He raised her hand, his gaze gentle. "So, how can I make you suffer more because of me?" She immediately blushed with embarrassment. Realizing she had stepped on his foot, she panicked. Erica chastised herself. "What did I just do? I think I stomped on him quite hard this time."
Erica asked Shan in a panic. Are you okay? I lost focus for a moment. Who told you to say such absurd things? He didn't blame her but smiled gently. Don't worry, you know I have healing powers. But I see you're not a good dancer. Erica slightly bowed her head to hide her embarrassment, but she still had to retort sarcastically. I think you're even better at making inappropriate comments. Hearing this, Shan said nothing more, just laughed it off. In her heart, Erica secretly thought, why is he laughing? Even though he has healing abilities, his leg will still hurt, so how can he still be laughing? She frankly told Shan, don't laugh anymore, I'm afraid you'll hate me. He suddenly brought up an old topic. But didn't you say before that I was so handsome you wouldn't mind anything I did? Erica didn't admit it. I never said I wouldn't mind anything you did. It seems your memory has been distorted. Shan moved closer to her and said, then let me rephrase my question. Do you still like handsome men? Erica couldn't understand. Why is he asking that? He continued, the first dance partner of the Dreet House heir at her debut ball was the Crown Prince, and many eyes were on them. The Crown Prince might be considering you as a candidate for Crown Princess. Shan's words left her bewildered. What? To be honest, I was really surprised to be the first person the Crown Prince invited to dance, but a candidate for Crown Princess is a bit ridiculous. Roxalyn has Pandora Valentine, doesn't she? Moreover, the way he treated me during the dance wasn't like how one would treat a candidate for the Crown Princess position. Erica said firmly, that's absurd, that's baseless speculation. Shan didn't refute this. You're right, it's still speculation, but what if it's true? What would you do? Suddenly he asked this, making her stop to think. Well, someone like the Crown Prince always does good things, so I suppose that's also a positive thing. Hearing her answer, Shan's emotions immediately sank. Erica glanced to the side, secretly hoping in her heart, but also hoping that it wouldn't happen again. But what was that expression on his face? Shan suddenly spoke again. I'm asking you one last time. Do you still wish for me to be happy? A memory appeared in both their minds. Brother, I will help you. Then you will truly be happy. Erica truly didn't expect that he still remembered what she said. She thought he had forgotten about it long ago. Then she confidently replied to Shan's question. Yes. He gently looked up at the girl in front of him. Erica was now looking straight into Shan's eyes without any expression. Unlike before, I hold a little resentment towards you, and your mysterious behavior makes me uncomfortable. But I still wish you happiness. Her attitude was truly very clear. She ensured he would be happy. Roxalyn, I wish you happiness. The moonlight outside brightened distinctly in the dark night. Erica left the party and returned to the carriage to go home. She sat down on the seat with a tired expression. It had truly been a long day.
But in the end, Pandora Valentine still did not appear at the party. Contrary to her worries, no incidents occurred. So where is Pandora Valentine? All the tension passed, she began to feel tired and decided to put off thinking until she got home. As she was traveling, the carriage suddenly shook, making Erica Dreet unable to sit steadily. She regained her composure and called out, What's happening? What's going on out there? Erica Dreet was filled with fear at the night beyond the curtain, wondering, did we hit a wild animal or a divine beast? She cautiously reached for the carriage door handle. From outside came a warning voice. It's an ambush, milady. Don't come out. Erica Dreet froze, thinking to herself, an ambush. Now is when I don't have Garcian by my side.
After a few seconds of hesitation, she still decided to open the door and check. Stepping out of the carriage, Erica saw a man standing in the shadows, moonlight illuminating half of his pale face. Erica quickly recognized the man as Dante Ripasi. His face was still splattered with blood, and he smiled as he turned to look at her. Next, Dante slowly approached Erica, carrying the blood-stained sword. But she didn't seem afraid of him, only slightly bewildered. What she noticed was Dante's blood-soaked sword. He stared at Erica and said, We meet again, gem of the family, and hidden treasurer Sean. Erica gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, what the hell is going on? What is Dante Ripasi doing here at this hour? It seems death is always behind me, as if facing death is my unavoidable fate. She faced Dante's cold demeanor, letting out a soft laugh. She wondered, why does everyone always want to deal with me? Forgive me, sir. I'm not sure why you're here, but it seems you always want to be an enemy of the family. As soon as he heard her words, he smirked, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dante reminded Erica, You should beg me for your life, though I wouldn't let you live anyway. You're far too confident. Not far away on the ground, Erica saw another sword.
She told him, Unfortunately for you, I have no intention of giving up my life so easily. Dante scoffed at Erica's stubbornness. You're just like your family, always fighting a battle you're sure to lose. Erica retorted firmly, The recklessness of Dryad sometimes turns the impossible into the possible, meaning it might be me, not you, who survives tonight. Dante tightened his grip on the sword. The next second, the sword swung up and flashed past Erica's face. She was agile enough to dodge his strike. Erica spun around and, despite wearing high heels, landed very steadily. She grabbed the sword she had aimed for earlier. The two swords clashed, Erica and Dante face to face. Dante's eyes gleamed in the night, and he looked at her pitifully. "What's wrong? For someone so full of confidence, you seem to be struggling quite a bit." "Well, well, is the glorious reputation of the Dryad family's holy sword now a thing of the past?" Erica's hand gripping the sword hilt was now trembling violently. She thought to herself, "Although I hate to admit it, the truth is exactly as he just said. He's stronger than I thought. Somehow I managed to block his sword once, but can I even leave a scratch on him?" Erica was so focused on the two swords that she didn't notice Dante's foot movement. Then he suddenly kicked her in the stomach. Erica was sent flying, her back hitting the rock behind her, and the sword in her hand slipped away.
The strong impact caused a little blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Erica lay still, watching Dante approach her. "Damn it, my sword!" He knelt on one knee to speak with her. "I don't understand why my son is so infatuated with you." Erica hesitated, asking, "Why? Why did you do this to me?" Dante answered truthfully, "Because I cannot allow the Ripus family to have any weaknesses." She yelled at him, "So you intend to deal with every single person who flirts around your son? How could you do that? He's your only son." Mentioning Sean made him even more sinister. "That is exactly what I do, because he is my only son, Sean Ripus, the savior who will fulfill the mission of the Ripus family." Erica still had a question in her heart. "A savior?" Dante stood up and explained to her. "In the early years of the Ripus family, about 1,000 years ago, my ancestors received a prophecy from a missing pope, and it has been passed down in our family through many generations. According to the prophecy, the child born with memories of the beginning is the savior who will fulfill the mission of the Ripus house. Our family has been awaiting the arrival of the savior for a very long time. And finally, that child has been born. Sean, my son. The savior, the prophesied child, the child who will carry out our family's mission, has finally been born. Understand? He was born for me, Dante Ripus." Erica sat on the ground looking up at Dante, who was screaming like a madman in the middle of the night. Suddenly, blood was splattered out, and he staggered to his feet.
Dante collapsed right at Shan's feet. Shan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he growled, "Father!" Shan stood against the light, his body covered by moonlight. Dante, trembling, asked him, "Shan, why are you here?" Shan said to him, "I clearly saw you leave the house." At this, Dante suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dante only listened, not daring to look up and face Shan. Shan said, "Enough, father. I believe that you understood me more than anyone else." Dante defended himself. "You must understand that I did this for you, that I helped you so that no weakness could hinder you from completing your mission." Shan coldly asked back, "Then why did you do that to me?" He smiled without emotion. "Father, you should know that when you raise a tiger, it can also bite you back at any time." Dante was stunned when he heard Shan say that. He couldn't believe his ears, stammering, "Shan, how dare you?" Dante tremblingly reached out his hand. "You can't do that." Shan's face remained unchanged as he coldly stared at him. Erica Drayett gasped, watching Dante collapse to the ground. She wondered in surprise, "Is he dead? Dante Ripus is dead?"
Shan suddenly stepped in front of Erica and knelt down. Shan unexpectedly reached out his hand, making Erica flinch. Seeing her reaction, he was surprised. Shan's clenched hand paused in midair. "Erica," he asked softly, "you saw it, didn't you?" Shan gave a bitter smile and said, "That is my true self. I dealt with my father. His DNA is on my hands, but I still don't care. This is what I've been trained for since birth, so I don't feel any unnecessary pain." Shan sadly blamed himself, asking, "It's terrible, isn't it?" Erica stared at him with wide eyes, saying nothing. Her heart churned silently. She had never imagined that Shan's face would look so worried and insecure at this moment, as if he could collapse at any time. Erica didn't answer his question, but gently reached out to caress Shan's face, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Shan was stunned for a moment when he heard her question. Then he immediately took her hand, asking joyfully, "Did you just ask about me?" Erica nodded and replied, "Yes, because between us, you must be the one suffering the most." Shan still held Erica's hand tightly and said, "You were as unpredictable as ever." Just then, the loud calls of the servants looking for her rang out. "Miss Erica, where are you?" Shan let go of her hand, slowly stood up and said, "They're looking for you. Leave the rest to me and go to them." Erica hurriedly asked, "Will we be able to meet again?" Shan smiled reassuringly. "Of course, it will be soon." Scene change. At Roxallen's place, his guard was reporting. It failed. Roxallen questioned. "Failed?" The guard immediately replied. Shan Ripus interfered. He sneered and said, "Shan Ripus, what a pity," although that was not unexpected. Roxalyn gently stood up. Someone must have been behind, guiding Shan Ripeis. Hearing that, the guard immediately asked, "Should we deal with Erica Dreet ourselves?" He turned around and casually said, "Leave her alone for now." Roxalyn clenched his fist, silently calling her name in his head, Erica Dreet.
He thought to himself, her actions bothered me, so I've been watching her closely for 7 years. During that time, all she did was work hard, sow seeds, and cultivate crops. Therefore, I concluded that she posed no risk, until I heard she went to Eggplant Mountain. Roxalyn whispered, perhaps one day I should deal with her. He didn't understand why he was like this. I was there with the clear intention of dealing with her, so why couldn't I do it? When he saw Erica smile, he was stunned and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Roxalyn's cold face was reflected in the window pane. Roxalyn sneered and asked, "Beautiful?" He suddenly turned around and asked curiously, "Are there any special developments around the empire?" The guard immediately reported, "Since the debutante ball, things related to agriculture have become more popular. At this rate, it's probably only a matter of time before someone truly takes an interest in the legendary crop." Roxalyn calmly said, "Even so, there's no way to revive that crop." He said firmly, "Even so, I cannot let things continue like this."
The scene shifts to the next morning. At the palace, someone joyfully exclaimed, "Oh my!" 2 maids happily chatted with each other. "Have you heard that young Lady Erica single-handedly defeated hundreds of magical beasts?" Of course, she annihilated all of them without leaving a trace. The 2 of them were cheerful, their faces full of admiration. Meanwhile, Erica stood behind them, completely bewildered. She wondered, "I just made up a story saying I was attacked by a magical beast yesterday, so where are these ridiculous rumors coming from?" Erica turned and walked away. "Even if I deny the rumors, they won't listen, so I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything." She clutched her stomach in pain. "Ugh, my wound." Erica pondered, wondering, "I wonder if Sean is okay." She recalled Sean's expression from last night. The last expression I saw in his face looked so lonely that I couldn't forget it. Remembering the words he confided, her heart suddenly ached. "This is my true self. I dealt with my father. His DNA is on my hands, but I still don't care." Erica raised her hand, her face full of determination as she thought, "So what? That man was the one who tormented Sean all this time." But then she became gloomy and sighed. But still, he was Sean's only relative. How could Sean feel okay after that? Suddenly, Betty rushed over from out of nowhere, calling loudly, "Young lady?" Erica asked in surprise, "What is it, Betty? Is something wrong?" Betty bowed, panting. "The royal family has sent a letter for you."
To Lady Erica Dreet, I extend my sincerest congratulations on your successful debut in society at the last ball. As autumn approaches, the sunlight is growing warmer and the rice grains are ripening day by day. Compared to many years ago, when the empire experienced severe food shortages, the agricultural abundance in recent years is truly impressive. Even His Majesty the King is astonished by this, all thanks to your commitment to the development of the empire's agricultural sector. However, I cannot overlook the fear and anxiety of the people, because House Street seems to have forgotten its duty to exterminate magical beasts as the empire's sword. The sole focus on agricultural work has led the imperial family to conclude that the current situation cannot go unaddressed. We recommend that House Street completely withdraw from the agricultural business and return to its role as the Dreet sword. Erica was stunned after reading the letter. Does he mean I have to stop farming? Suddenly, a sound from outside startled her. In the field, many people were doing something. Erica ran out, startling Felix and Betty. "What are you all doing?" she asked. Felix stammered. "Lady, the imperial family has issued an order, miss. They will confiscate everything related to agriculture. We are putting all the tools into the carts."
It seems Kindo is also in chaos. Those doing business with the Dreet family are being taken for questioning. We are all suffering losses. I don't know why this is happening. Erica's face is pale. Something is wrong. The royal family suddenly issued an order to ban farming and even force people to leave. Why is that? I have a sense of unease. In another development, footsteps echoed on the floor. Roxalyn approached his lying father. He placed his hand on his father's blanket. Roxalyn's gaze was fixed on him, full of contemplation. Then he whispered, "Please leave the empire to me, and now it would be better for you to rest in peace." As he spoke, Roxalyn drew the shining sword from his hand. "I will carry it out," he said. His eyes were filled with hatred, a long-cherished wish of his father. At a grand palace, a funeral was taking place. Everyone mourned the passing of the deceased. They prayed together, wishing for his soul to rest peacefully in its resting place. A guard handed him an object. Meanwhile, Sean stood still, observing everyone. He walked toward Sean, a necklace in his hand. According to the late Duke's will, the ducal title of the Ripeis family would be inherited by Sean Ripeis, the family's heir. Then, the man placed the sparkling gemstone necklace on Sean. He spoke, "May the light of eternal glory illuminate the Ripeis family." Suddenly, another person stepped towards them, speaking up to stop the ceremony.
Shan was startled, his eyes wide. It turned out to be Roxelin with a troop of soldiers following him. The man bowed, his voice trembling. "Your Highness." Shan approached Roxelin and spoke. "Your Highness, I received no news of your attendance. Why have you suddenly come here?" They faced each other directly, and he immediately sneered. "Perhaps my presence here makes you uncomfortable?" He stammered. "I was just wondering why." Shan's eyes darted towards the soldiers. He spoke up. "Royal guards, accompanying His Highness to my father's funeral." Hearing that, Roxelin sneered. "You're right, I actually came here unannounced. But how could I just sit there and watch when a son dealing with his father's death is about to inherit his family's ducal title?" The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and gloomy. Shan looked bewildered. "I don't understand what you're saying." Roxelin retorted. "It's you, isn't it?" He roared, accusing. "You are the one who dealt with Dante Rapacy, who lies in that coffin. I couldn't believe my ears when I heard reports that you, one of my most trusted men, committed such a cruel crime against your own flesh and blood." However, Shan's face was expressionless as he stared directly at Roxelin. He continued to accuse. "After I learned you were commanding a secret rebel group, I concluded that I could no longer trust you." Roxelin questioned with a serious expression. "Shan Zephyrus, are you the leader of the underground organization Makoli?" Shan remained silent, lowering his head. Seeing that reaction, Roxelin gritted his teeth. He shouted, ordering the soldiers, "What are you standing there for? Arrest that traitor immediately and throw him into the dungeon." Elsewhere, Erica was stunned upon hearing the news. "What? For treason?"
Betty politely added, "Yes, evidence has been found, so the Crown Prince's guard has arrested Mr. Rightpiece. As the rebels ambushed and engaged in battle, the Royal Guard is currently advancing towards the Rightpiece estate." Erica felt extremely uneasy. No way. Could Dante Rightpiece's death be related to this? If so, Shan is in danger because of her. If she hadn't deviated from the original principles, Dante wouldn't have attacked her, and Shan wouldn't have had to deal with his father to save her. Betty interrupted her thoughts. "What should we do, young lady? Since Mr. Rightpiece is opposing the royal family, I think you should turn your back on the Rightpiece family."
Erica nervously clasped her hands together. "I think you're right, but why can't I do it myself?" She was inwardly confused. Betty was right. It didn't even take much thought to realize it. Shan was the leader of the rebel forces, so helping him in this situation meant I would lose everything I had worked so hard to achieve, and also endanger the entire house of Driat, so why would I? Erica sprang to her feet. "I should go see for myself." Betty gasped in horror. "Are you serious, my lady? I know how close you and Lord Rypace are, but Rypace Palace is like a battlefield right now, my lady." She ran after her to stop her, but Erica was determined. "Betty, do this for me. Please don't tell anyone I've gone out." Erica stepped one foot onto the balcony railing and jumped down, horrifying Betty. She screamed, "No, my lady." Erica thought to herself, "Shan Rypiece.
"This time, I will save you." The palace was engulfed in flames. Many parts had begun to collapse. There, Shan sat slumped on the ground, his entire body covered in wounds. His eyes narrowed in anger, and his hand reached for the sword in front of him. Suddenly, Shan was kicked down from behind by a force. "You still have the strength to fight?" Roxelin approached, sneering. "What a stubborn bastard. That's why I've always kept an eye on you. You know what? No one in the history of the Rypiece family was born with an immortal body. They might have incredible healing abilities, but they all die when decapitated. But you are different, a truly immortal entity. Isn't this the most remarkable healing power ever seen in your family? That made me think a lot. You know what? You've ruined all my plans, so I had to find a way to deal with you. Then I realized there was one thing I hadn't tried yet, burning you to ashes. Though it's a pity I have to dispose of the last descendant of the Rypiece family." After hearing that, Shan scoffed. That reaction confused Roxelin. "You can still laugh at a time like this?" Shan lifted his head mockingly. "How ridiculous. So you've been obsessed with me and the Rypiece family just because of our healing power? Just for that power?" Roxelin stood up, silently looking at the slumped Shan. He ordered his henchmen, "Finish him off." They tied Shan to a nearby pillar, then raised their hands as if performing a ritual. A fireball appeared in the sky. Shan was unconscious, sitting motionless. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, stopping them. "No!" The soldiers, caught by surprise, fell one by one. Roxelin questioned, "What's going on?" One of the soldiers replied, "We don't know." A woman holding a scepter suddenly appeared, and Roxelin panicked at the sight of Erica's figure.
She quickly ran towards the tied-up Shan, her hand reaching for his face. Erica, with teary eyes, called out loudly, "Shan!" Her tears streamed down. Then Erica screamed, "That's enough! How much more do you intend to hurt him, you bastard?" "Shan, please open your eyes. I beg you. There's something I haven't told you yet. You don't deserve to be hurt like this." Suddenly, Shan slowly opened his eyes. Erica continued, "You don't have to be useful. Your family name, your special powers, I don't care about these things. What's important is that when you smile, you're happy. When you're in pain, you just cry. You're not a monster. You're human. Your existence means so much to me. And I can't even guess when I started feeling this way. But if I had to describe this feeling that's slowly seeping into my heart before I even realized it with one word," Erica softly said, "I love you. I love you, Shan Rai-Peace."
I love you. At this moment, Erica decided to confess her feelings. Coincidentally, Sean also regained consciousness just as he heard Erica's confession. I love you, Sean. Seeing him look at her, she was a little surprised and quickly asked Sean, Are you awake? Erica hastily grabbed her tools. I'll untie you. Suddenly, Sean spoke, stunning her. Erica, the words you just said, I might forget them soon, so could you repeat them for me? Seeing the light around Sean heal him, Erica couldn't help but be amazed. The wound had healed. Meanwhile, a huge explosion rang out, making the entire sky glow red.
A soldier rushed to Roxelin to report, Crown Prince, the rebel reinforcements have arrived. At this rate, our forces will suffer more casualties. We also need to call for more reinforcements. While Roxelin was still tense, Sean was able to return to the fight. Roxelin Draco, order your soldiers to surrender. The royal palace has been surrounded. Your game is over. Immediately, Roxelin gripped his sword tightly. A few seconds later, he swung his sword, intending to attack Sean. However, a voice rang out, making Roxelin freeze. No! At the same time, Erica lunged forward to attack, forcing Roxelin to parry with his sword. Roxelin blocked Erica's attack, the corners of his lips curling into a half-mocking, half-challenging smile. You're so foolish, young lady, so you've chosen to side with the rebels? But before he could utter another word, Roxelin was stunned by something. He noticed the small vial hanging around Erica's neck. What was hidden inside was a grain of rice. Roxelin was shocked to realize it was... While Roxelin was dazed, a beam of light suddenly shot from behind him. Instantly, it exploded right where Roxelin was. Erica looked in surprise towards the source of the light. You? At this moment, Sean was panting tiredly after his recent attack. A soldier rushed from a distance to ask him, Sir, are you all right? Hearing this, he reassured him, I'm fine. What's the situation now? The soldier replied, We have successfully captured the royal palace, but there's something I must report. When we entered the king's bedroom to apprehend him, someone had already dealt with him.
Shen couldn't believe his ears upon hearing that and quickly asked, What? Erica, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Who would do such a thing? From a distance, Roxelin was struggling to get up after being attacked. He abruptly interrupted. I've dealt with him. I have a destiny to fulfill, and that old weak king could only stand in my way. She was surprised by Roxelin's casual words. Destiny? The man standing beside her was also confused. What do you mean? He remained seated, beginning to explain. Do you believe I'm only interested in the Rai-Peace family because of their healing power? As the savior of the Rai-Peace family, weren't you also born with primordial memories? Have you never seen primordial beings in your memories? After hearing that, Erica looked thoughtful, with many questions still in her mind. When you say primordial beings, do you mean the red dragon, the species known as the ancestor of the Draco royal family? Roxelin stood up, calmly explaining. Historical texts state that the royal family originated from the red dragon, but that's incorrect. Our ancient ancestor is the golden dragon. In ancient times, this land had 4 kings known as primordial beings. The red dragon could freely control fire. The Pope, blessed with abundant divine power as a priest of God. Dion Behamut, king of magical beasts.
The golden dragon, the one who proudly possessed the most overwhelming power among them, was capable of dominating others. It allowed itself to control others at will by stripping them of their will. Naturally, humans greatly feared the golden dragon as its threat persisted. 3 primordial beings eliminated, isolated, and even attempted to banish it. This caused the golden dragon to harbor malice towards the world, intending to destroy everything by bringing the magical beasts under its rule. However, its power had no effect on the magical beasts. Roxelin looked at Erica and continued. Right then, it learned about rice, the main food of the magical beasts. What she had just heard made Erica a little confused. She picked up the jar and observed it. This crop was known to make magical beasts calm and docile, but now it only existed in legend. So the reason rice disappeared from the world is because... She answered decisively. Yes, the golden dragon completely destroyed it, because without rice, the magical beasts would become ferocious and slaughter humans.
When all the rice disappeared, the magic beasts became incredibly ferocious and began attacking humans. While the world was in complete chaos, the golden dragon annihilated other primordial creatures, except for Dion, an immortal, whom the golden dragon imprisoned in the Eggplant Mountains. Roxelin recounted the story to the 2 listeners. It was ancient history, forgotten along with the rice. Upon hearing this, Erica's eyes widened in astonishment. She held in her hand a small glass jar containing a single grain of rice, something that had vanished due to the golden dragon. It was hard to believe Roxalyn, but if everything he said was true, it meant that if only we could get the rice back, humans and beasts could coexist peacefully. Then, the world could avoid the future Latte had seen in her vision. Latte, with a worried expression, had once said that the future of this world would be completely destroyed. The black magic beasts had gone on a rampage, and no one survived.
Her words seemed to echo in Erica's mind. Not a single living creature exists. Amidst the sky bleeding with the colors of sunset, a sudden voice rang out. But Roxalyn's demeanor remained cold as she asserted, "Although a long time has passed, our fate remains unchanged, because you, descendant of the Pope, are still attempting to eliminate me. That is why this time I have decided to carry out my ancestors' will. My intention is to destroy you as well as the king of the magical beasts in the Eggplant Mountains and lead the world to destruction." He suddenly froze, his expression somewhat unusual. The desolate scene of the battlefield met Roxalyn's eyes. Unfortunately, this endeavor has failed. At the same time, Shan also noticed a light beneath his feet, a teleportation magic circle. Under the red-stained sky, a small voice, filled with disappointment, uttered, "Why?" Erica couldn't help but ask, "Why must you do this?"
Roxalyn suddenly turned his head, looking at her with an extremely curious expression. Finally, Erica erupted, aggressively questioning. "Your ancestors lived in ancient times. You don't have to do what they want, do you? Fate can change. There must be a way for all of us to coexist peacefully without harming each other. But if you still choose that dangerous path, I will stop you, no matter what happens." In contrast, Roxalyn remained indifferent, showing no intention of giving up, and replied, "Go ahead if you wish." Just as Erica vaguely realized her opponent's intention, he was escaping, Shan quickly ran to stop him. "Stop, Roxalyn Draco!" 1 month later, news of the king's death and the crown prince's disappearance spread. The battle between the rebel forces and the royal knights concluded after 1 day. Due to the sudden change in circumstances, the people seemed bewildered. But the empire soon regained stability as the people realized they actually lived better without the king. The discontented commoners became optimistic after being freed from the brutal rule of the late king. Meanwhile, Erica was slowly opening the opposite door, and the throne of the Rice Empire was currently being. Shan was immediately drawn to her appearance.
His handsome face suddenly broke into a gentle smile. "Hello, Erica." As expected, the one who controlled the Rice Empire was Shan. Sparkling sunlight drifted in, mingling with the atmosphere of the tea time. Erica, politely, while sipping her tea, asked with concern, "You must be busy today, aren't you? Is there any information about Draco's whereabouts?" As soon as she finished speaking, he replied, "No, I've had people search throughout the Empire, but he's still nowhere to be found. Perhaps he has left for another continent." Not even a trace of anyone exchanging letters with him? For example, his relatives? The Crown Prince had no one close to him since childhood, no friends or family.
Like the golden dragon, hated by everyone. That's probably why he wants to destroy everything. He must feel threatened by everyone around him. "I didn't think you'd talk to America." She was a little surprised and wondered, "Me?" To her surprise, the very next second, Erica was astonished by Shan's explanation. "I told him we could coexist peacefully." Hearing that, she could only sigh helplessly and deny, "He probably didn't listen to you." She asked again, "Do you think he'd find that adorable?" Curiosity suddenly arose in Erica's heart. "Oh, I wanted to ask you something." Shan calmly replied. "What is it?" She still had something she didn't quite understand. "The memory of the beginning that you had when you were born, what exactly was that like?" Shan's eyes wavered slightly when he heard this. "My memory is about the savior of the Ripus house. In fact, it's more like a prophecy than a memory. The former pope told me that I must stop the Draco house. That's why I organized the rebel forces."
Furthermore, I wasn't provided with any more information, so I always wondered what all of it was for. Now I know the truth about ancient history, and I understand why. Erica suddenly asked him, "Do the members of Makali know about this prophecy?" Shan replied without hesitation, "No, they contribute their efforts to help me because they are dissatisfied with the Draco household." Finally, she grasped all the information about the story. "I understand." Immediately after, Shan called out again, "By the way, Erica." She was slightly startled. "Yes?" Shan rested his chin on his hand, looking straight into Erica's eyes, and asked, "How much longer do you intend to call me sir?" Erica looked bewildered, as if not fully understanding the meaning of the question. "What?" He unexpectedly brought up a past event. "You called me by my name that day." Her skin flushed with embarrassment. "When?" Shan, emboldened, teased further. "Have you forgotten?" Before, there was a moment when Erica had told him, "I love you, Shan Rai-Pice." She immediately blushed, jumped up, and shrieked, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Shan remained calm, deliberately emphasizing with an amused gesture, I distinctly heard you say that. Erica truly felt extremely embarrassed.
She calmly asked, "Then you must reciprocate my feelings, right? If you agree, I'll call your name. Come to think of it, I don't remember hearing an answer from you." His eyes widened slightly in surprise, but a moment later Shan lowered his head, as if there were something difficult to say. After a long while, a flustered confession echoed through the vast castle. I like you too. I like you, Erica Driet." Hearing that, she looked suspicious. "Wait, you like me? Why?" Shan didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Erica replied, displeased. "I said I love you, but why do you only like me? That's not fair." Shan was speechless, not knowing how to answer. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, neither speaking. Suddenly, she unexpectedly smirked slightly. In Shan's eyes, he only saw Erica's strange demeanor. What kind of expression was that? Scene change. The warm sunlight still spread outside the luxurious villa, and a clear voice simultaneously rang out. "Milady, are you going up Eggplant Mountain again? Isn't it too dangerous? Things in the Empire are still unstable. There might be monsters or bandits lurking in the mountains." Erica replied in a firm voice, "I'll show them what I'm made of. What is there to worry about?" Even knowing that, the servant still couldn't rest assured. "Of course, you are strong. Perhaps I'm more worried about the bandits. Do you have everything you need, milady?" Erica, carrying a basket in her hand, said, "Oh, I have enough. Could you bring me some more wild ginseng?"
The magnificent mountain landscape slowly came into view. Here, a thick layer of white snow covered the ground. Erica was still walking alone when her face suddenly froze in shock. Erica immediately rushed to the man lying motionless in the snow, calling out loudly, "Dion, Dion, wake up!" He slowly opened his eyes, appearing to have woken up. Upon seeing her, Dion looked suspicious. That made Erica a little worried. Oh no, has dark magic taken over his body? Dion, in a low tone, sat up with a jolt. "I guess I passed out again." A wave of unease washed over Erica's mind. "While I was away, his condition has gotten much worse. It wouldn't be surprising if he flew into a rage right now." Dion suddenly turned towards her, muttering, "It seems things are quite noisy down there."
What's wrong? The temperature is very cold right now, and the snow is falling thicker and thicker. Dion asked again uncertainly, "So you want to hear me tell a story from ancient times?" Erica seized the opportunity to express her desire. "To be more precise, I want to hear more about rice." But she had already made her calculations. The symptoms from the black magic circle seemed quite severe, and Roxalin's whereabouts were still unknown. In this situation, the prophecy could come true at any moment. I must find a way to grow rice as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Erica finally spoke. "I know the golden dragon wiped rice from the world. What I want to know is how rice first appeared and developed. I want to grow rice again." Dion didn't expect her to be so determined. He remained silent for a long time as if contemplating, then instinctively refused Erica. "That's impossible. This is beyond human capability." Naturally, Erica was even more unconvinced. "How can you be so sure without even trying? Even if it's impossible, I still want to try, so please tell me." Dion didn't respond, his face pensive. He finally opened his mouth and told her. "It was created by the red dragon. In the past, humans had to fight against magical beasts, creatures that disregarded reason, acting on their brutal instincts to ravage the grain.
So, that dragon created shimmering golden crops, hoping for peaceful coexistence between magical beasts and humans. And strangely, the magical beasts became gentle and calm when they ate the grains." Dion continued to recount the unfinished story. It was a time without war, and thus no concept of borders. Because of the rice, magical beasts and humans could coexist peacefully, but now only a few dry grains remained. Only the red dragon could cultivate this type of rice. There was no way to grow it without the dragon's power. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Erica's mind. What if there was a descendant who inherited the red dragon's power? This was completely beyond her comprehension. At this moment, she took a small glass vial from her pocket. The descendant of the Pope had revived these rice grains with their divine power. If a descendant of the red dragon existed somewhere, that person could also possess its power, don't you think? She widened her eyes, awaiting Dion's answer. "Thank you, Dion. I think I found the answer." Dion sat alone, pensive, examining the necklace in his hand. His eyes held a hint of sadness. The pendant swayed gently in the breeze. A voice echoed in his mind. Past memories flooded back. A soft voice gently spoke. "Dion, what are you doing? Is that a rabbit?" Dion replied, "No, it's a magical beast." Pandora exclaimed, "But it looks just like a rabbit." He affirmed again, "It is a magical beast. This species will become a collector of grains and plants." She looked at it intently and smiled. "It's so cute. Have you named it yet?" Dion replied, "Not yet."
Pandora smiled beautifully. Then Rakan, how about the name Rakan? Back at the luxurious mansion, Erica pondered Dion's words thoughtfully. Search for the descendants of the Red Dragon and ask for their help in cultivating rice? That's a good idea, but how am I supposed to find them? She slumped onto the table in frustration. Wander leisurely across this empire to find them in this situation? Impossible. Garcian, beside her, scoffed loudly, as if that's the only problem. You can't even be sure they're still alive. Erica angrily grabbed it. Shut up! My head already hurts from this. Why do you keep nitpicking every word I say? Are you my friend or my enemy? Shouldn't you be encouraging me? It was shaken so hard by her that it cried out loudly, Hey, let me go. I'm getting dizzy. Suddenly, the room door opened. The maid called out loudly, Milady, outside.
Erica saw her gasping for breath and anxiously asked, What's wrong? What's making you rush like that? She leaned in and said, Large, the blacksmith Large. Large is here and waiting for you outside. Erica hurried downstairs, thinking to herself, Is that really Large? Is this another trap? Before her stood a figure in a black cloak with red hair. Pandora saw her and joyfully exclaimed, Lady of Cultivation!
Oh, this day has finally arrived. Erica felt awkward when she suddenly approached and took her hand, asking in confusion, Large? Pandora excitedly said, You have no idea how much I've wanted to meet you. Erica asked again for confirmation. Wait, have we met before? I visited your forge once but didn't get to meet you. Pandora released Erica's hand, her tone a little disappointed. Oh, you don't remember me? It's all right. It's been a long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the blacksmith Large. My real name is Pandora Valentine. Erica was stunned. Pandora? The blacksmith Large is Pandora? Red hair and a beautiful face? Truly befitting a heroine. I didn't recognize her because she looks completely different from before. But she is the Pandora I met 2 years ago. But I don't understand. Pandora asked Erica again, a little confused. Yes, what do you mean? Erica questioned loudly. Why are you a blacksmith? Pandora was still a little bewildered. I don't understand. Do you not like my profession? She anxiously awaited Erica's answer. Pandora recounted the past. Miss, you probably don't remember, but 2 years ago, you saved me from where I was sold into gambling. Since then, I've worked hard to become a skilled blacksmith, hoping that one day I could be of help to you. Erica said to reassure her. Actually, I do remember. Now I recall. That day I gave you wild ginseng. Hearing this, Pandora was overjoyed. You still remember me. Here, I brought it for you to see today. The frail wild ginseng secretly thought to itself, just finish me off. Erica was surprised to see this. You still have it? It's withered already.
She replied cheerfully, Of course you gave it to me. I always cherish it. I look forward to seeing you again. Since all I knew about you was the nickname Legendary Farmer, I had no way of finding you. So instead, I worked hard to hone skills that might be useful to you. I hope one day you'll come looking for me. Erica exclaimed in surprise, What? You mean you chose to become a blacksmith because of me? Pandora smiled happily and nodded. She recalled the scene of that day, their first meeting. That was the first time anyone had ever spoken to me. If you hadn't saved me that day, if you hadn't given me this ginseng root, I would have suffered that living hell for the rest of my life, living like a soulless corpse. It's thanks to you saving me that I can live a normal life. So, lady, please. Pandora, agitated, shouted, Let me stay by your side. Erica froze on the spot, speechless. Shan unexpectedly burst into the house from out of nowhere, exclaiming loudly, Impossible! Not understanding his meaning, she stepped forward and asked, What? Pandora, seeing this, looked annoyed. Erica was surprised by her attitude. He warned her, Erica, you cannot allow this morbidly obsessed woman near you. Erica watched the two confront each other, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? The doors were gradually being dismantled and replaced. The two stood there together, watching everyone work. After a moment of silence, Shan spoke up. Erica, it's my fault. I was so desperate that I had to use my power. If you calculate the cost of repairing the Rye-Piece house, I will... Before he could finish, she cut him off. It's fine. Just be quiet. He gave a slight nod. Okay. A moment later, Pandora walked closer to where the two were standing. Erica, realizing someone was approaching, quickly turned. She shyly suggested, If you don't mind, could you come with me to the forge? It seemed Erica accepted and followed her away. Upon arrival, Pandora suddenly stopped Shan. Wait, I haven't given you permission to enter here yet, Duke. Hearing this, Shan spoke frankly. I don't want to enter either, but I need to protect Erica from you. I can't stand it. Besides, you were able to build this forge thanks to my support, weren't you? You can't possibly kick me out. Pandora cast a disdainful glance. So you want to take credit for giving me a little money? How petty. Hearing this, he retorted, That money helped you get this far. How ungrateful. Erica felt a bit surprised.
What is this? Why do they hate each other so much? Why are they so hostile towards each other? She quickly stepped forward to mediate. Wait a moment, calm down first. Sean quickly stepped forward and tightly grasped her hand. Erica, you cannot let this woman stay at the Dryad household. Erica was surprised by Sean's words. Me? He recounted the old story. I have provided financial support for the past 2 years in recognition of her extraordinary talent. But, flashing back 2 years, Pandora had proactively approached him and asked directly, what do you think I should do? Sean hesitated for a moment before replying. Well, how about learning to cultivate with your divine power? She asked back, quite surprised. Cultivate.
Pandora seemed quite pleased. Not bad at all. I want to learn everything about agriculture to help my savior. He asked curiously, Savior? Pandora sensed his curiosity, and she calmly replied, well, she saved my life, and she said she's a legendary farmer. Shan didn't seem entirely convinced. Legendary farmer? He made a judgment. She must be someone special to you. Pandora affirmed firmly, of course, I want to work for her, or rather, I hope to serve her more closely. Shan repeated once more closely? A hint of displeasure crossed his face. Returning to reality, Shan continued to taunt her. What a bold ambition. According to the information we've gathered, this woman is trying to attract your attention. Pandora retorted angrily. When was that? Don't tell me you've had me followed. He didn't bother to hide it, stating directly, actually, I have, because I believe you would be a threat to Lady Erica. Her voice suddenly rose an octave. Just as I suspected. So you've been hindering me all this time. I've been searching everywhere for Lady Erica for the past 2 years, but I couldn't find her, as if someone was deliberately obstructing me all along.
Her anger was on the verge of exploding. Pandora raised an accusing hand. So you sabotaged me and prevented me from seeing her, all under the guise of helping me? Shan retorted, not backing down. Don't blame your ignorance on me. Erica, sensing the situation was escalating, quickly intervened. Calm down. Shan warned. Erica, she might be useful, but she's completely untrustworthy. You can't let her stay at Dryad Manor. Pandora, determined not to let Shan continue, declared loudly, My lady, don't listen to that dark man. Shan struggled to control his anger, growling, I can't believe that you of all people would call me that dark man. Seeing them argue for so long, Erica yelled loudly, That's enough, both of you. Both flinched and looked at her. My lady. She stepped forward to stop the verbal sparring. Stop arguing. No matter what you say, Shan, I'm bringing Pandora back to Dryad Manor. Just as you said, Pandora is a talented blacksmith. Pandora, I want you to move to Dryad Manor as soon as possible. Do you agree? She appeared incredibly thrilled. Of course, I can even leave immediately.
Erica didn't forget to add, and there's one more thing I want you to do for me besides the blacksmithing work. Pandora asked back, puzzled. Yes? Erica's face was very sincere as she pleaded. I need you to do everything I need, including farming. Pandora's face stiffened. Everything? In Erica's calculations, nothing could be more reassuring than turning the female lead into her loyal ally, although Erica wasn't sure if Pandora would accept her offer. At this moment, Pandora's knuckles tightened into fists. A cold voice rang out. My lady? Erica stammered nervously. Yes? Pandora's face was utterly cold. Is there anyone you want to eliminate without leaving a trace? Erica quickly denied. No. Pandora breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief then. Erica also regained her composure. Pandora's assassin capabilities could not be hidden.
Pandora happily offered, After all, I'm willing to do anything for you. You can count on me. Seeing the situation was better than expected, Erica smiled brightly. So tomorrow morning, please come to Dryad Estate. I'll give you this in case you need it. Pandora was a little curious. For me? Erica took an item from her person and held it out. The next words seemed to reassure Pandora. Take it. If you're stopped at the gate, give this to the gatekeeper and tell him you're my friend. Pandora was confused, a little stunned. Your friend? She was so moved she almost cried. I'm the young lady's friend? Erica gently reminded her. It's very precious to me, so don't lose it. Pandora immediately agreed. Understood. Erica held out her hand, hoping for cooperation. I hope we'll get along well. Pandora also took her hand in response. Yes.
Early the next morning at the castle, Erica was still deeply asleep. Betty was ready to serve her the moment she woke up. Seeing this, Betty spoke up. Good morning, miss. Someone has come to see you. She's waiting for you in the living room. Erica vaguely asked back. A guest? She thought to herself. Has Pandora arrived? But then the next event immediately woke Erica up. The person in front of Erica was Pandora. Pandora looked very pleased as she said, This is Mrs. Room. Erica looked at that strange expression and wondered, Am I the only one who can see her? Betty brought up the tea and said, She showed me the rice bead necklace that Miss always wears, so I immediately understood she was Mrs. Guest. Before Betty could finish her sentence, the next sight made her exclaim in surprise. Oh my goodness! Betty was startled to realize Pandora was already in the living room.
She was in the living room. Since when? Pandora asked blankly, "Am I not allowed in here?" Her face immediately showed remorse. "I'm truly sorry. I thought you were showing me to Mrs. Room." Erica secretly praised. She must be the main female spy. Her stealth ability is truly amazing. Erica sat in the study and announced loudly, "Father, Mother, allow me to introduce you. This is Pandora Valentine. From now on, she is a member of Dryad." Pandora looked slightly awkward and said, "It's an honor to meet everyone."
Gentle Julietta exclaimed, "Good heavens, I never imagined the Valentine's daughter would be such a talented blacksmith. Count Valentine has told me a great deal about you." Pandora's face flushed slightly. Then she calmly replied, "Yes, I've also heard my mother speak of her role in supervising Lady Dryad's studies. She never stops praising her. The Count must be very proud that his beloved daughter has become a renowned blacksmith." This came as a great shock to the Dryad family, as Erica had brought such a skilled and trustworthy blacksmith into their home. After the introductions were complete, the two left the drawing room.
Pandora hurried after Erica's footsteps. She quickly followed and called out, "My lady." With both hands, she offered an item. "I'd like to return this necklace to you." Erica casually nodded. "Oh, thank you." Pandora couldn't help but feel curious as she looked at the jar. "Are those seeds in that jar? Why do you keep them instead of planting them? It seems you cherish them greatly, so I'm a little curious." She stammered in response. "It's because—" Suddenly, Erica's voice rose with excitement. "Do you want me to show them to you? Those rice grains were actually being germinated here." Pandora exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my, they've all withered," she said with great pride. "That's right. I have a total of 5 seeds, including the one in this bottle, but they all withered before they could grow. That's why I'm keeping them instead of planting them further." She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Why aren't they growing?" Erica sighed regretfully. "I wish I knew. The soil is the best kind. I used magic fertilizer. I tried every method I could think of, but none of them worked." Pandora's crimson eyes gleamed as if an idea had just sparked. Her hand was still resting on the wooden sprouting box. Erica thought with resignation, "I think this plant needs a special kind of powder." But suddenly, the rice plant began to grow and sprout leaves. This sight made her eyes widen in surprise. Her voice also became stammering and agitated. "What did you just do? How did you do that?" Pandora innocently replied, "I don't know. I just lightly touched the leaf." Erica urged quickly, "Do it again, quickly, that thing you just did." She strongly resisted. "I wish I could, but I don't know how I did it." Her face became unusually serious. "Touch it again. When your hand touches it, the sprout will come back to life."
Hearing that, Pandora nodded. "All right, I'll try again." She reached out her hand and gently touched the wilting rice plant. However, the result was not very satisfactory. The miracle seemed not to happen. Pandora's voice was mournful. Nothing happened this time. What was that? Erica, still agitated, wondered to herself. What was it really? It was revived in just an instant. When I touched it, it only withered, unable to recover. Does Pandora have some kind of special powder? A thought suddenly struck her. A question popped into Erica's head. What if there's a descendant who inherited the Red Dragon's power? If a descendant of the Red Dragon exists somewhere, that person could also have its power. Don't you think so? Perhaps she— Without hesitation, Erica called out loudly, "Pandora!" She instantly responded, "Yes."
She made an offer. "Can you come to this place with me now?" Pandora asked with a bewildered expression. "Yes, of course, but where?" It seemed that this tiny plant itself had given them a new idea. A loud call echoed through the forest. "Dion!" He turned his head to look towards the source of the sound. Then Dion's eyes widened in fright. Pandora and Erica approached him. "Are you feeling better today? You didn't faint again, did you?" A gentle breeze ruffled her hair. The two of them smiled brightly as they walked towards Dion. Facing him, Pandora shyly turned her face away. Dion, in contrast, stared intently at her lovely face. He asked, "So you believe this person is a descendant of the Red Dragon?" Erica nodded. "Only for a moment, but she can revive the saplings." Dion's gaze was fixed on Pandora. She thought awkwardly, "Why is he staring at me like that? I can't look him straight in the eye."
Next, he asked her, "Surely you have the same power as us?" Pandora, bewildered, asked, "You're talking about divine power, aren't you?" Dion explained, "No, what you have is a slightly different kind of power. If divine power simply saves human lives, then yours can make life flourish." The two of them looked at each other in silence, saying nothing. Suddenly, Dion spoke up. "You look very strange." The sky was clear blue, and the autumn leaves were a vibrant red. Pandora stood silently beside her, watching Erica busy with something. She opened the jar, making a pop sound. Erica used her hand to cover the soil again. She turned to ask, "Didn't you say you weren't planting them?" She explained, "I want to test your power with this seed one more time." Pandora, confused, said, "My power? But last time the sprout didn't react at all. We both saw that. It revived in an instant, but that might have just been a coincidence." Erica refuted. "It had already withered when you touched it. Perhaps that's why it didn't work.
If what Dion said is true, and your power can truly make life flourish, then I believe you can make this seed sprout. Could you try channeling your power into this seed, just like how divine power is used on humans?
Pandora thought for a moment, feeling her power flowing into it quite well. Then she approached and sat down next to the potted plant. Pandora puffed out her cheeks, squinted her eyes, then extended her hand to cast a spell. Erica watched expectantly for the results. Pandora innocently asked, "Did it work?" Erica, disappointed, thought to herself, "No, I don't think so. In fact, I'm not even sure if she did it right." Then Pandora sadly said, "I'm so useless." Erica racked her brain. What's the problem? But I'm quite sure Pandora inherited the power of the red dragon. Nearby, Dion quietly stood watching the two, observing them intently. He saw Pandora's worried, confused expression. In his memory, Dion recalled a scene. Pandora asked him about the white rabbit. "Do you want to name it Raycon?" Dion turned to ask her, "Why Raycon?" Pandora smiled and explained, "Doesn't it look a lot like a dragon? I wanted to have a name that sounds like a dragon." He chuckled softly. "Is that so? All right, Raycon sounds great." G-g-g-g-g-g. Pandora smiled happily.
Dion was rubbing his head when he was suddenly interrupted by her voice. "By the way, I've noticed the golden dragon acting quite suspiciously lately. Haven't you felt it too? I'm afraid he'll soon cause a war. I think we should warn him so he understands and stops harming humans and beasts." Dion interrupted. "There's no way he'll listen to us. He's connected to an evil god, so he's inherently wicked. I was the first to propose his expulsion, so he must want to eliminate me the most. I have no choice but to deal with him before he tries to use his power." "Are you going to die, Dion? If you die, I'll follow you." Another voice jolted him awake. "Dion, did you just come here to stand and watch? I know you have a way, don't you?" He stepped towards Pandora and Erica. Dion explained, "No matter how much energy you pour into it, the seed won't sprout, because your power isn't complete yet." He handed her a necklace. "The red dragon has condensed her power within this pendant. She always carried it with her. This will help you use your power properly." Erica lunged towards Dion. "Thank you," but he was a step faster and hid it away.
Her hand reached out, her face full of earnest pleading, begging him. Dion offered, "If you find a way to erase the black magic circle carved on my body, I will give you this necklace." Erica was stunned after hearing that. She asked, bewildered, "Dion, wouldn't you feel better without that circle? You need it because you don't want to live anymore." He spoke up, "I'm curious about something, so I want to live a little longer." Hearing that, Erica fell into deep thought. Dion finally finding his purpose in life was good news to her, but what had made him change his mind? Erica turned to see Pandora looking down, deep in thought. Then her eyes lit up. No way, does he like Pandora? Erica chuckled mischievously. She thought to herself, so that's it. Oh my, Dion. Actually, I had felt something strange about the way he looked at Pandora from the very beginning. Well, maybe it didn't surprise me. What would surprise me was if the male lead didn't like the female lead. Erica turned her head to look at Pandora. Pandora's lovely face made her ponder. Seeing the aura she exuded like a star, who wouldn't like her? Erica stared at Pandora without looking away, and Pandora became flustered seeing her eyes fixed on her face. Pandora spoke up. "Milady, is there something you wish to tell me?" Erica casually replied, "I was just thinking about your beauty." Erica was surprised. "What?" Then Erica moved towards where Pandora was sitting. "You are truly beautiful, Pandora." Pandora was so flustered that she stammered, "You are more beautiful than I am." Erica sat down on the chair opposite Pandora and suggested, "From now on, just call me Erica. No need to call me Milady." Pandora agreed. "Yes." After saying that, Erica explained, "I already told you, I want you to be my person. My person means a friend, and friends usually call each other by name, right?" Pandora shyly replied, "Yes, but I wouldn't dare." Erica interrupted, "Now try calling me by my name." Pandora was flustered. "Yes, but," Erica said sternly, making Pandora scared. "Come on." Pandora blushed and yelled, "Erica." Erica looked approvingly, holding up a 10 sign. Erica happily said, "Excellent, Pandora. There's something I want to ask you." Pandora politely replied, "Yes, what is it?" Then Erica's face darkened. "You completely lost contact with your mother, didn't you?" Pandora countered, "May I ask why you're asking me this?" Erica then explained, "The others in the island's black magic circle are Mrs. Latte and a sorcerer named Surya. Since Surya died long ago, Mrs. Latte is the only one who can break the curse right now. I plan to go see her, and I hope you'll come with me." Pandora swallowed hard, too anxious to speak. She denied, "She and I haven't met in a long time. Ever since the Ripes family started supporting me, I haven't sent a single letter to the Valentine family, let alone visited them. I hate the people in that family. They always ignored the abuse I had to endure. If you ask me if I only hate my mother, I can't say yes, because she was also a victim. However," she recalled,
Pandora was thrown back near the door. She struggled to get up, the man behind her approaching Pandora. Beaten, she panted, looking up. A woman peered in at Pandora from the crack in the door. She looked desperately towards her. Pandora's door of hope was shut by that woman. She gently refused. "I'm not ready to see her yet. I need more time." Realizing her timing was off, Erica said, "I'm sorry, I made you recall that terrible memory." Hearing that, Pandora smiled. "It's all right. Someday I'll tell you my story." Erica blamed herself. "She's sad because of me. What should I do?" She then asked Pandora, "Pandora, you haven't had lunch yet, have you?" Pandora replied, "Not yet." Erica stood up abruptly. "All right, a healthy meal is the best solution when someone feels down."
She turned to call Betty, who was standing not far away. "Betty!" Betty responded, "Yes, miss." Then Erica asked, "We still have the bellflower roots I dug up the other day, don't we?" Betty happily replied, "Yes, the chef said he would wash them clean and put them away in the kitchen." Erica stepped in front of Betty. "Excellent. Let's go to the kitchen. I'll cook it myself." Betty was flustered. "Miss, you'll cook yourself? Cooking is quite tiring. Why don't you leave that to the chef?" Erica said firmly, "No, I want to personally prepare a meal for my friend." Erica said confidently, "It's time to show off my cooking skills and amaze the entire palace. Pandora, go to the dining room and wait for me there. Don't worry, I'll be quick."
Erica warmly welcomed Pandora and invited her to eat. Looking at a table full of sumptuous dishes, Pandora couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks delicious. I didn't know you were such a good cook." Erica smiled faintly and humbly replied, "It's no big deal, really. When cooking with love, my hands just move on their own." Erica pushed a plate of delicately sliced steak towards Pandora. "Eat quickly before the food gets cold." Pandora politely replied, "Thank you." Then Pandora took a bite to taste. Suddenly, her eyes widened and all her movements froze. Seeing that inexpressible look on her face, Erica propped her chin on her hand, eagerly asking, "Is it good? I also made lunchboxes for Dion before, and I think it suited his taste because he ate a lot." Pandora looked suspiciously at the plate of meat. It looks delicious, but it tastes like poison. Or have I lost my sense of taste due to the influence of dark magic?" Erica's call startled Pandora. "Pandora?" she asked worriedly. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like it?" Seeing Erica's innocent, hurt eyes, Pandora was momentarily surprised. She chided herself internally. "I'm so ungrateful for having such thoughts," then struggled to chew the piece of meat, continuously praising, "I like it. I really like it." Erica looked at her happy expression and thought proudly, "I put all the ginseng and other nutritious ingredients into the food, and she really likes it? Maybe I'm a true chef."
Her voice trembled. "It's so delicious, Erica." Meanwhile, at the castle, Lotte looked at Erica in disbelief. "Are you serious? Do you really want to remove the dark magic from that beast? Could you confirm that again, please?" She hesitated. "Yes, but I cannot help you. Have you forgotten the prophecy I told you 2 years ago? If he doesn't die, this world will be destroyed. The dark magic circle is the best way to prevent that catastrophe. You know that, right?" Erica affirmed firmly. "Yes, I know, but that wasn't the only future you told me about that day." Lotte mumbled, "There truly is another future. I saw her standing amidst a field of golden ripe rice, and I thought the answer to stopping the apocalypse lay in that vision." Suddenly, Lotte stopped short, staring at her. Lotte asked expectantly, "Don't tell me you've found a way to grow that plant." Their long strides stretched across the white snow. The two walked together to some place. Suddenly, Erica turned sharply. Seeing Lotte look uncomfortable, Erica softly called out, "Lotte." "Is something wrong?" Lotte replied honestly. "I'm not sure I can do this. Can I really break the magic circle that Surya created?" Erica silently sympathized, understanding Lotte's feelings. She recalled a memory. The sorceress Surya was Lotte's friend, and to carve the dark magic circle onto Dion, she even sacrificed her own life. Lotte continued, "But if Surya were here instead of me, she would make the same choice as I, wouldn't she? After all, she also sacrificed herself to protect the world." Soon after, they arrived at a large tree. Lotte sat with Dion, while Erica stood beside, observing. She focused all her strength towards him, a magic circle forming in her hand. Lotte stood up and announced, "All spells on you have been lifted. You must know better than anyone that it's true, because the pain from the dark magic must have disappeared." Dion looked at her gratefully. "It's been so long since my mind has been this clear and alert, and I no longer have a headache." He wondered, "Is that girl not with you today?" Erica asked, puzzled. "Which girl?" At this moment, she realized inwardly, "Is it Pandora?" Well, do you like her that much? Look at that sly expression." Dion was a little confused. Erica asked, "Why are you looking for her? If you want to tell her anything, you can tell me, and I'll relay it to her." Dion honestly replied, "I promised to give her the necklace." She was a little disappointed. "The necklace?" Erica explained casually, "She has something to do, so she couldn't come with me. Don't worry, I'll bring her next time." Then she quickly turned away, not forgetting to say a polite goodbye. "Goodbye, see you later."
He just watched as the two figures gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a remark made Erica pause. "Thank you," Dion sincerely said. "I have lived here for a very long time. My memories have faded, and everyone around me has left. I had nightmares every night. As time passed, I gradually collapsed and only wished I were no longer alive. But now, that's no longer the case. Thank you, Erica Dreed."
Recalling those cheesy words, she was a little touched. Oh my, why did he suddenly say that? Since Dion said he would give her the necklace, she would take Pandora to Eggplant Mountain tomorrow morning to get it first. She couldn't believe that tomorrow she would see the rice plants growing. Finally, her long-cherished dream was about to come true. She felt as if she were dreaming. Suddenly, Erica thought of Sean. He's been busy lately, hasn't he? He had been going everywhere day and night to stabilize everything at the Imperial Palace, so they hadn't met lately. In her heart, she secretly wished, "I really want to take him there. I also want him to see the rice growing." With that thought, Erica immediately asked Betty, "Can I send an express letter now?" Betty happily replied, "Of course, young lady. I don't think it's too late yet."
"Where are you planning to send the letter, miss?" someone asked. Erica gently replied, "To the royal palace." The next day, sunlight shone across the lush green hills. Erica, Pandora, and Dion were standing in an open space. Pandora asked, "So, can we start now?" Her voice broke the stagnant atmosphere, making Erica flinch slightly. She turned around anxiously. "Please wait a moment, I'm waiting for someone." Realizing she had been a bit too hasty, Erica gave an embarrassed laugh and asked more politely, "Could we wait for another 10 minutes? Pandora replied dejectedly, "This is the 6th time you've said that. We've been waiting for almost an hour." These words left Erica a little at a loss for words. She thought anxiously, "I'm sure the letter reached the royal palace without any problems, so why isn't he here?" Erica sadly speculated. "Maybe he's too busy to read it. In fact, I think he won't be able to make it, because his workload now is many times greater than when he was a young master. I should just give up. I shouldn't make them wait any longer." With that thought, Erica sadly said, "I'm sorry, let's start." Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice reached her ears, making her eyes widen. "I apologize for being late." Erica, stunned, turned around. It was Sean. He was panting as if he had tried to run as fast as he could. He came up to her, and the atmosphere was now thick with an awkward silence.
Shan asked worriedly, "Have you been waiting for me all this time?" Erica didn't deny it. "Yes, I also wanted you to come and see," she thought to herself. Shan was the first to breathe life into the rice grain, so his presence here means a lot to me. Erica happily, "I'm glad you're here." Pandora asked impatiently, "Can we start now?" She said confidently, "I've practiced a lot with my abilities while we waited for you, so I think I can do this." He immediately understood. "So that's why the grass here is so thick," Pandora explained, her words implying a reproach. "Because I had plenty of time to practice, thanks to someone who was an hour late. How dare you make the young lady wait so long?" Shan retorted, not very friendly. "Are you picking a fight with me?" Erica helplessly watched them bicker. These two always snarl at each other whenever they meet. "I should separate them." Thinking so, she immediately interjected, "Calm down, Pandora. Let's begin." Pandora obediently nodded. "Yes." Then the two of them knelt down together. Pandora extended her hand, channeling magic. A gentle light emanated from the plant pot. Then a sprout emerged, pushing its way up from the soil. A flicker of unexpected emotion crossed Erica's eyes. The young sprout quickly grew, laden with golden seeds. She couldn't help but stammer. It worked. Erica was utterly astonished. To plant and cultivate this type of crop usually took nearly half a year and a great deal of effort, but Pandora did it in an instant. Pandora gently explained, "That happened because I poured all my energy into a single seed. If there were more, I wouldn't be able to do this, at least not as quickly." She gently touched the rice grains. Her eyes welled up with emotion. A long-forgotten longing was suddenly filled within Erica's heart. "It's rice! How long has it been since I last saw it?" She said sincerely. "Thank you, everyone." For Erica, rice had been everything to her in her previous life. Erica's voice trembled. I just want to cook a meal and share it with everyone."
They asked again in surprise, "A meal?" She nodded in confirmation. Erica reminisced about the warm dining scene in her previous life. When I was little, we would sit down together for dinner after a busy day of work, and that was the happiest moment in my day. When I walked through the door after working in the fields, the first smell I noticed was the aroma of cooked rice. I always loved it because it felt like the scent of my family. Erica continued, "I want to share a meal with the people I cherish." Her heart was filled with anticipation. "I want to feel that warmth again, and I want them to live happily together in that warmth." Shan gently took her shoulder. He said softly, "I suppose you'll be busier now." Erica smiled happily. "I think so too, because autumn has arrived."
When I held the grains of rice in my hands that day, they were so warm. After so many seasons and years, I finally have my first harvest.
Shan softly called out, "Erica," he asked worriedly. "Shouldn't you be heading back to the estate now? It's quite late already." She paused for a moment, lost in thought, gazing at the heavily laden rice stalks. Erica reluctantly said, "I want to stay here a little longer. I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me is rice, even though I'm looking right at it." She turned back, a little puzzled. "Aren't you returning to the royal palace? You've been gone for a long time too." He reassured her. "You don't need to worry." Meanwhile, at the palace, Chanel, a former member of Makoli and currently the king's aide, was screaming in despair, drowning in a sea of paperwork. Shan said, "Chanel has taken care of everything for me." She sighed helplessly. "Oh dear," Erica said softly. "When I look at you, I'm very happy that you've become king, but I'm also a little sad." He asked, confused. "Why?" She asked back, surprised. "Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I love you and want to be close to you every day, just like rice." Shan repeated, moved. "You want to be close to me every day?" Erica looked at him, her eyes filled with happiness. She confessed sincerely, "To be honest, I was very disappointed by your answer that day. But you've been hiding in the shadows all this time, haven't you? So it might take a long time before I can hear the answer I want." She affirmed, "But it's okay, because my love will never change, and I'm very good at waiting because, I'm a farmer, a legendary farmer." He took Erica's hand. Shan agreed. "You're right, Erica. I didn't recognize the darkness before me because I had grown too accustomed to it. It was only after I met you that I truly understood what light was."
I remember thinking at that moment, she shone so brightly. Why didn't I hate her? Why did I want to protect her radiance so it would last forever? Sometimes I even became greedy and wanted to keep your light all to myself. Is this what love is? He pressed his face close to hers. "Love is something very difficult for me, but there's one thing I'm sure of," Shan expressed. "In the basement of the Ripe's estate, on the battlefield, and even in the royal palace, there's no place I've been that I haven't thought of you, Erica Driet." She said loudly, blushing, "I'll take back what I said about waiting."
"Because this is exactly what I want to hear," he said happily. "Really?" Erica cleared her throat, and she thought that wanting to have everything for oneself could be considered love. An interesting image popped into her head. Her mother had strongly declared, "You will be mine and mine alone, Hazen Dreet," and her father had very happily replied to her, "Julieta." Erica explained, "That's why my parents ended up together." Sean suggested, "Then we should get married too." Erica was so surprised she stammered, "Wait, so suddenly?" He looked sad. "Don't you like me?" She waved her hand. "Yes, I do like you." Sean wondered, "Then what else are you thinking about?" Erica hesitated. "It's just—" In truth, she couldn't think of any reason to refuse. She worriedly thought, "But if I marry him, that means I'll become a queen. Isn't that too sudden?" Seeing her deep in thought, he also became a little pensive. Sean softly said, "Erica, isn't it your wish to enable more people to participate in agriculture?" She nodded. "Yes, so what?" He advised and instructed, "If you become queen, your words will have immense influence. Then you will be able to transform the entire empire into an agricultural powerhouse." Erica momentarily looked forward to it. "That's an interesting prospect." She nodded. "That doesn't sound bad." Sean quickly replied, "Doesn't it?" Erica rubbed on chin, secretly marveling at the plan. Although everything was quite sudden, becoming queen would truly help transform this empire into an agricultural nation. That was a wonderful idea.
Seeing that sparkling gaze, Shan continued to entice. Therefore, it would also be easier to make magical beasts and humans live together in peace. Erica grabbed his hand, exclaiming happily, "That's right, what a wonderful idea. So let's get married." He also laughed heartily, pleased that his plan had succeeded. She felt Mother Nature's caress and thought to herself, "The cool autumn breeze gently blew past us, as if welcoming the rice and congratulating us on our new beginning." After that day, I became extremely busy. We could only plant one rice plant using magic.
Erica gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, a sense of urgency in her heart. We need to increase the yield by making it grow as fast as possible, regardless of the season. However, the amount of rice grains is still insufficient, and I anticipate it will take quite some time to expand rice cultivation. But thanks to the help of the mages at the Magic Tower in Pandora, we quickly found a large rice field near the Eggplant Mountains. The one who contributed the most to this journey. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. He softly called, "Erica." It was Roll Dreet, who had returned home after completing his mage examination. He wondered, "Are you busy?" Erica was delighted to see him, shaking her head. "No, what's up?" Roll beckoned her closer. "Come here with me for a moment." Then he quickly turned and walked away, leaving her confused and bewildered. Suddenly, Erica's eyes lit up. He pointed towards the object, introducing, "This is the magical plow you requested." She gasped in surprise. "You actually made it exactly as I described? With this, I can plow the land instantly."
Roll assured her. It took some time because the process of constructing the magical formula was very complex, but it will work perfectly. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. My first job after becoming a mage is to make farming tools for my sister. Roll affectionately ruffled her hair. But seeing you so happy, I'm happy too. Erica suddenly remembered. Oh, right, Roll. I have something important to tell Mom and Dad tonight. You have to be there too, so don't be late, okay? He nodded in agreement. All right. Hearing that, she quickly ran off. Then I'm going back to work. See you later. Roll wondered, what is she planning to do now?
Hazen slammed his hand on the table, asking loudly, "What did you say? Get married?" He tremblingly questioned. "Erica, do you think marriage is a joke?" Seeing her father's reaction, Erica felt a bit helpless. Well, his reaction was stronger than she had anticipated. At this moment, Julieta spoke up. "Erica, don't you think this is too sudden?" Ruel also agreed and advised her. "Mother is right. If you become Empress, who will inherit the Dreet family?" Erica seemed to remember something, letting out an "oh." She innocently replied, "That's right. I haven't thought about that yet. I'm supposed to be the next Duchess." Hearing this, Hazen wearily rubbed his forehead. Oh dear. Shan, sitting nearby, watched Erica with an indulgent gaze. "I've given you all my love, and now you want to turn away without looking back." Since both families had known each other for a long time, Erica didn't think asking for permission would be so difficult. But on second thought, getting married and becoming Empress was no simple matter, so it was natural for everyone to be worried. Suddenly, Hazen shot up, aggressively demanding, "Tell me the truth. Did His Majesty, propose to you?" Erica calmly replied, "Yes." She recalled Shan's confession. "But one thing I'm sure of is—"
There's no place I go where I don't think of you, Erica mused to herself, because you are simply too perfect. At this moment, she spoke. Mother, father, and my elder brother, I truly love him. I cannot imagine marrying anyone else. Furthermore, I must become Empress to advance my national agricultural project. So please, allow us. Seeing Erica's determination, Sean tightly clasped her hand. He expressed with utmost sincerity, Duke and Duchess Dreet, please, just trust me. I share her sentiments. I cannot imagine my life without Lady Dreet. She has taught me so much. She is the reason for my existence. Faced with such deep and sincere affection from both sides, Erica's parents were helpless. Heavens, Hazen dejectedly choked out. If His Majesty has said so, then this time I will make a very special exception and give my approval. Having received her father's consent, Erica was overjoyed. Seeing this, Hazen felt a little deflated. My daughter, why do you keep smiling like that? Erica wiped away her happy tears and said, because I'm simply overwhelmed with joy.
Emotion surged within her. She was very happy to be able to spend this moment with her loved ones, laughing, joking, and eating together. Soon she would also get to eat rice. The rice grown throughout the empire was now tall and lush, and they had harvested it a few days ago. Up until today, they had prepared meat, rolled omelets, kimchi stew, not to mention fresh kimchi, and last but not least, rice. That day, Erica enjoyed a hearty meal with her family, filled with delicious food. She was incredibly excited deep down. The type of rice she tasted for the first time in this world tasted similar to the kind she used to eat. She was relieved to know that she wasn't the only one happy about this harvest. The magical beasts became increasingly docile because they had plenty of food. Thanks to this, the laughter of children had replaced the roars of wild beasts in the Rice Kingdom.
Like a happy ending someone had always wished for. A long time passed, until one day. At Erica's wedding, Hazen embraced her shoulders, sobbing uncontrollably. Erica, how can you be so beautiful? You look like an angel. Nearby, there were also sniffles upon seeing Erica in her wedding dress. You're so beautiful. Erica couldn't help but reminisce about her childhood, which was exactly like now. She wondered doubtfully, is this déjà vu? Others also simultaneously offered their blessings. Lady Erica, 100 years of happiness. We're here too. Suddenly, Garcian flew over and chased the group away. Get out of here, you bookworms. Seeing that scene, Erica became even more doubtful. Another feeling of déjà vu. Finally, my wedding day arrived. Just then, someone announced, Lady Erica, you may enter when you are ready. Erica smiled radiantly, her feet stepping forward.
Slowly entering the wedding hall, Erica observed everyone as she walked. They were all here. Everyone I knew had come to congratulate us. It felt so strange. After regaining memories of my past life, I had to struggle a lot to survive in this world. My intention was just to live a quiet life as a farmer. I was able to live my own life instead of Erica's in the original story. Sean extended his hand to Erica. The two stood together before the priest. He read the vows and then asked, Do you promise to be together for life? We no longer had to fear for our lives. Sean and Erica replied in unison, We do. We just needed to laugh, cry, and share happy moments together, not for the lives, desires, or ambitions of others. Erica glanced at Sean, from now on and forever, just for us. When the vows concluded, the two embraced, exchanging their love and their entire lives with each other to live happily together for their future. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating story. See you in the next video with an even more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a great day.